The guy was surprised and asked the girl about reincarnation. She replied that his cause of death was very pitiful. He was told that his new life would be determined by a machine. However, he did not see anything good in this situation. The hero asked the goddess how he died because he couldn't remember. She said that such things happen. The girl said they needed to get started. The guy agreed. A golden super rare ball has appeared. It said decomposition of toxins. This skill was strong against toxins and could easily destroy any bacteria and viruses. The hero said that this was a terrible skill. The goddess told him that the world where he would be reborn would be like a fantasy world, and there would be statuses, magic, and monsters. She asked him to enjoy life to the fullest. The guy said it was too sudden. The boy lay there and thought it was a dream. It's been 5 years already. He had a headache. It wasn't good. Decomposition of toxins is his skill, which allows him to kill any viruses and bacteria. For the first time, he decided to test it for mold, and the bacteria were successfully killed. But after using it, he gets a severe headache. This is a side effect. He thought this skill was useless. The guy decided he wouldn't use it anymore. The main character remembered that he forgot about his training with his father. He was told that he had become better at handling the ball. The boy thanked them. His father Logan was a great commander of the largest kingdom on the continent. The family he was born into controls the area around the port near the capital, and this has a great influence on her. He is sure that he was born into the family of the count only because of his rare skill. A woman approached his father. She said that the preparation for the training was finished. The man praised the boy and said that he looked like a knight. The father turned to his son and said that he would help the other with training and asked him to continue repeating the exercises with the ball. Grint was the son of his father's second wife. They are only half-blood brothers, and he is a year younger than him. His younger brother has great skill. While he is the older brother, he has a useless skill: toxin decomposition. His younger brother has a skill that only a couple of people in the entire history of the kingdom have. It's called Holy Night. It's not that his father was a bad person. It's true that when you compare him to Grint, he's the more promising one. But to be honest, it was very disappointing for him. One knight said that the armor was made of metal. Now it was impossible for him to dent such armor. Since it was impossible for this reason, if he could do it, his father would notice him. The boy couldn't understand the armor. He fell and it hurt. The knight said that he warned that it was impossible. The guy couldn't give up, just because of the difference in talent. He decided to surprise his father and mother. Therefore, the main character must try even harder than others. The man turned to the boy and said that dinner was coming soon. He was surprised by the large number of books. The boy apologized and said that he had been too busy studying. The man told him that it was commendable, because the boy not only trained every day, but also studied hard. Every butler of the estate is sure that he can easily become a scholar. Even becoming a general is no longer impossible. The protagonist thanked Dvoretsky. He said that his mother would soon be free. The boy was glad that his mother was there. He was offered to go right away. He said that he would do so. He knocked on the door. He was told to come in. The woman greeted him. Because the boy remembered his past life, she was more like an older sister to him than a mother. She said he smelled like books, and she noticed that he studied hard every day. The woman said he was a good boy. This made him very embarrassed. He said he heard that she had finished working. But because she had been working, she had a lot of things to do. She was putting away documents and wondering what to do. The guy realized that her father was not connected with her work. To deal with such a large number of documents, one must be very strong, which was expected from a girl working in a large trading company. She was very beautiful. The woman said she remembered she had something for the guy. She said he had been waiting for her for a long time and she had just arrived. He held a status card in his hands. He thanked her. She said she was glad he liked it. The guy said he didn't understand whether his status was bad or not. The woman said she heard that children his age only have 10 stamina points. He thought that his status wasn't so bad then. The guy asked her what the gift of learning meant. She replied that it was a skill that reduced his fatigue and allowed him to endure better. The woman said it proved that her son was doing everything he could to become a better person, and she knew it better than anyone. She said that she had another errand from her grandmother. She asked him how about going for a walk together since they hadn't done that for a long time. He was surprised about the errand. The woman replied that she wanted them to buy some tea from the merchant, which they usually drink. He asked if the servants did this. The boy did not understand why his mother should do this. She assumed that his grandmother thought she had good taste. The boy began to think that it was his fault because he was not fit to be the eldest son, and because of this, his mother had to go through this. She asked if he would mind joining her and called him a great knight. He said he would go with her. They were met by a merchant. The woman said that she had come to buy tea and asked to show her several varieties. The boy saw a magic stone. The merchant said he was right and asked if he was interested in it. The boy replied that he was a little interested. Magic stones are usually located in the bodies of monsters and their magic crystallizes in the stone. They have many uses, from using in magic rituals to creating accessories. High-quality stones can contain a huge accumulation of magic, which is harmful to the body. But this is a cheap core that is used to create tools. Nothing will happen to him even if he touches it with his bare hands. The guy thanked him. The woman asked if she could ask a question. The man answered positively. The hero thought that the stone smelled very sweet like honey. He guessed it tasted like candy. The boy had never heard of licking magic stones. Even though he was only 5 years old in that world, he had definitely never heard of such a thing. He decided to try it once while no one was looking. The woman asked him what had happened. The guy said nothing. He asked if he could buy the stone. The man asked if he liked it. He said he would give it as a gift, in gratitude for his patronage. The woman said she would take 3 types of tea. She suggested that the boy go for a walk. The yellow magic stone became colorless. The protagonist felt a surge of strength for some reason. The knight approached him and asked if he had decided to try to dent the armor again. He told him that the guy could twist his wrist. The boy was glad that he was not thrown back this time. However, his wooden sword was broken. The knight was surprised that the main character cut through the iron armor with a wooden sword. The boy asked his mother not to be angry. She said she couldn't accept it. His mother had a reason to be angry. Grint will be the future head of the house. He will also announce Grint's engagement to the Marquise's daughter. He believes that it is too early to announce the engagement now when Grint is only 4 years old. The woman said she was sorry that his father cared more about the other guy than him. He said she shouldn't worry and everything was fine. To tell the truth, he was a little offended. But most of all, he is upset to see his mother so sad and lonely. For his father's recognition, he must try even harder. He still doesn't understand what happened that day. Everyone says the armor just wore out. But it was after he licked the stone that the girl said they had arrived. The estate was quite magnificent. After all, this is the estate of the kingdom's only archduke. The man turned to the woman and said they would go greet Grint's fiancée and her family, and they could wait in the lobby. She said they would do so and called the boy to come with her. His father's second wife turned to him and said that the Marquis was already tired of waiting for them. The main character's mother asked if her son had the right to be present at the meeting and what that meant. They were told that there had been some mistake in compiling the list. Each family was only allowed to bring 1 child, and a Reinhardt family was already there with Mr. Grint. The woman said it wasn't their fault and asked to let the boy in. They told her they couldn't do that. The guy thought that it was most likely Camilla's fault. She did it so that he wouldn't get in the way. Not only they have problems because of this, but also the butler. The hero was not very interested in that meeting. The boy noticed the garden and said it was beautiful. He said it would be wonderful if they could walk in it. The man thanked him for the offer and said that he would report it to the gentleman. The woman asked if the boy was upset about the situation. He said the garden was stunning. There were so many beautiful flowers, shining just like her. The boy said that he would be happier if they admired those beautiful flowers together. She said that if they were at home, she would hug him even harder. He said that she hugged him hard enough. The butler said that the Archduke had given his permission to visit the garden. The boy thanked him. The man said that he had ordered someone to accompany them. A girl came out to them and said that she was pleased to meet them. She introduced herself and said that her name was Klein. The girl is the granddaughter of the head of the August house, Count August. The guy introduced himself in response. He asked what the Archduke's granddaughter was doing there. She said she was sorry for the mistake at home in August. Coin said that she would be their escort today and hoped that they would have a good time. The woman said that she thought her son was happy that the lady had agreed to accompany them. She said that she was glad to hear that, and she was also grateful that she had been able to communicate with them. The guy was surprised that the flowers were glowing and said that it was beautiful. The garden looked beautiful from afar, but it was even more beautiful inside. The girl replied that the garden was enchanting at this time of day. The guests began to whisper and say that the second son would be the next head of the house, the one with the skill, the holy knight. It was a godsend, considering how terrible their son was, who had no manners. It seems that in the near future the kingdom will prosper with such an heir to the great General Logan. The girl said that it was better not to believe the rumors. Among the nobles, he was the most like a gentleman. The guy said that the girl was very beautiful. Then he said that the rose was beautiful. The girl replied that they were red and blue roses, a type of flower that can bloom at any time. They are known for being very difficult to grow. They require a perfect balance of water, light, and soil. Rose thorns contain deadly poison. It is said that one drop can kill 1,000 people. The poison causes unbearable pain and heat, so they are sometimes called fiery blue roses. The guy said that the name has a certain meaning. The woman said that these flowers could be a wonderful decoration. The guy asked if these flowers were used as interior decoration. The girl said that the poison of those flowers was also capable of crystallizing, and she had heard that if the poison were brought out on them, they themselves would become a work of art. They will be called star crystals. They say that such crystals look like the starry sky. They are also considered the best decoration in the world. The girl said they were very expensive. There were only 2 of them in their kingdom. The process of removing the poison was very complicated, and the method itself was expensive. The woman said she thought the cost would be equal to half of the annual taxes from their territory. The guy was surprised at how much it was. The protagonist thought about his skill, and he wanted it to have no side effect. The boy asked the lady if she would like to see that decoration. She said that it was her dream. The boy said he understood and touched the flower. It felt like he was drinking soda. It was refreshing. Using the toxin decomposition felt good. He was surprised that he didn't feel the kickback like last time. The girl asked him to throw away the flower immediately. It was just as the goddess said. His skill is strong against poisons. A star crystal emerged from the flower. He apologized for scaring them. The guy was just using his skill. The girl said that even if he had the skill, he shouldn't be so well off. She had never heard of a person being able to take a red and blue rose. The boy handed the girl a flower and said that he had made her dream come true. He asked if she would accept him. The guy thought it was a cliché. He was so into the atmosphere that he said something banal. The girl asked if he would really give it to her. He said he would be offended if she did not accept it. She said she would be happy to accept. The guy asked the girl if she minded if he took another one for his mom. He asked his mom to accept his love. Cloyne said she was very sorry and would like to chat with him some more, but she had to go. The woman told her not to worry because thanks to her they had a great evening. The boy also thanked the girl. She said he didn't have to be formal. If he continued, he didn't have to talk to her. The guy said that his father was late, although everyone was already leaving. The woman turned to the maid and asked if she knew where her husband was. You replied that the count said he had to go to a night party, so he left early. The boy asked if he was really that useless in his father's eyes. The woman turned to the boy and asked if he liked his father. He replied that he was grateful to him for raising him, but he couldn't forgive him because he treated her so badly. The guy said that he couldn't answer for sure that he liked him. The woman said she was glad to hear it. She said she couldn't watch him suffer any longer and pulled him along with her. She said that they would go to the most beautiful place on earth, to their native kingdom. The guy was surprised. She said that everything was correct. When she took off the ring, the boy was surprised. She said that she didn't need it anymore. The woman suggested returning to the port city. She said it was good that they returned to the estate before midnight. The guy asked why they didn't stop. The woman asked him to wait a little. The guy was surprised because the city was still noisy. The residents were surprised. There was a strange thing in front of them. They asked someone to stop what was happening. It was a ship. It was very huge. The woman told her son to go. The residents recognized his mother and asked her what kind of ship it was. A crowd of knights arrived. People began to say that everyone must save their lives. The boy blocked his mother. She told him that everything was fine. The girl turned to him and told him to be calm. She said it was nice to meet you and said her name is Christina. He was surprised that they were not their enemies. He thought the girl was beautiful. The woman said they hadn't seen each other for a long time. Christina replied that the feeling was mutual and she was glad to see her again. She rushed to them immediately after her message. Their mission is to bring Princess Olivia back home. The guy was surprised. She said that she would tell him everything when they were sailing. The woman said that they should board the ship. The man said he realized the 5-year-old had taken care of the mistake their family had made. He said that the eldest son of the Reinhardt family has an extraordinary personality. The girl said that she completely agreed with her grandfather. She showed what the guy gave her. The count was surprised why they wanted to make the second son the next head. He didn't want them to break their promises. The old man asked the girl to keep it a secret. He said that if you take a ship and go on a 2-day trip from there, you might come across a continent. She should know what kingdom is there. The nation of Ishtalik, a great kingdom to which they are inferior in science, technology, and military might. The man said that Olivia is not just the heiress of a trading company. She is a representative of the state, but not just a representative of the state, but a daughter. The woman is the second princess of the state. The boy and the girl were surprised. She apologized to her son for keeping it a secret from him. He asked why the princess of such a great state would marry the head of the Reinhardt family. The woman said Chris was scaring her. The girl replied that she was just doing what she had to do. The mother apologized and said that she could not tell him about it now. The boy said that he understood everything. He saw his mother cheerful for the first time. It's much better than seeing her sad face every day. Chris approached Olivia and asked if she had received the star crystal from the Reinhardt family. The woman replied that her son had given it to her. The girl replied that she believed her. That's why she treated him so carefully. Chris said that if you offer a star crystal as a gift to the opposite sex, it means you are proposing. The guy understood why Klein had reacted that way. He asked what he was supposed to do. The guy didn't mean anything like that. The woman said she didn't know what was going on, but he was really nice. Olivia asked the girl when they would arrive in the capital. She replied that upon arrival at the port, they would transfer to a water train, so they would be in the capital at about 11 a.m. The boy was surprised that there were trains in the country. The girl replied that it was called a water train. It moved by heating water produced by water magic stones. The guy realized that the train works thanks to the steam it produces. Compared to the kingdom, Heim's development is on a completely different level. The girl said it was amazing since he knew how it worked. He was a great student. The boy said he just read it in a book. Olivia said he was a smart boy. The protagonist thought that he had almost revealed the knowledge that remained to him after reincarnation. Chris said that there was still some time before arriving in the country, so they should rest. There are many interesting things in the country, not only science and technology. There were a lot of half-humans there. Ishtalika was a multicultural country, so there were both humans and other races. Chris said that they had arrived. She said that the vice captain of the Imperial Guard, Christina Wernstein, had returned. The guy thought the girl looked cool. The woman replied that she might act formal, but she was still a bit clumsy. She told the boy and Olivia to be careful and watch their step. He thought that even if she pretended that nothing happened, he still wouldn't be able to forget it. Olivia asked what the girl had told her father about her return. She replied that, in fact, due to the extreme urgency of the message, she had not had time to tell him about it. However, everyone was told to act as usual when meeting Olivia. The girl said that Marka made sure that her father did not get distracted from work. She also said that if they made noise, they would disturb the king. Olivia assumed that she was angry with her. The boy asked who they were talking about. The girl replied that it was the maid who took care of her when she was little. She may seem scary, but she is a good person and she will introduce them later. Chris said the king was in the meeting room. The guy said it would be bad if they disturbed them in the middle of the meeting. Chris offered to greet him later. Olivia went inside and told her father that she was back. The boy was surprised to see the king of the country. The aura around the king made him nervous. The man asked what was going on and why the woman was here if she had married on another continent. He turned his attention to the boy. The guy started to get very nervous. He said he was pleased to meet you. Ein introduced himself. He said he used to be a member of the Reinhardt family. The king introduced himself and said that he was his grandfather. The knight said that he and the king were looking forward to meeting him. He sweated and said his name was Lloyd. The man was the great marshal of the country. He was always ready to give his life for him. The boy said it was nice to meet you. The king said he had something on his mind. He said that apparently his hearing is not what it used to be. The woman said that she had divorced her husband and did not want to go back there. The king asked the knight to hit him in the face. He answered that he had heard everything correctly. Silvered asked her why it happened. She said she didn't think her son was happy staying there. The king said they had to postpone the meeting. They were all forbidden to talk about what happened there. He turned to Chris and asked her to call his subordinates. They had to discuss this. The man turned to the knight and said that they needed to start gathering troops. He replied that he did not need to worry and that Mr. Logan, although a veteran, was a simple knight in his eyes and he would easily defeat him. Olivia turned to her father and asked him not to worry. She said that they could not attack them because of the promise of the first king. The princess said that she couldn't imagine that they would abandon the main character just because of the skill he was born with. The woman asked if the older sister thought the same. She replied that she did, but he still wouldn't listen to her. The boy thought that the first princess was the talking cat. Olivia asked if she could explain everything to her son now. He said that she could because they had kept their promise. The prime minister asked to be allowed to do this. The main reason why Olivia got married there is because the Heim have a sea crystal that their country needs. The boy asked if this crystal was a mineral residue. He was told that it could be said that way. These crystals are made from the bones of monsters that live in the sea. In their country, they use them to create magical items. The boy said that he had only seen a few of these. He was told that they were ordinary magical items. Other countries do not use sea crystals. They create items from magic stones that can damage the user's powers. But their country uses a special method of using sea crystals to control this power. With this, they can allow everyone in the country to use magic items for free. However, all the crystals around the country have already been mined, and finding them has become more and more difficult. Therefore, finding no other way out, they began to request them from other countries. The boy realized that his mother had married for the sake of the people of the country. She said that it was her duty. The man replied that in exchange for the stone they should provide protection. Mr. Hein would become the count of the kingdom of Heim in the future. The king said he thought it was the best solution. He wanted to get his daughter and grandson out of the way of the sea dragon. The knight turned to him and said he thought it was time for them to start looking for a new magic crystal. The woman said that there was no need for that. She said that she had already found out about possible suppliers. Even if she does as she pleases, it does not mean that she has forgotten her duties as a princess. Olivia worked with the mage and adventurer guilds to find suppliers and eventually found one. She handed the documents to the king and said that they could see more about everything she had said. It was written there about a country north of Heim. However, they should have checked everything by now. Sea crystals from the depths of the sea began to appear in shallow waters. The man said that a similar girl was searching, hiding her identity through an association of magicians. Her results were amazing. The boy thought that only he knew how much time and effort his mother spent on this. She played the role of the count's wife perfectly. The inhabitants respected her and even called her a saint. But after Grint was born, they all forgot about her. But she still continued to smile. And no matter how busy she was, she spent a lot of time with him. He can't even thank her. The king was surprised that she could do everything herself and asked her for forgiveness. The woman said that her son is the most important thing she has. No matter how hard it is, if it is for him, she will do everything possible. She said she was very glad she had it. Chris said that Olivia had not only become cuter but also stronger. The king said that they should take a break now to reward her for her hard work. The man turned to another man, who said that he had already received the queen's consent. He, Warren, and Mr. Lloyd confirmed the legality of the decree. The man turned to the king. Silverd said that he was declaring the recognition of the protagonist as a member of the royal family. He was born into a family of a count of a kingdom much smaller than this. No matter how hard he trained, no one acknowledged him. He was even displaced from his position as heir. The king appointed him crown prince. The townspeople began to talk about rumors that Princess Olivia had returned. Her son had returned too. They thought about what kind of person the main character is. The boy fought with the knight and he told him that he had excellent swordsmanship. He said that the main character had put a lot of effort into training. The boy thanked him. He said that he was still not worthy. Even now, his younger brother could easily defeat him. Although he had only recently started training, he did everything to be accepted by his father and those around him, but in the end, he gave up and ran away to another country. The boy wondered if anyone would be able to accept such a worthless guy like him as the crown prince. The main character wanted to have a better skill. They turned to him and said that his clothes were torn. The knight asked him to stand still. He said his skill was called sewing, and asked if he thought it was absolutely not suitable for him as a soldier. The knight said that it was quite embarrassing to have such a skill, but thanks to his efforts, he was able to become a great marshal. So no matter how strong his innate skill was, without his efforts, he would not have achieved anything. With enough effort, he can become anything. If the main character continues to work on himself, he will soon understand that everything was not in vain. Kadima appeared. She said that she had found a boy and asked the knight to lend him to her. The main character asked why she needed him. She replied that Olivia asked her to check it out. Chris said they got along well. The guy replied that it was easy to find a common language with the princess. Kadima asked to show him her status. She was surprised that with such a status, he was still not chosen as the heir of the family. The hero was surprised that his status had improved. He had acquired the absorption skill. Kadima said that this proves that he is Olivia's son. It is a racial skill of dryads. The guy was surprised. The girl asked if he knew about it. She said that she thought he could try to turn into a plant, like Olivia. The hero heard about it for the first time. In the royal family tree, you can find representatives of different races. And very often, children are born with the genes of their distant ancestors. So until a child is born, no one can be sure of what race he or she will be. She asked if his status had increased recently. The guy said that I had been training hard, but that didn't explain such a sharp jump. The girl replied that she understood. She explained that the guy had absorbed energy from the magic stones. He asked her why she thought so. The princess replied that monsters increase their strength by eating each other's magic stones, but humans cannot use this method because it harms their bodies. But with the decomposition of toxins, this may become possible. She asked him if he had any thoughts on the matter. He replied that he had first seen the magic stones when he had gone shopping with his mother, and that it had seemed so delicious to him that he had accidentally licked it. But it was only a small stone. The boy does not think that it could affect him much. After that, he did not encounter stones. Chris said that she felt that Mr. Ein was absorbing the energy of the magic stone inside her. He said that it couldn't be. The girl replied that she was actually an elf, and every half-human had a magic stone. The guy realized that he should have one too. She said she felt it when they were heading to the capital. Later, the girl realized that she was very tired and almost passed out. The guy said that at the time he thought she was about to faint from clumsiness. He asked what was wrong with her magic stone and if she was badly hurt. He was told that she was fine, she just needed some rest. Now she had to test her theory. She took out several boxes of magic stones. The first box contains cheap stones, and the second box contains expensive stones. The guy decided to start with the cheap ones. The princess said he got it done quickly. The stones lost their color. He was given other stones. The boy wondered what they tasted like. They started asking him if he was okay. He replied that it tasted like walnut, which he doesn't like. He was told that the guy couldn't randomly absorb energy from magic stones. The girl said that she would explain everything to him now. There are two things to understand. The better the stone, the more it will raise his status. But each type of me has a limited amount of energy that he can absorb to improve his status. It wasn't as easy as he thought. The girl replied that he had already absorbed enough. The guy said that he had gained a new skill. She replied that it was because he had absorbed energy from a high-level monster stone. Chris approached him and asked if he was really feeling well. He replied that he was fine. However, when he first used the toxin decomposition, he had a severe headache. The guy was surprised that everything was fine now. The girl replied that it was because of his gift of learning. It strengthened his body and improved his immunity. His mother entered the room. She said she hadn't seen him for a long time. The princess said she hadn't found any problems. The woman called her son to come with her. They met the king, and she apologized for keeping him waiting. The man showed the main character the royal treasury. The guy asked why they came there. His grandfather replied that as a reward for his achievement, Olivia asked him to give him something. It was a country's national treasure, a magical stone. More than 500 years ago, a demon king appeared on the continent, and Dullahan was one of his minions. With his ball, he could separate heaven and earth. He was a strong warrior dressed in black who made history. The woman said that their ancestor, one king, defeated all the monsters and founded a kingdom. He was recognized by everyone as a hero of the world. The protagonist felt that even if it sounded like a simple fairy tale, He still couldn't hold back his excitement. The king turned to the girl and asked if she could change her mind. She replied that maybe it was called a national treasure, but in fact it was their family's treasure. The king stopped her and told her not to come closer because the magical energy could harm her. The poison disappeared around the main character. The king realized how strong he was. The boy thought that the stone was different from the others, and he felt great power in it. He put his hand on it. Even without absorbing it, the energy flowed into him. The king was surprised by the power. He said that if the guy can't, then he should stop. The hero was surprised that he was full of strength. The girl looked at the sky and wondered when she would be able to meet Ein again. The girl said that he had acted dishonestly if he had disappeared immediately after giving the gift. The maid approached her and said that the master had asked her to check on her work. She said that all the papers were on the nightstand and she could take them to him. Klein replied that she had been concentrating on her work and had managed to get everything done in 2 days. She asked me to tell her father to give her a more difficult task next time. The maid said she would pass on the request. However, that was still not enough. She had to become better. The next time she met the protagonist, she had to be able to support him in his difficult times. The girl received a letter. She fell on the bed and asked what it was this time. The maid told her to prepare a letter for him. Klein asked why she was only saying this now, and it was so much more important than any work. She started looking for paper. The girl said that plain paper would not do. She needed top-quality paper. She didn't know what to write to him. The maid laughed, and laziness told her not to do it. The girl said that it was the first time she saw her so confused and asked to meet with the owner first. Klein said he would do so. She was told there was no need to rush and the chief was not going anywhere. If only the protagonist knew how much she had to discuss with him. She was curious about what he was doing. The king said it was a complete success. He asked to see the status of the boy who had soared after absorbing the power of the stone. Mom said he had become even more amazing. The king asked not to let the numbers turn the protagonist's head. He must remember. He must train hard so that his entire body can withstand the force. The man asked if everything was going according to Olivia's plan. Her closest person to the protagonist definitely knew about his ability, and he asked why she hid it. He thought that she had planned everything from the beginning. The girl answered that, at first, she only thought about fulfilling the task of a member of the royal family. However, after the death of their closest ally, the former head of the family, she began to feel insecure about their future. The girl could not decide to root with Locum. She gave birth to a boy as a dryad. The woman said he was right, that she had planned everything from the beginning and asked him to forgive her. The king said he needed to discuss something with his mother and asked him to go first. The boy agreed. The princess said that she had thought about it back when she read about the first row in their royal family. Perhaps sending Olivia to the boar was a mistake from their country. That was pretty much it, but the hero asked what rooting was. He was told that it was a normal way of conceiving children. She was told that she could have said it a little differently. Unlike other times, lidery from conception is a more serious matter. During the entire life, the Yuria can only have one partner with whom she can share her life energy. This is called rooting. The guy asked if it was true. The girl asked if it was necessary to ask another man. The guy clarified that didn't his mother decide to do it then, what about him? Here one of the features from the dryads comes into play. In simple terms, a boy, son one, only Olivia, and he has no father. He was born from her branch. When the time came, she hesitated. But as a member of the royal family, she had to have a descendant. The man is sure that Olivia had a hard time making this decision. In addition, dryads have the skill of haptosis, so it was not difficult for her to fool her husband. He probably did not even notice. Everything fell on Olivia so suddenly that she hopes that he will be able to forgive her. The guy said that he was even glad that his mother had not taken root with his father. The main thing was that her life was not in danger, and he didn't care what people around him said about it. Although it's not a method often used, she's sure Olivia went through a lot for him, and the Reinhardt family didn't keep their end of the bargain for him to become the next head of the family. They don't think anyone will trade Olivia. The boy was glad to hear it, and now he wouldn't mind having something to eat. He was told that his nerves were stronger than they looked. He was advised not to enter the guest room, because there was another national treasure there as decoration, the Demon King's magic stone. the same demon king that was defeated by one dragon. The girl said that there is a theory that when he is hungry, he can accidentally absorb the energy of the stones near him. Therefore, he cannot even go near there. Speaking of the first king, his mother told him that he was so strong that he was known as a hero. They answered that you and the country loved him, not only for his strength, but also for his big heart. He was a truly strong man. This means that someone as strong as one king will be known in other kingdoms, such as Haim. He was known all over the world. The boy has been thinking for a long time about how his mother sacrificed herself for him so many times. But he has not yet justified even a fraction of her efforts. He wants to show everyone, show his former family that he is worthy. The guy knows it won't be easy. He wants to become as great a king as the first king. The man approached him and asked him to let him help with this. He would do everything he could. Fencing lessons could be left to Chris and Lloyd. He offered to teach him the rest himself. The boy asked him to take care of him. The girl said that she would then be responsible for checking his power and studying it. She asked him to show what he had received. Days passed and now it was summer. He had been in another country for 8 months already. A man approached him and said that today during training he would fight forest monsters. Unlike the soldiers in the castle, they would try to kill him, so he had to be careful. There was a forest rat in front of him. She wanted to tell him how he should defeat her. However, the guy said that he would understand better himself. This was his first fight. Sharp claws and fangs that you wouldn't want to experience on yourself. He knocked down the rat and said that he could do that. After that, he defeated a huge number of rats. The knight laughed and said that there were no monsters left in the area. The girl said that the hero could fight with several soldiers from the castle. He was told that he had an excellent result, but he should never relax. It was the power of the Dullahan, the Phantom Hand. This is the skill of the Black Knight that he learned in these 8 months. He can give up length and durability by infusing magic. This allows you to absorb energy from the stones, even if the creature is still alive. He called it the Black Chain of Doom. But the taste becomes much worse. Licking stones is much more pleasant. The man said that he can't wait for his future growth. The girl said that she is already afraid of the main character with this chain. They saw a famous shop of magic stones. All the stones in the castle were bought there. The man suggested that they go there. He asked the girl to look after him because he stood out too much. He also warned the boy that he should not lick the stones. They were met by the salesperson and welcomed into the store. The guy said he wanted to visit a magic stone shop, not a shop for people with specific preferences. The girl said it was true that the shop owner had a peculiar image, but it was the most famous magic stone shop. He had nothing to worry about and the man was very kind. He greeted them and said that he had already thought that they had come to make fun of him. The girl apologized. She said that they had not seen each other for a long time. He asked if she was looking after the boy. She said that she was, so they should leave it at that. The man said that in that case they came for the magic stones. The boys said that they came there because they wanted to look at the magic stones. The seller said that whatever wonderful hobby the heroes had in their student years, he was sure that they would be able to become friends. He said not to be shy and to examine all the stones. Well, he asked not to touch the magical stones and sea crystals because they could harm him. Thanks to his poison absorption training, he can only smell faint odors despite being surrounded by magic stones. Previously, even the cheapest magic stone smelled so tempting that it gave him a headache. The boy saw a magic stone. It was called the Magic Stone of the White Wyvern, a monster whose meat is usually used to make prime steak. He asked if he was interested. The boy said yes, but he couldn't say he just wanted to eat it. The man said that since he knew Chris, he would sell it for $30,000. The protagonist said that he had recently received some money from his grandfather. The girl replied that in that case it would be good if he spent it on something he really needed. However, she asked him to keep the fact that he is a crown principal a secret, as well as his magic of absorbing magic stones. The boy started collecting different stones. The man said that he would then wrap everything up for him and asked him to wait a little. The main character saw a stone that is known as the Cursed Gem. Rumor has it that it haunts its owners in their dreams, and that display case was made specifically to seal its power. The boy thought that he really felt some strange energy coming from him, but he thought that it was not evil. He wondered if the princess could learn more about the magic stone. The boy asked if he could sell him this magic stone along with the display case. The girl asked him to stop, and it was not too late to refuse before something bad happened. The man said it didn't look like he had subdued it. He said he would sell it and the display case for 300,000. If something happens, they'll just put it back. The girl said she realized there was nothing she could do about it. She thought the king would approve, since the merchant was the one who sealed it. The man said he would give it to them then. The boy said he would look at the other magic stones then. The seller said he thought I was the new crown, the prince, a brave man. Chris said she didn't know what he meant. He told her that if she was going to play dumb, she should try harder. The man said she had set herself up. The girl asked him to keep it a secret. He said he wouldn't tell anyone, but she's not very good at keeping secrets. The guy asked her why her eyes were red. She replied that it was just a grain of sand. They knocked on the boy's door and asked for permission to enter. He allowed it. A woman came to him and said that she had come to help him change his clothes. The guy said he didn't know how to tell her about it, but he could change his clothes himself. She said she was Olivia's personal maid, so her duties also included taking care of her son. The guy asked if she had any other important duties. She told him not to worry about it. He said he would obey. The maid said she had something to tell him. They gave him a letter. It had no information about who sent it. This letter was sent by a nobleman from Haim through another kingdom. Because of what happened to him and Olivia, the kingdom severed all ties with the Haim kingdom. Therefore, this letter was sent through another country. She doesn't think the letter is important because it came from Haim. So if he doesn't know who might have sent it, she should get rid of it immediately. The guy thought that they wouldn't go to so much trouble to insult him. The girl wrote to him that night she had experienced a wonderful day in which even the most beautiful and expensive jewelry faded. The boy thought that there was only one person, besides his mother, to whom he gave a flower, and this could not be a mistake. She apologized for not being able to write her real name there. The boy realized that this meant that Klein was going to his country. The woman asked if he was going to answer her. The boy replied that yes, after all. She had treated him well. However, it must be difficult to get from her country to his. She said she thought it was possible, especially if the girl was on good terms with Olivia. The guy said he was glad to hear it. Time flew by unnoticed, and now autumn has arrived. Throughout the whole time, the wind gradually became cooler. The heroes were supported by his friends and family. The knight said that this time he would be a contender for victory. However, the guy put a sword to his throat and he said that he admitted defeat. The boy was happy that he won. His mother told him that he tried his best but still got scratches. He really looked cool on the battlefield. The main character thanked the knight and Chris for teaching him fencing. The girl said that she was very glad she had been watching him for a year and a half. The knight said that. They are soldiers who must protect the prince, and they cannot be weaker than him. Now, before the sun sets, they must gather and run another lap around the city wall. The guy said that he won because of his ability to become stronger by absorbing magic stones, so he should not be so strict with them. He replied that one of the hero's abilities is the gift of learning, which allows the user to become stronger based on how much effort he puts into training. And it was only thanks to this skill that he was able to deal with the former decomposition of toxins. This means that Ein became stronger due to his own efforts, not skills. Based on this, he is ready at any time. So we said to start when the main character is ready. The guy was surprised. And the man said that he should fight him. Residents began to think that an earthquake had occurred. The knight said that the boy was able to return from his attack. Slowly but surely, he was closing the gap between himself and one king. The girl gave the boy some water. He thanked her and said that it would be better if she did not approach him right now. The boy was very exhausted, so there is a chance that he will unconsciously absorb some of Chris's magic stone again. The knight suggested that they call it a day. He turned to Olivia and said that he thought the hero would be fine with his current power level. She agreed. The woman said that the main character would be 7 years old this winter, so she thought that would be the best time to start his training. He asked her about it. Olivia answered that he would go to the academy. The guy, even thinking about the fact that he will go to the academy as a crown prince, begins to get nervous. Chris approached him and said that if he was not busy, they could go for a walk. The entrance exam was to be held tomorrow. She asked him what field of study he was going to choose. The boy said he would choose fencing. The girl replied that she did not think it was the best choice. but she was sure that the hero would win easily. The boy said that he should hope so. However, there was something that was bothering him. He would ask if Chris and the knight would win if they faced his father, Logus. The boy apologized and said that he shouldn't have asked that. The girl said that she understood him and asked him to let her show her something. She said that she was going to throw her sword on the ground and asked him not to lose sight of her until the sword touched the ground. The girl disappeared. She touched the hero's shoulder and said that she was still there. Chris replied that she had moved when the ball touched the ground. She was sure that the man would not have been able to follow her movements either, so she thought that he knew perfectly well what it must mean. The boy said that it was good that he had decided to become stronger than one king. But now he understands that to do this he needs to become stronger than Chris and Lloyd. She said that she would do her best. The boy thanked her. The girl's ribbon came undone and she asked for forgiveness. They were walking down a street that was very crowded. She said that the street was called Academic Street, so it was always full. However, there were not only students there, but also security guards and several researchers. The guy said that one would go further. The girl told him to give it his all. He saw a boy who had hit a wall. He was told that if he had no motivation, he should go home. The examiner was rude. He asked who would go next. During the entrance exam, no one's name could be given. This was introduced to make the exam 100% fair. During the exam, of course, you can use a sword, but no one forbids you to use martial arts, and you can also use your skills if they are not ranged attacks. However, due to the uniqueness of his skill, he is not eager to use it. The examiner told the boy to come up and try to overcome him. The guy thought about how he needed to be faster. He needed to make sure he couldn't predict his next punch. He needed to use his speed to get behind him and punch him. The examiner said that he was too conceited and did not have even a grain of the necessary technique. This man was stronger than the knights. The guy replied that it didn't mean he didn't have a chance to win. Besides, it was just an exam, and he didn't have to win. The man said that looking at his technique, he was sure that his master was just as worthless. He asked how about finishing. The guy said he wanted to continue testing. He was told that he shouldn't even think about holding back because he was an examiner. The man said that a trash like him who didn't even know how to use his powers was raised by a family of trash. He told him to come over and let him teach him a few lessons. The boy asked if it was not a magic or ranged skill, he could use it. The man confirmed it. The boy thought that he could not leave it as it was. The examiner insulted everyone who taught him fencing and even his mother. The man began to demand an explanation from the boy. The boy said that he did not remember such a rule. He said he had no idea what the skill was, but if one or two extra arms would make him stronger, then so be it. The man began to attack. The examiner easily dealt with the phantom hand. The boy began to attack again. The man answered him that it seemed he was exhausted from the charge, strengthening his hands. He asked if he thought it was okay to use his hands in his situation. The examiner wondered what was wrong with the child. This was the first time he had come face to face with such a person. The boy said he was really glad to hear that, and now they should continue. The man said there was no point in continuing the exam. It was the first time he could remember destroying an exam area so badly during an exam. We'll have to request another site for the next classes. The guy started apologizing and said he couldn't hold back because of anger. He thought that no matter how it looked now, he had seriously screwed up. His words had made him so angry that he wanted to win at any cost. The man replied that he understood perfectly well that he was angry because of his words, so he passed. The certificate confirms that the exam has been passed. The guy said that he was arrogant towards him. The examiner replied that they should leave it between them. The girl congratulated him, and he asked if she was angry. She said she was angry because the boy used his skill. He promised he wouldn't use it. She felt his aura even there. The boy apologized. Even though I know it's just an exam, the boy couldn't just let someone speak ill of his time with the knights. The girl said he shouldn't have used his skill. This skill can't just be shown to the first person he meets. He said that he had seriously injured the examiner. The girl said that the academy had a very experienced healer, so he was always prepared for the outcome. In addition, the examiners were experienced retired adventurers, so they were very resilient. An incident of such magnitude would definitely reach the soul of the king, so he was asked to be careful. The man said they should stop there. The boy asked for forgiveness. The girl said he shouldn't be so mean. He said that they hadn't advertised it before, but the boy was already 7 years old. He should start getting used to it and behave like a crown prince. So he planned to send him to practice in a port city. This will be his first job as crown prince. He was surprised that the ships were big. The girl replied that this was the key to national defense. It is a port city, which is one of the 3 largest cities in the country. In the morning, the market is full of fishermen returning from fishing, and a little further is the seaport. There is equipment there, the city square. Since his mother has signed a contract for the supply of magic stones, he goes to see what magic stones have been brought. The man asked to be allowed to show him the magic stones before they were processed. The boy thought it was magic, and he still doesn't understand how the girl does it. The magic stone looked like a lump of salt. The man said that public affairs could be concluded for today. The boy said that it was very interesting and thanked him. They told him that if they had time before they went home, he would like to see a souvenir for his mother. At that time, his mother was upset because she could not go with him because of his social engagements. But when she looked at his letter, she let him go. It was decided that the guy would have an important meeting today. The man suggested that they take a rest before going to the city. He offered to rent him a room. The boy said that he wanted to rest on the pier, watching the sea. The girl said she couldn't allow it no matter how safe the port was, it was still dangerous. The old man asked her to calm down. She was asked to wear the earth-red stone. It was extracted from a dragon and has the ability to protect its owner. It was warm and sunny outside. If the boy had not been a prince, he would not have got there. He thought that the prince had not been announced yet, so maybe this was the last chance. He lay down among the wooden boxes. The girl asked what he would say when he woke up. The guy said he was glad to see Klein. She was surprised to hear that he was from the royal family. The boy said that he was surprised too. The girl said that she learned that he had gone to another continent and thought that she would never be able to meet him again. He asked her if she had come alone. Klein said that he had come with his grandfather and several servants. She pointed to the Archduke, saying that he was a good man. The girl said that his grandfather was so old that he had handed over all his affairs to his father. Since the great count was going to a country with which diplomatic relations had been severed, they had to do so. He apologized. Klein said that there was no need to apologize. Chris was free. She said that the king had taken over all the remaining work. The guy said that he wanted to introduce Chris to the girl. She said she would forgive him just this once. They were going to the city, and she asked if the girl wanted to join them. Kleina approached the crown prince and asked to be allowed to accompany him. He said that it was a great honor for him. The girl thanked her mother for her hospitality. The woman said that she had gotten out of the habit of being the tuck-in princess. Cloyne turned to Olivia and said she wanted to talk to her. She said that it was just them there and there was no room for secrets. The girl went to the country only because of this, but Olivia's question made her think. Cloyne said she hadn't yet thought about what the future held for her. The woman asked if she wanted to spend the rest of her life in their country. The girl replied that she was ready to take such a step, since she had already left the August mansion. Olivia said that it was wonderful. The girl will go to school next spring. She and the main character will be in different schools. The woman said she would prepare a place for Klein to shine like a precious stone. She would be the best and a jewel that everyone would aspire to. Everyone would shake their heads, unable to say anything. To polish her skills, she asked if she could agree to help her in this matter. The girl replied that she would be happy to do so. The maid asked the protagonist not to overdo it. Today's study was completed. The girl crept up unnoticed, and the protagonist was surprised by this. She said that she had just finished her business. He answered that he would talk to her if he could. The boy was planning to throw a party to celebrate his mother's return soon. The girl said that the king had invited her and her grandfather as guests. The boy asked the girl if she was going to bed. She said she was going to take a bath. Cloyne suggested that they go together. The guy was surprised and began to refuse. The girl said she had to go away for a while. That's why she was late. He said it was okay and she looked great in that dress. The party was good and the girl was amazed ever since she arrived in the country. The stand with the magic stone looked great. It integrated into their daily life. Cloyne said he was worried because there was nothing like this in her country. He told her it was okay, as long as she didn't touch it, everything would be fine. Since he hadn't been declared a prince yet, this was his first party like this. He said he would announce it in the spring before they went to school. The girl said I should think about it. The boy said he looked up to the king. The men were talking among themselves and did not understand why the people on the other side were at the party. The girl distracted the guy and said that she would like to continue enjoying the party. She said that there were delicious dishes there, and she would bring them to him. A man came up to the boy and asked where the girl was. He replied that she had gone to get food. The old man asked him to enjoy himself. The king was alarmed by the situation in the country. One of the guests began to attack Klein. The man said that some cruel aristocrats were present at the party. The guy blocked the girl and asked what they wanted from his guest. He said the boy interrupted him. The man said he didn't know who the boy was, and if he loved and thought about the country, he knew that they aristocrats hate people from another country. Of course, they can't repeat what Olivia did because they are savages and nothing more. The protagonist replied that if they hate people from another country, then he is ready to listen to all their complaints. He said that they were probably unhappy that the prince was treated badly in the country. The man asked not to irritate him. The guy asked everyone for forgiveness for his weakness, but now everything has changed. The boy said that he had the power to defeat demons. He asks who thinks the country's pride is weak. The guy announces to everyone, like the last prince, that he will become a king who can lead the country to prosperity, like a king. On that day, he actually became the crown prince of the country. The girl said that the boy had done a good job. He thanked her. The king said that it was too sudden for him, but he was glad that everything went smoothly. The man said that the nobles highly appreciated the main character. He thinks that this incident at the reception will be widely spread. The ruler said that in another situation he would punish him, but he had to endure a lot. The speech that the guy gave is the speech that the one king gave. The king was very surprised, because he had never told him about her. The old man said that Lady Klein was doing her best. At this rate, she would be enrolled in the girls' academy next spring. He suggested that she become highly educated in every aspect of science, like a queen, and become a princess who can influence many people. The woman asked if they had checked their luggage yet. They answered yes. They will go to different academies. The girl said that they should do everything in your power. The woman suggested going to the academic district to accompany the hero. Chris said there would be a stir if Olivia showed up in a crowded place. The woman said she was very worried about her son. The girl said it was time for them to leave. Mom told him to be careful. She told him to enjoy his school life. The guy said there were more people there than when they took the exam. He couldn't imagine having to go through that place every day. The girl said that the only hard part was the crowded road. From today onwards, the boy will attend this academy. While he is at the academy, he will be guarded by another person. He bowed his head before the prince and said that it was a great honor for him to meet him. His name was Dil Galatia. He was the son of Lloyd and Marche. He may be a novice knight, but he has long surpassed his peers. The girl is confident that Dil will be able to protect him on the academy grounds. The boy was surprised that they were married. The girl replied that they both served in the castle. The boy replied that he had no idea about it. Dil said he was very grateful to be chosen as his bodyguard. The guy replied that he was very pleased too. The girl said that a guy should not be formal and should not be shy when communicating with Dil. The boy said that if he was always there to protect him, then he could call him by his name. The guy said he had to refuse him because he was just a bodyguard. The girl replied that she would wait for him there while he was at class. The protagonist wondered if he was really that hopeless to cause so much trouble. He asked his guard if he remembered correctly that the academy had no reception for new arrivals. He was told that the class would end at noon, so he would give him a tour after lunch. The guy said that the hero needs to go to first grade. There was a huge door in front of them. He asked why it was so different from the other classes. They told him that only the students with the best grades studied there. This is a place for those whose abilities will be used for the good of the country in the future, regardless of their origin. The guy said that in that case, he would try his best. He didn't understand how to open the door because there were no handles. Since there are very few students there, he needs to get along with everyone, otherwise everything will be lost. The professor came in and introduced himself. He said that he worked there as a magical engineer and would also be their class teacher. He was not originally supposed to be the class teacher, but since one of the teachers retired, he agreed. Since the class was special, he expected something from them. The man said that they should show the best results, and with that they can be free. He said that as long as they were producing results, they could skip classes, but they would still need to take tests every 6 months. If they needed anything, they should just ask the teachers or the academy staff. The boy asked if it was okay that they were given so much freedom. The boy said it was nice to meet you. He was taking the test to become a magical engineer. He replied that he was taking a fencing test. Werewolf was surprised by this. This examiner of the Fectivel test may be retired, but he has a lot of experience as an adventurer. And rumor has it that the examiner defeated him and even destroyed part of the arena itself. Dude, because it's not good. Now they'll think of him as a guy who can get mad when he's not in the mood. He said they might laugh at him, but then with the examiner he gave 100%. Dill entered the room. Werewolf said that he was the son of the Grand Marshal. Dill turned to the guy and said that he had forgotten that the free education system had been introduced in the year. He offered to show him the academy. The boy turned to Roland again. He said that his guard was going to show him around the academy and asked if he wanted to join. He replied that he had to finish some paperwork, so he wouldn't be able to go. Dill showed him all the important places in the academy that he needed to know about. The guy thanked him and said that there were many interesting places there. The guard said that sometimes he would not be able to accompany him, but would do everything possible to minimize the amount of time. The boy said that there was no need to do this, and he could not choose his personal time. He asked what kind of girls the guy likes. The guy thought that this was the easiest way to get closer to a person, even if it was a person. Like, how are you? He was sure that they could get closer. The guard asked why he was asking about it. The guy answered that he needed to know the person who was accompanying him better. He said that he dreamed of a summer that would be stronger than him. The protagonist thought about Chris. He said he needed someone who was about the same height as his father, and that this person should be well built. Dill said that his friends always laugh at him when he talks about it. They are also sure that it is impossible to find such a person, so such words made him very happy. The main character invited him to have lunch with him. He said that he would keep an eye on the situation around him, so that he could enjoy his lunch in peace. The girls approached the heroine and asked her to go for a walk with her brothers. Klein replied that she was grateful for the invitation, but that she was from a common family and could not have relations with the nobility. She was told that this was not true at all. She said that she really appreciated it, but if she got into trouble, then the Prime Minister would be responsible for it. The girls started apologizing to her. The knights examined the door and said that it was made so that it could not be opened without the proper magical device. They do not know who could have done this. The man asked to send a message to the castle and immediately bring him a list of the knights who were there. The escapee was a former adventurer. He is a serial killer who has killed countless people for money. The guard asked the prince if he had any complaints. He replied that everything was fine, but that since he started his free time, sometimes he thought that he should learn something. The protagonist asked about the teacher. He was told that this matter could not be told in public. That person had problems with his ideals and actions, so he was fired. In the past, he was involved in several criminal cases against commoners that went against the academy's regulations. The guard also helped a little in the check, but he was a man who did not have even a fraction of the noble dignity. The boy asked where this man was now. He was told that he was sent to the knight's place to watch over the well-being of the knights. Dill said he thought he deserved the punishment. The protagonist said that he is a member of the royal family, but he still thinks that it is wrong to use his status to humiliate and use other people. He thinks that in the future, he will not do anything like that. The guy suggested talking to him less formally. Dill replied that he was his bodyguard, so he couldn't afford that. Chris turned to the hero and said that she had some business with the guards and asked to leave him for a second. He agreed. She thanked him and said that she would be back soon and asked to stay put. The men approached the girls and said that it was dangerous to walk around without bodyguards. They were polite enough to provide the service of bodyguards. The guy defended the girls and told them to leave. The men turned to him and asked what he was doing. One of them decided to teach him a lesson. However, the boy dodged the attack. The men said he was wearing a Royal Academy uniform. The boy replied that he was very sorry. The protagonist defeated the men. Chris said that his actions were commendable, but he should have warned her first. She said that since he understood, then it was okay, and asked why he always created problems for her. He replied that he just couldn't stand by and watch them try to hurt her. The hero's mother said that she was very worried about his actions this time. Chris turned to the girl and asked her to scold him too. She replied that it was possible. She thought it was cool. In front of the boy was a dagger as dark as darkness. He was told that he was a crowned prince, so he should take care of his appearance. They asked him to try holding it in his hands. The boy thanked his grandmother for giving him the incredible dagger. The hero said that he got the dagger from his grandmother. The girl said that it suited him very well. The guy thanked her. They talked about the cursed magic stone that the hero bought in the store. He asked if she had found out anything about him. The princess said that she could not analyze him. The guy suggested checking the royal library. The girl replied that she had read all the books about magic stones. She said she had a very hot-tempered nephew. He was told he couldn't resort to bad action. He said he was sorry. The girl suggested trying to suck the stone. The boy asked if she had called him for this. He was told that it would be fine if he just touched it a little. If something happened, they could just seal the room completely and destroy the magic stone. The boy said that he was the one who brought the stone, so he could at least try it. The magic stone turned to him, looking for what it found. The girls were surprised by the voice. They asked to put it back in the magic stone. The princess said that he didn't need to use phantom hands and just put the stone back. The hero's body was heavy. He was told that it was because he was using phantom hands. The guy was very surprised. The girl was outraged that he had absorbed more than she had told him. He said that was not true. This generally only happens between unique stones. Although even beings with magical stones inside them have a connection with other beings while they are alive. In the past, people have witnessed a surge of power that erupted when two stones were placed close to each other. The cursed magic stone that the prince bought was not just a coincidence. The princess said that Chris would get angry. The girl tried to stop her and said that the room was a little messy. She said they were making noise again. The princess asked what she had in the box. The girl said that it had a gorgeous cover and it must be worth a lot. Klein asked what kind of book it might be. This book is written by a famous elf who has dedicated his life to writing about subjects. It is written in an ancient elven problem language, and the most offensive thing is that few elves can read it. The princess does not think that Krissa lived in the capital and is unlikely to know. The man in the portrait may be a Dullahan. He looks somewhat like the main character. Chris saw the book that was in the package. She began to study it. The protagonist read about a campus competition. The werewolf said it was an annual event to help improve relationships. Academies on campus. The guy asked what their class was going to participate in, to which he was told they weren't. As for the Royal Academy, Class 1 and 2 have a big gap in abilities compared to other students in their age. The class hour ended and the hero decided to practice. The man asked if the protagonist had warmed up and if he had put on his armor correctly. He said that he knew that the boy was aware of this, and although the summoned monsters were not capable of killing him, their attacks were capable of releasing a shockwave that could knock out an opponent. The man was indignant that no one should go at the red bison with bare hands. The guy said that sometimes you have to go head on. He said the training was a bit grueling. The guy said he wouldn't be able to participate in the campus competition. The girl said it looked like he would be competing in a public match against the winner of the fencing competition. The girl said that now that she thought about it, it was somewhere there, the place where she had recently been saved by the crowned prince. Chris turned to the hero. The girl was soon told that since Kleena visited the palace quite often, could she tell them stories about the prince? She replied that the guy can be quite problematic, but he is the type of person who takes care of everyone. The girl cannot express how happy she is that she can stay with the prince. They replied that, as expected of a prince, he was indeed noble. Chris asked if he was so embarrassed that she could stop it. The guy replied that he needed to have the courage to deal with it. He approached the girl and asked her to stop. Everyone was surprised that the prince was there. The girl asked him to let her express her gratitude for saving her. The boy replied that he had not done much. The protagonist asked the girl if she was going to the castle. She said she had homework to do. There. The guy suggested she should go together. In the center of the field is a huge coliseum, over which a roar is heard. The host announces the participants. The knights fight each other. The dark-haired boy marvels at the size of the arena. He wonders if a castle could fit in there. The prince's companion bows and tells him that he must leave. The prince replies that he will cheer for his servant at the fencing competition. The prince asks Dill how he got nervous. Dill is surprised. The prince smiles and says it's obvious. The servant is ashamed. The prince says he feels better when he sees his bodyguard is agitated. When Deal asks, he says he doesn't mind being called by his first name. The bodyguard refuses because he is just a servant. The prince says he will try to persuade the bodyguard next time, but he says his answer will not change and leaves. The prince is surprised to see the servant so open. The girl with the sword is glad that the prince and his bodyguard are getting along. The prince is dejected that the servant does not want to call him by name. The girl offers to take the prince to his place. The boy asks if they can go to the academy first. The prince says that he forgot his grandfather's pen in the classroom. The girl says that there is still a lot of time before the performance and she can go with him. The guy refuses and leaves, promising to return soon. The prince heads for the doors. He thinks he's taken the long way to class and that the academy seems big when there's no one inside. Suddenly, he becomes wary and stops. He looks towards the fountain. The prince is surprised by the strange smell, which seems to combine many different ones. He assumes that the smell comes from the cafe. Someone rustles in the bushes, attracting the prince's attention. The vampire pins the tied-up werewolf to the ground and asks if he has the day off. The vampire sighs, calling him a pain in the ass. The werewolf is scared. He says that he forgot his things in the classroom and does not understand why he is tied up. The vampire promises to let him go, and the werewolf breathes a sigh of relief. The vampire smirks. The vampire says he has changed his mind and is going to take the werewolf with him as loot from the mission. He grabs the werewolf by the neck. The vampire says he is a vampire, says he hasn't drunk blood in a long time, but now he will definitely be full. He is interested in what werewolf blood tastes like. He asks if the werewolf himself is interested in this. The vampire says that he can drink all the blood of the werewolf and kill him with it. He continues to hold the tied-up werewolf and starts laughing loudly. The prince enters and asks if the vampire is the reason for the atmosphere at the academy. He turns to the vampire, frowns and asks menacingly what he is doing to his friend. The man frowns, still squeezing the werewolf's neck, and asks what happened to the guys outside. The prince replies that they tried to attack him and he knocked them out. He demands that his friend be released immediately. The vampire is surprised that his minions were knocked out by a child. He sighs, still holding the werewolf by the neck, and says that he does not like trouble. The vampire is furious. His eyes are wide with anger. He clenches his clawed hand. He screams that the prince is causing him problems and it really pisses him off. The prince frowns and says there will be no problem if the vampire surrenders. The man asks if the prince thinks he is an idiot and says he will not return to prison. The prince grips the hilt of the dagger. The prince jumps up and shouts that he will catch the vampire himself in that case. The prince wounds the vampire, who releases the werewolf from his hands. The prince catches his frightened friend. The vampire lands on the pedestal, exhales and says that the prince is fast. The prince looks at him. The prince frowns and asks the vampire what exactly he was planning to do at the academy. The werewolf lies tied up on the floor, breathing in fear. The man replies that he was hired by a noble gentleman and given a task. When the prince asks about the gentleman, the vampire replies that it is time for him to leave. The vampire screams that it will be bad if he gets caught after all this. He throws his bandaged hand up. A spherical object appears in his hand. The vampire throws a bomb. Smoke fills the room. The vampire says that he used to be a traveler and learned not to care who his opponent is. The vampire kicks the prince hard in the stomach. He doesn't care that his opponent is just a child. The prince cringes in pain. The prince jumps aside. The vampire is completely surrounded by a smokescreen. The prince says that he is used to fighting, he can't see anything, and he will simply lose if this is not stopped. The boy remembers the girl's words about not showing off his power thoughtlessly. The prince mentally agrees that it could be dangerous, but the vampire hurt his friend. The vampire rushes at the prince with his sword, promising to cut off his head and drink his blood. Suddenly, he gets hit in the face and is surprised. A long black phantom arm emerges from the enraged prince's back. The prince strikes again, shattering the wall into pieces. The wall collapses, the debris falls to the floor. The hall is covered in dust. The vampire, who jumped far away from the prince, looks at him in amazement. The prince frowns and approaches the vampire, saying that he did terrible things to Ronaldo and now the prince must catch him. The vampire says that there is no need to be overconfident just because the prince was able to hit him. The vampire grabs a huge boulder and throws it at the prince. The man, sarcastically, asks if it is okay to talk so rudely to adults. The prince repels the attack, smashing the stone into pieces. The boulder shatters into pieces. Suddenly, a vampire appears and screams that he does not need the prince's blood. The vampire is furious and about to kill the prince. Suddenly, something stops the man. A second phantom hand grabs the vampire's hand holding the sword. The vampire is surprised. Phantom hands deal the vampire many strong blows. The man screams in pain. The vampire asks himself in confusion, surprised by the boy's strength. He says that everything is problematic. The defeated vampire lies on the floor of the hall. Phantom hands are directed towards him. At the will of the prince, the hands slowly disappear. The prince breathes deeply, tiredly. The prince wakes Roland. The werewolf screams in fear about what happened to the man, meaning the vampire. The prince smiles and says he just knocked him out. The boy is glad his friend was unconscious. The boys discuss who the vampire's target might be. The prince remembers the vampire's words about being hired and having to do some work. The boy remembers the servant's strange words about a man being fired because of past problems and the smell outside. He begins to guess. The prince asks the werewolf to get out and bring a girl named Chris to the cafe. Roland doesn't understand anything. He calls the prince, but the boy is already running away. The prince runs to the river. He asks the man sitting there if he is sure he can sit in the cafe freely, calling him his former teacher, the wolf Magnus. The former teacher is surprised that the prince was able to catch him on their first meeting. The prince says that it was his guess and that there was no one else to hire a vampire for the job. The former teacher dodges the prince's question about the approaching scent. The prince points his hand towards the lake. He says that there are magic stones in the lake. He guesses what the former teacher might want. Bubbles form in the lake. An explosive device sparkles in the lake. The prince assumes that the former teacher used the stones to create a weapon to blow everything up. Magnus smiles evilly. The prince says that his friend does this all the time and the prince takes advantage of it. The former teacher is amazed at the prince's intelligence. He asks the boy if he thinks the academy and the government are rotten. The former teacher believes that they are raising terrible people, so there are no boundaries between them and people like the teacher. He asks if the prince can protect everything on his own, and suggests that he announce it loudly and to everyone. The former teacher suggests telling his father, brother, and everyone connected to the academy who is the worst. The man wants to raise his son according to his ideals. The prince says that the teacher is also involved in the affairs. He is sorry to say the following words. The prince says he loves Ishtalika and the academy, and he is going to stop Magnus. The prince draws a dagger. The teacher assumes that the prince is ashamed of his misunderstanding. He says that the ringing brings him luck. Magnus says that the power of the explosion will be equal to the power of the stones, and asks the prince what will happen if so many stones explode. He says that the academy will simply blow up. The teacher says that the device will soon start working and no one can stop it. The prince is horrified. The former teacher throws up his hands and promises to destroy everything and build a new Ishtalika. He shouts that this will be a historic moment. The prince realizes that Magnus is planning a coup and that the explosion must be prevented to save the townspeople. The teacher agrees with the prince's assumption and says that through his efforts, Ishtalika will acquire a new righteous form. The prince asks what Master Magnus means and rushes at the man with a dagger, shouting that he is mistaken. The former teacher smiles madly, dodges the blow and throws small balls. There are multiple explosions. The prince covers his face and jumps back. He thinks it might have been a shockwave, a magical weapon. The boy screams at the teacher that he will be caught in the blast if he stays. He asks if the man wants to commit suicide this way. The teacher replies that he will not die. Former teacher Magnus explains to the prince that the magic stones he wears will protect his body from the explosion. The teacher is going to watch the Ishtalika revolution from a special place. The prince lunges at his former teacher with a dagger. Magnus gestures with his hands, intending to use the magic stones, but the prince cuts the chain of stones. Once again, multiple small explosions are heard caused by the magical stones. The prince attacks again, shouting that without the stones, the teacher will not be able to defend himself and asks Magnus to surrender. The teacher asks the prince to wait, saying that there is still much to do and is going to use the magic stones again. The prince knocks the magic tools out of the teacher's hand and rushes at him. The prince strikes his former teacher with the hilt of his dagger. The man bends over in pain. He cries out in surprise, asking why the prince is so strong. The boy replies that Magnus's wish did not come true. Former teacher Magnus lies on the floor, arms outstretched. He is defeated. The prince approaches him and ties him up. The prince begins to take off his clothes. He needs to hurry. The former teacher asks if he is going to defuse the bomb, because if the boy does something wrong, the explosion will go off sooner. The prince dives. The boy swims to the bottom in search of the bomb. He finds a huge construction of 2 blocks. The bomb sparkles brightly. The device looks like it can't be disarmed. But if the magic stones are an energy resource, then with the boy's abilities, everything might work out. The prince holds his breath and places his hand on the magical stones located on the explosive device. The light from the bomb becomes brighter. The boy is confused by the taste of the stones. They look delicious separately, but when mixed, they are terrible. The glow disappears. The prince is managed. The boy emerges from the water. The prince lies on the ground, greedily inhaling air. Chris and the guards run to him. The girl asks if everything is okay. The boy replies that everything is fine, it's just that the stones have exhausted him. The guards grab Magnus's former teacher. The former teacher says the boy was able to defuse the bomb, as expected of a crowned prince. He is led by the guards. Magnus breathes heavily. The girl calls Magnus annoying and asks the guards to take him away. Chris asks the prince to tell her everything. The boy replies that the teacher has set up a bomb to blow everything up. The prince thinks about the wolf's words. Planting a bomb in the academy would not have achieved the goal. If the teacher really wanted to destroy everything, it would be better to destroy the people. And today is the day when people gathered in one place because of the competition. Ain thinks about Chris's words about the king and prince waiting for him. He also remembers his dialogue with the servant. The boy promised to cheer for him at the competition. The prince guesses that the wolf has planted more than one bomb. He looks furiously at the teacher leaving with the guards. A smirk appears on Magnus's face. Former teacher Magnus turns around sharply and shouts to the prince that such a guess was expected from the crown prince, but he can no longer do anything. Chris angrily asks where the other bombs are. Magnus laughs hysterically. The prince thinks the bombs are in the arena. Chris asks him to run away, but she wants to stay. The prince resists, because he is the only one who can defuse the bomb. The boy says that if he runs away alone, his grandfather, Lloyd, Dill, Klon, and other people might get hurt. Chris looks at the boy with fear and says that he will also put his life in danger and go with the prince. The girl asks him to hurry. A battle is unfolding in the arena. A swordsman with dark hair strikes his fair-haired opponent, and the host awards him a point. The man raises his sword. The king wonders how these two can get a point. His guard does not like Dill's behavior. The king asks if Dill's opponent is his friend, and says that forcing them to fight was unfair. The prince's servant is trying to catch his breath after the fight. He looks at the arena, where the prince should be sitting. But 2 of the 4 chairs are empty. The servant looks for the prince in the arena, but he is nowhere to be found. The man remembers his words that he would root for him. The man thinks that the prince is not the one who would break his word. The servant understands that something has happened. On the one hand, there is no need to worry, because Chris should be next to the prince. The host announces the round. The fight begins. The opponents cross swords. The servant frowns, clenches his teeth. He thinks about his master. People begin to gather near the arena. The villagers look at the running prince and Chris in surprise. There are too many people at the main gate. They need to move to the back. The prince doesn't know where they are. The boy asks about the back gate. Chris explains that the gate is no longer used because the station was built. There is a park by the gate and a bronze statue of the first king. Hearing this, the prince knows that this is the right place. The prince smells a strong odor and tells the girl that it comes from the bushes behind the bronze statue. There is an explosive device with huge stones. The bomb glows brightly. The prince covers his face with his hand. The bomb is about to explode. This is very bad. The explosion must not be allowed. Not now. Chris strikes, whirlwinds, rocks, and leaves fly around. The prince is thrown forward. The girl screams at the boy to do it. The boy rushes furiously towards the glowing giant stones. The bomb burns brighter and brighter. The prince must make it in time. He stretches out his hand. The fight continues in the arena. The dark-haired guy rushes at his opponent, asking why he is distracted at the beginning. The guy is anticipating his first victory. The dark-haired boy is preparing to defeat his opponent to become the strongest. But the servant is distracted by something again. He sees Chris and the prince. They are standing on the balcony and calling deal. The prince and the girl stand on a balcony surrounded by other spectators. The boy challenges Deal to win the fight. The servant says he will win this round. The dark-haired swordsman freezes in surprise. Dill strikes the dark-haired swordsman. He falls forward, arms outstretched. Dill leans on his left leg and lowers his sword. The king and his guard lean forward to get a better look at what is happening. The prince is happy for his servant. The girl next to the gray-bearded man freezes. Dila. The host announces Glacier as the winner. He is awarded a point. The audience rejoices. Loud applause is heard. The king and the man with the long beard smile. The girl sitting next to them claps for the winner. The servant and the prince walk towards each other. Dill is worried about the prince's appearance because he is covered in bruises. His clothes are wrinkled. The boy smiles. The river is surrounded by mountains. A long black shadow floats in the water. In Ishtalik, the palace, the roads, the houses of the residents are covered with snow. The light is on in the store. Some clothes are hanging on hangers. Others are neatly folded. The prince and two girls go shopping. As a reward for the events that happened with the wolf Magnus, the grandfather allowed the boy to leave. The boy and his companions are walking along the pavement. The prince is smiling contentedly, and the girl is looking at the winter city, walking alongside him. The prince is surprised by the amount of clothes he bought. Chris says that all the clothes suit him, but the boy is confused by the price. Ain is the crown prince. It is strange for him to wear cheap clothes. The boy shudders from the cold. The girls are worried that the prince is cold. The wind is quite strong. The girl in the dress asks if he has a scarf, and the boy replies that it would be nice to have one. Chris makes a note. The boys discuss how beautiful their town's harbor is, which is shaped like a crescent. Chris notices many reefs towards the open sea. Chris explains that when the country was found, the continent reached the reefs in the open sea, and the shape of the harbor was caused by monsters attacking. Ain and the girl look at Chris in fear. One must have a huge rank to do this, but only one monster that has a large size and the power to control the waves, the Sea King, could do this. Thunder and lightning surround the body of the giant sea dragon. The monster bares its teeth. The prince and the girl in the dress swallow nervously. The sea dragon is so huge that it was able to change the shape of the continent. Tens of thousands of people became its victims. This monster is second only to the demon lord in terms of the number of victims. The girl asks if the dragon was suppressed. Chris replies that it was, but once every 100 or 200 years it reappears. Chris looks into the distance and says that it would not be surprising if the sea monster appeared again in the near future. The girl clenches her fist in fear. Chris tries to calm the boys down, saying that they will be able to protect them, because research and technical capabilities have grown significantly since then. Chris apologizes for such a scary story, but the guys answer that it was important and nothing terrible happened. The prince asks where they would like to go, and the girl answers that she would go to the store. The girl winks at Chris, saying that she is also looking for something. Chris shyly replies that she is, and the boys go to the store. There are many pieces of jewelry on the shop windows, and new shoes are sparkling. The girl sighs in admiration. The prince's grandmother loves this shop. It has a wonderful atmosphere. The girls are going to look at the second floor. The prince stays on the first. The shop assistant smiles at the prince, standing with a towel over his arm. The boy is a little puzzled. He decides that he wants to buy something after all. Night falls on the city. A bright moon burns high in the sky. His Majesty raises his hand with a glass and shouts, "Hooray!" There's a celebration in the hall. The king laughs and says that today is a pleasant day. The prince notices this because his father has put in a lot of effort. Someone draws the prince's attention. A woman and a girl hand the boy boxes with bows. The woman gives him a pen with a coat of arms, and the girl gives him a silver bracelet. The prince thanks his mother Anne Klein. Then the woman asks where Chris is. The prince replies that he hasn't seen her. The mother calls Olivia a shy person and the prince doesn't understand anything. The girl sends the prince out onto the balcony. At the boy's puzzled look, the girl and the woman wink, saying that they have intuition. Ain goes out onto the balcony. It's snowing outside. Unexpectedly, Chris appears on the balcony. The girl is noticeably nervous and embarrassed. When the prince asks where Chris was, the girl replies that she was helping Masi with her things. But Masa is busy today, and the prince realizes that the girl is lying. The boy laughs, catching Chris in a lie. The girl trembles, blushes, clasps her hands in embarrassment, and turns to the prince. The girl squints in embarrassment, leans towards the prince, and puts a large scarf on him. She blushes deeply and cannot say a word. The prince asks if the girl has recently bought a scarf. Chris tries to come up with something to say, but she can't. The boy understands everything. The girl replies that she had never given gifts to anyone before. She was very excited and therefore hid all day. The boy laughs and says he was thinking the same thing. The girl asks him not to laugh as the boy hands her the necklace he bought in that store. The boy thanks the girl for taking care of him. He bought more jewelry for his mother and Klein, but he gave it to Chris first. The girl tries to refuse, but the prince insists that it is a gift from a crowned person, and it cannot be rejected. The girl agrees, and the boy promises to wear the scarf every day. Chris calls him dishonest, and the boy replies that he can't do otherwise around Chris. The girl admires the gift and smiles. The prince notices that her face is red. The girl replies that it is from the cold. The prince trains with bats. Something moves towards bats and he jumps high, striking it, instantly crushing the enemy. The boy praises his friend. Bats is pleased and notes his magnificent movement. Leonardo says that it is all thanks to the prince. An event at the academy sent 4 boys to an island near Ishtalika. A month ago, a teacher told him about the upcoming trip. The boy imagined a fun trip, but the teacher explained that this excursion would be different. The guys will have to split into groups and cross the island in 3 days, reaching the goal. There will also be monsters on the island, and the guys will have to get food and water on their own. They can't take magic weapons with them. The guys must split into teams themselves. The main rule is no more than 4 people. To have the lowest class of the academy, you need to survive. But this is not the hardest thing after what happened. Someone calls the prince. Bats, Roland, and Leonardo ask if the prince has a team, and if not, they invite him to join theirs. The boy agrees. Bats is very happy about this. The boys are walking through the forest. Bats is sure that the professor was just scaring them, and for such a strong group as theirs, no problems are scary. Dill asks the boy not to let his guard down, because monsters are not the only threat in the forest. Leonardo is worried about the kind-hearted reaction of their escort. Leonardo notes that it is late and that they need to set up camp. The prince does not object. Leonardo raises his right hand to the side and makes a triangular gesture. The prince notes his friend's excellent barrier-making skills. The boys are going to use the rabbit they caught as food. But they couldn't find clean water. All the springs were dirty. Roland suggests purifying the water with magical tools. Dill points out that they shouldn't have brought them to the island. But the boy smiles and says he'll purify the water right now. The boy suggests processing the magic stones that the monsters dropped and putting them in the water to cleanse it. The prince is hesitant but agrees. The stone purifies the water. Roland says he changed its density and added minerals. Bates admires the taste of such water. Leonardo calls his friend a genius. Dill says that tools are not made so easily, but Roland did it. The prince thinks that he and Bats will be the vanguard, protecting the group from monsters, while Roland and Leonardo will supply the rear. The boys smile happily. The prince thinks that they will make a great team. Bats, by the way, says that he found food on the way and takes out of the bag the tubers of some plant that seem poisonous. Leonardo says that these are fruits, but they look like some poisonous kind. The prince is going to check if there is poison in the fruits and wants to absorb it with his power. The prince places his hand on the striped fruit and is convinced that it does not contain poison. Roland exclaims in surprise that the prince can tell the difference. The prince remembers that he saw fruits in a book. They are not poisonous. The guys are happy that now they have more food. The guide smiles calmly. The team is about to start eating. A caught rabbit is roasting on the fire. Bats remarks that it looks delicious, and Roland calls his escort to the table. Dill refuses because he has his own portable food and asks not to worry about him. The boys try to persuade the knight. There is a lot of food. It would be a pity to throw something away, and they themselves cannot cope with such a quantity of meat. The boys smile, looking at Dil. Dil is embarrassed, but since the prince himself asks him, he agrees. The attendant offers the boys tea leaves from himself. Leonardo is concerned about this, as it seems to be a violation of the Academy's requirements. But Dil reassures him, saying that such events take place every year and the Academy can forgive such things. Betts is worried because they always followed the rules of the Academy. But Roland and the prince reassure him, saying that nothing bad will happen. They should enjoy their tea. Suddenly, the guys start discussing Leonardo's engagement. The boys ask their embarrassed friend to tell them about his chosen one. The guy refuses and the friends are jokingly upset about this. A group of students and their chaperone are sitting around a fire, chatting happily, eating the fruits they found and drinking the tea they were given. The fire is out. The second day of the expedition begins. The forest is covered with thick fog, and we must try very hard not to lose each other. The 4 students walk deeper into the forest. Roland feels as if the fog has only grown thicker. Leonardo notices that he can't even see his own feet. Bats asks the dog boy if he has any tools to clear the fog. He replies that he doesn't have the ingredients and that his friends probably have trained a lot for situations like this. Suddenly, the dog boy stumbles and starts to fall down. His friend's hand catches him in time. Roland hangs over a deep abyss. The prince manages to pull his friend out. He tries to catch his breath and thanks his savior. The prince asks Dil to be careful, because the fog is worse than it seems, but the escort is nowhere to be seen. The boys start calling the knight, trying to find out where he disappeared to. Suddenly, Bats notices something. Bats yells at the prince to stop. The boys suddenly understand something. The boys take out their swords. Bats worries because they could be late. The boys ask Roland and Leonardo does not leave them. A loud roar comes from the fog. Bats screams in fear at the monster in the fog. Monsters that look like huge, creepy butterflies fly out of the fog. These monsters definitely shouldn't be on the island. Dogboy and Leonardo are scared. Bats and the prince put their swords forward, ready to defend themselves and their friends. The trip takes a new turn. The boys look at a flock of huge butterfly monsters. They flap their wings very quickly, their eyes sparkling brightly in the fog. These are crow butterflies. They are no more dangerous than the red bison that Dil has already fought. But there are many of them, and that is their advantage. Roland is scared. The prince is going to use a illusionary move if the monsters get close, but it's not time yet. Bats warns his friend to beware of the monster's tail, which they use to paralyze their victims and lay eggs. He and the prince prepare to flee, covering their friends. The friends manage to escape the chase. They try to catch their breath. Bats says that it is dangerous to shout in such a situation. The prince replies that he was worried about Dylan. The boys decide that Dil is fine because he is the strongest student at the academy. They understand that there should not be monsters on the island. They also assume that Christina is somewhere on the island. But the prince replies that the girl left with his mother. The boys need to continue their journey because the fog is the territory of monsters, and the boys risk being discovered. They are already halfway there, and adults should appear soon. The prince wants to improve his skills in the 2 remaining days, and suggests setting out after a short rest. The friends do just that. They run through the forest, make their way over rocks, and the butterfly monsters follow them relentlessly. The heroes are very tired from the journey they have taken. The prince suggests stopping for a rest in a nearby cave. But Bats is confused by the gravel near the entrance. The gravel is purple and melting, which is a sign of miasma. There may be old magic or a monster in such a cave, which can be dangerous for the children. The poison of the miasma is not dangerous only for those people and monsters who are in the cave for the first time. The prince is surprised that the poison is also safe for monsters if they are in the cave for the first time. Bat's knowledge of monsters. His father constantly fights dangerous creatures and teaches Bats a lot. The boys stop to rest near a cave and set up a small camp. The prince is worried about Dil. It can't be that he simply lost sight of the boys and missed the monsters. The professor assured him that the trip was safe. The boy sits by the smoking fire and thinks. He reflects on the current situation. He finds the island strange. Suddenly, a strange noise from the bushes attracts the boy's attention. He turns around but sees nothing. and then a hunch comes to him. The prince wakes up the dog boy to share with him. Roland thinks it's time to change the guard, but the prince asks about the stone that collected dirt while the boys were cleaning the water. Roland says the stone can collect other things too. The prince asks to borrow the magic stone. He takes it in his hands and asks his friend to rest a little longer. The prince turns to the side and prepares to act. The giant butterfly monsters attack the friends again. The boys run away. The attack has been going on since morning. The monsters use their tails. The prince asks Leonardo if he has a minute. The prince asks his friend if his barrier can withstand poison. The barrier can only withstand poison if the poison is weak. The prince stops abruptly. Ain attracts the attention of the butterfly monsters and asks Leonardo to create a barrier. Bats does not understand what his friend wants, and Leonardo looks at the prince in confusion. The prince and Bats fight monsters. Leonardo prepares to create a barrier. After Bats' story, the prince gets an idea. When Bats is briefly distracted, a butterfly monster grabs him with its tail and wraps it around his body. The boy screams. The prince saves his friend by hitting the butterfly on the head. Bats falls and shakes, but he is okay. Leonardo apologizes for being slow, but in the end, the barrier is ready. The barrier does not let the butterfly monsters through any further. The boys hiding behind it try to catch their breath. Leonardo is glad he made it in time. The prince asks his friends to rest and drink some water. He takes the stone and moves to the edge of the barrier. He is going to destroy the monsters with it. Ain rushes into a flock of monster butterflies. The butterflies fly after him, and the boy throws a stone at them. His friends shout to him in concern. The prince throws a rock furiously. The rock lands in the center of a flock of monster butterflies, and there is a loud explosion. The butterflies fly away in fear. Clouds of dust surround everything. Butterfly monsters begin to fall to the ground. The friends look on excitedly. Clouds of dust begin to clear, and the prince's head appears. The boy gives his friends a thumbs up. They are surprised by his idea to use miasma to repel butterflies. The prince is resistant to the poison. Leonardo asks the prince never to do that again because he was very worried about his friend. The boys decide to move forward. Soon they realize that they have reached their goal. At the appointed place, the boys are met by Dill and Christina. The knight says that everything was arranged in advance and discussed with the boys' parents. This whole undertaking was needed to improve the boys' skills. Ain frowns and tells Dill that he was very worried about him, which surprises the boy. Dill says that it was all just for the guys. The boy promises to always be there if something happens to the boy. Dill swears that this will never happen again because he is the prince's escort. The boy says that he does not want to divide into bosses and subordinates and asks Dill to promise that he will not make him worry again. Dill agrees. Ain again asks to call him by his name instead of his status. Dill refuses because it would be disrespectful, but asks anyway. The knight puts his hand to his heart, smiles, and, calling the prince by name, asks him never to quarrel. The boy is surprised and embarrassed. The prince cries with joy. Chris and the boy's friends smile. The prince wipes away his tears and, taking his hand, says that he forgives Dalal. The trip is coming to an end. The boys are standing by the water and waiting for the ship. Chris says that it is time for them to go. They sail to the capital on a huge ship. The prince asks if Chris was at the battle site. The girl confirms, saying that she hid with magic. She is surprised when their eyes meet. The prince says that he smelled a familiar scent then, which confuses Chris. Suddenly, the ship starts shaking. A crew member runs in and reports that there is a monster overboard. A huge kraken appears in the water. Chris orders the cannons to be loaded. The kraken gets a through blow to the head. The prince sees giant fins and a huge jaw. A large funnel appears, sucking the kraken into it. Chris is shocked. The water is seething, and a huge dragon appears from it. It holds the defeated kraken in its teeth. The dragon's body writhes. The sea dragon lets out a deafening roar. Everyone is scared. Chris hugs the prince and demands to get everyone out while the monster is busy eating the kraken. The dragon ate the kraken. The monster was immediately reported to the capital. The dragon did not pursue the ship. The monster did not appear several months later. 6 months have passed since the appearance of the Sea King. The monster has not appeared again. The boys spent their time studying and doing official business. The boys say goodbye to the prince. Anu is 9 years old. Chris says that Fencing and Wallen are waiting for him at the castle. The prince asks to make a short detour, but Chris refuses and asks her to forgive him. She leans over to the prince and straightens his tie, saying that it is askew. The prince is embarrassed. The girl straightens the accessory and remains pleased with her work. The boy thanks her. Guards run up to Christina, and one of them whispers something in the girl's ear. Heichi nods and says that it's time for her to go, and the guards will see the prince out. Chris asks them not to go around and quickly runs away. The boy frowns. He doesn't understand anything. He demands answers from the girl. The guards bow to the prince. The guard explains that a monster of national disaster class has appeared, and Christina is needed there. The boy begins to guess. He asks where the king is, and is told that His Majesty is in the great conference hall. There are few knights in the hall, pale with fear. The boy understands that everything is serious. The prince bursts into the conference room, announcing that he has returned. The king and his advisors look at the boy. The boy asks what happened. The boy's mother is worried. The king asks not to interrupt the meeting, approaches his son and tells him that a sea dragon has appeared in the port city of Magna. The boy is outraged, because the last time the monster appeared was 6 months ago. The protective measures should have been better. The mother starts crying. The king says that there are 2 dragons. The boy remembers the dragon attack 6 months ago. He is shocked that there are 2 such monsters. The king says that he sent Chris to the scene of the attack because she is a good commander. If no action is taken, Magna will drown. The boy shouts that Chris alone is not enough, and more forces must be sent. The king replies that most of the army has left for the place, and Lloyd and his knights have remained in the castle for protection. The boy is scared. His legs are shaking. He still remembers the attack of the sea monster, but he wants to act. He turns to his grandfather, the king. The boy remembers the moments he spent with Chris, her gifts and words. He doesn't want to lose his friend. He thinks about the girl's bright smile. The boy firmly says that he will go to Magna and fight the sea dragon. Lloyd clenches his fists. The boy's mother clutches her heart. Grandfather is furious, calls Ain a fool. The counselors present in the hall are shocked by what they hear. Lloyd tries to explain to the boy that he is the crown prince and his body is no longer his. The boy insists on his own. He believes that in his place the first king would have done the same. The mother cannot let her son go on such a dangerous journey. The prince insistently asks to let him go with Chris to Magna. Everyone waits for the king's decision. He sits on the throne, sighs deeply, and says that he understands the boy. Lloyd suddenly hits the boy in the neck. His eyes close. The last thing he sees is his grandfather, who says that the boy thought they couldn't stop him. The king is embarrassed in front of the knight, but he says that it's his job. The mother snatches her son from the knight's arms and rebukes the father for using the bad action. The king orders the maid to take Olivia to her chambers and tells Lloyd to take the boy to his bedchamber. The maid takes the screaming Olivia away. Lloyd picks up the boy and carries him to the bedroom. He cannot be allowed to go on such a dangerous journey. Ain knocks on the door, calling for it to open. He is frustrated that he cannot use his phantom hands. Then the door would not be a problem. He grits his teeth, realizing that there are 2 sea dragons. Katma asks him to stop. Ketsi explains that there is a seal on the room that blocks magic. He understands the little prince's feelings, but he needs to pray for the well-being of Chris's expedition. While the prince prays for Chris to be well, a ghost appears in the room and asks him to look around the room more closely. The boy is struck by a guess. The prince remembers one of his battles. He gets up and goes to the table where the stone stands behind the glass. Ketsi screams that it is cursed. The prince regrets that he has to do this. Kadima tries to stop him, but to no avail. The prince touches the stone and phantom hands emerge from his back. Kadima is surprised that magical hands are working in the room with the seal. He says that the nature of the stone is unknown and tries to stop the prince, but he is paralyzed. The boy holding the stone is embraced by the ghost. He feels warmth and tenderness, like his mother. The ghost thanks and welcomes the prince. The prince absorbs the magic stone, which greatly shocks Kadima. The prince still feels sorry. Ketsi fears that the stone would get out of control as it once did. The prince raises his hand, points it towards the door, and says that everything is fine. The shards fly in all directions. Kadima is very scared. Ain broke the magic seal. Kadima does not give up trying to stop the prince and gets hit on the head with a shard. He asks the prince to wait as he leaves. Ain goes out the door where he is greeted by an unknown person. It turns out to be Klein. She asks the prince if he is leaving. He says yes. Klein asks if he will leave even if she asks him not to. The prince again agrees. The prince passes the girl by and promises to definitely return. The girl calls out to the boy, and when he turns around, she kisses him. The boy instantly and deeply blushes. The girl jumps back and the boy holds his cheek. Klein says it is a blessing from the goddess and wishes the boy a good trip. Klein asks the fleeing prince to return home safely. The boy runs down the corridor, but someone blocks his path. That someone turns out to be Lloyd. The man is surrounded by armed guards. He stands with his hands behind his back, looking straight at the boy. Lloyd asks where the boy is going. He says he just wants to go for a walk. There's a loud crash. The guards are scared. Lloyd looks up at the noise. The knight says he won't let the kingdom's greatest treasure go. Ain insists. Lloyd reaches for his sword. The boy lunges forward and stretches out his arms. Lloyd and the guards are unable to move. The restraining magic is strong. The knight understands that the boy has become stronger and cannot be stopped. He lets the prince go and asks him to remember the responsibility that lies on his shoulders. The boy turns and runs away. Lloyd sighs, then tenses his muscles, clenches his teeth and growls, closing his eyes. He can move again. Lloyd tells the knights that they will be able to move when the prince is far enough away. The knight bends down. The knight admits that the prince is an exceptional man. The boy runs out into the street and wonders what to do next when he is called. Dial leads the horse and offers the boy to ride with him. He understands that he cannot stop the boy, so he tries to help him. The knight says that he serves Ishtalika. But first and foremost, he is the prince's servant and would be honored if Ansama were the one to fire him. They gallop forward. Dill suggests going to White Rose Station, but unless they take the water train, the journey to Magna will be long. The king has ordered that the prince not be released, and Dill suggests another option. The prince has the power to issue a royal order. This will allow the ordinary order to be rewritten. The purpose will be discussed later, but if the use is deemed incorrect, the prince will be in trouble. The boy could be banished from the kingdom. Dill does not want to use this option and asks to think of something else. The prince agrees. The prince wants to use the command option because that's the only way they have a chance of starting the water train. Dill grits his teeth, and the boy thanks his friend for the idea. It's 5:20. The wheels start turning, the train starts moving. Dill and the prince are heading to Magna. The cannons roar loudly. The sea dragon rushes forward. The wounds do not cause him any significant damage. Chris shouts not to give up the position and says that the monster's stone is in his forehead. Chris inspires the soldiers to fight. Half of the army remains, and all they have achieved is to wound the monster. The dragons must be killed. One monster emerges and the soldiers prepare to attack. The dragon swims in the water. Suddenly, the monster emerges from the water and hangs high above the soldiers. Chris gives the order to shoot, and the cannons open fire. The shells hit the dragon in the head. The monster screams in pain. The monster is wounded in the eye, and the magic stone in its head was also hit. The sea dragon is defeated. The soldiers are happy that they were able to destroy the monster. But it is too early to relax, because there are two monsters and they need to be ready for an attack. Suddenly, the sea dragon attacks. It opens its mouth and seizes the battleship. The monster bites it in half and causes huge waves. The military ships begin to sink. Suddenly, in the middle of the sea, a strip of land appears, in the center of which lies a sea dragon. The dragon dies. The soldiers die with it. They're torn in half. Chris is amazed by the monster's abilities. And then she remembers the second dragon. Suddenly, a second dragon appears. It attacks from behind. Chris turns around. She wants to hear Ain's voice one last time. She calls the dragon to attack and activates her sword. Suddenly, a thick layer of fog covers the dragon. The girl is surprised. She does not understand where he is from. The fog clears, and the girl sees something that shocks her. Chris sees Ain and asks what he is. The boy explains that it is his skill, dense fog, that limits visibility. But the girl wants to know why the boy is here and asks him to return to the capital. The boy turns to Chris. The boy uses the power of the royal command, declaring that he will now fight the monster and asks for support. Chris is surprised. The boy demands that the girl obey the order, because refusal to do so is unacceptable. Chris thinks about the boy's gaze. She still resists. The prince gives Dil command of the ship, and he kneels. Suddenly, a sea dragon bursts in, and the boy screams that he is now his enemy. The sea dragon roars loudly. Numerous phantom arms grow from the prince's back. The prince points them at the monster. The hands grab the monster. The dragon attacks the ship, hitting it with its huge head. The knight on the ship groans and tries to defend himself. The boy fights the dragon. The knights try to stay on their feet. Chris says she never heard the boy plan to fight alone. The prince replies that he never said that. Phantom hands grabbed the dragon's jaw. The monster stopped. Chris is surprised that the prince could do this. The boy notes that the training with the red bison was not just a waste of time. A boy climbs onto the head of a sea monster using phantom hands. He plans to drink the magic stone using the sting of darkness. The stinger pierces the dragon's head. The monster roars in pain and begins to kick. Chris cries out in alarm. The dragon wriggles and dives into the water. The waves close in on him. The boy holds his breath as he enters the water. He expected this from a sea dragon. He feels no progress in absorbing the stone, but he does not intend to give up. The prince is gradually weakening. His air is running out. The strength of his phantom hands is leaving him. He is almost ready to give up, but he realizes that the power he needs is right in front of him, in the Dragonstone. The boy is going to turn the power of the Dragonstone he wants to absorb into his own. He absorbs more and more power. The dragon roars deafeningly. There is only a little power left to absorb. The monster tries to throw the boy off. It becomes harder for the prince to hold on. The boy detaches himself from the monster's head. He sees his pendant and remembers his family and friends. They look at him and smile. The boy clenches his teeth in rage. He looks at the dragon with anger. It is too early for him to die. He swings his dagger and calls out to the monster. The prince plunges the dagger into the sea monster's head where the magic stone is. The dragon freezes in pain. A sharp dagger breaks the stone. The boy's strength leaves him and he lets go of the weapon's handle. The wounded boy slowly floats to the surface. The dragon lets out a final scream. A roar is heard on the ships. Dil asks Chris if it could have been a sea dragon. But when he turns around, he doesn't find the girl. Only her armor. The townspeople on the shore rejoice. The wounded soldiers congratulate and hug each other. Chris, all wet from the water, smiles happily, hugging the unconscious prince tightly. He protected her. The ship sails to the capital. The prince is sitting on the bed and smiling contentedly. His hands are bandaged, and it seems that he will not be able to use them anymore. Dil and Chris are very shocked by this fact. The boy's arms are numb and he can't move them. Dil wants to do something. The boy realizes that he is lucky to be back alive. Chris draws the boy's attention to his chest. Volan's pendant is shattered. The stone is magical and only activates when its bearer's life is in danger. This means that On was very close to death. Chris falls to his knees and begins to cry. The prince's eyes widen. Chris gently takes the boy's hand and tearfully asks him not to do it again. The prince agrees and apologizes. Then he changes the subject, saying that the sea dragon stone was very tasty, similar to seafood. Chris is surprised, and Dil puts his hand to his face. The prince laughs. The guards come in and say that the ship has almost reached the capital. The girl asks if the boy can walk. He says that he can. Dil understands that he faces the death penalty for disobeying the king's order. But he was loyal to his prince, so he has nothing to regret. The guy is proud that he could help his prince even in small things. A carriage awaits the prince and his companions. The king's advisor asks them to follow him, although he understands that the boy is very tired. The prince and his friends arrive at the palace. The boy bows to the king and says that he has returned. His Majesty says that he has many questions for the boy, but leaves them for later. Now we must say that the boy has accomplished an incredible feat by defeating the sea dragon. The boy was able to defeat the dragon. whose body is worth more than the country's budget, saving the inhabitants of Magma and the rest of the military units. The king praises his grandson for his excellent work. However, the royal water train and the glacier family ship are almost destroyed. The king realizes that the boy did not act alone. Deal says that it was all him. Lloyd asks if Deal knows about his fate. He says that he is ready for it. The prince tries to defend his friend, saying that he used the royal family's orders to force the boy to cooperate. The boy asks to be punished and shuts up the protesting servant. Lloyd is confused. Marshall falls to his knees and asks to be punished because he, being a military man, could not stop the boy. Junior Glacier is surprised. The king sighs. The king calls everyone to stop the show. He understands that Deal could not disobey the order, and the prince performed a heroic deed, so he is not going to punish anyone seriously. But Aang is still sentenced to house arrest for 2 months. The king makes Lloyd his personal attendant and promotes Chris to marshal. The king is tired. The advisor reports that the boy relaxed too early because his mother and Klein will still punish him. Klein is standing on the balcony. Hearing footsteps, she turns around. There are tears in her eyes. She is glad that Aang has returned home because he promised and kept his word. The boy asks if she cried, to which the girl replies negatively. And then the girl suddenly hits the boy in the chest with her fist and starts crying even more. She wants him to go to Olivia immediately, because it is very important. The prince approaches the door and knocks with his phantom hand. He opens the door slightly, telling his mother that he has returned safely, but freezes on the threshold. The entire room is covered with tree trunks, stems, and flowers. The boy asks what it is, to which the mother replies that she was very worried about her son and asks not to look at him. The prince thinks that this is a feature of the dryads. The woman calms down because now everything is fine and her son is returned safe and sound. The woman clasps the boy's head in her hands, and the child begins to cry. He himself is surprised by this. The woman presses the boy to her chest. The woman says there is nothing to be afraid of anymore. The boy can let loose. There are only the two of them in the room, so the prince can cry. She hugs her son, who begins to sob loudly. He has done his duty and can afford it. Katima checks on the prince. Ketsi scolds his highness because he always does things his own way. The prince apologizes sheepishly. Sensitivity returns to his hands, and Aang can eat on his own. Chris is ready to come to the prince's aid and feed him. Katima calls her a fool. The cat asks the prince to show him the status card because the boy ate the cursed stone and the sea dragon stone. The prince takes out the card. The defense, agility, strength, mana and health indicators have increased significantly, which surprises Chris. This is obvious because the prince ate 2 national relics and is now developing at an abnormal rate. The prince is interested in his new skills. He received the sea current from the dragon, and the great dark magic was once possessed by the great demon Witch, according to Kadama. Chris explains that Witch had dark magic and that great dark magic could belong to the Elder Lich. The boys look at her wide-eyed in surprise and ask where she learned that. The girl says that the elven texts of Kadama's book seemed familiar to her, so she read them. The cat laments that the language expert was nearby all the time. His work is in vain. He asks the girl to read the book about the Elder Lich in Elven. It turns out that Dullahan was the husband of an Elder Lich, the owner of great dark magic. They supported the Demon King and helped him develop his lands. The prince realizes that he has absorbed the stone of Dullahan's wife. The dagger in the picture in the book looks like the prince's dagger. The Elder Lich created it from her core and gave it to her husband. The dagger's power was so great that it could be compared to the power of a demon. Kadama understands everything. The boy realizes that the dagger and the cursed stone were brought together by the power of Dullahan. The result is a magical stone of 2 lovers. The boy remembers the words he heard when he swallowed the stone. There is a knock at the door. Someone is asking for Chris. Crone enters the room and apologizes for interrupting their healing. Katima calms her down, saying that they are finished. The girl says that the boys need to go to the port with Lloyd. An envoy from the trading company has arrived there to supervise the cutting up of the dragon's carcass. An egg is found during the autopsy. The boys exclaim questioningly. The port is bustling with activity. Using special devices, body parts are being separated from the dragon. The representatives of the trading company are approached by Lloyd, the escort, Marshal Chris, and a squad of knights. The escort, marshal, and representative greet each other. The prince announces that he is here too. The merchant is not sure that what they have found are dragon eggs. He asks the military to follow him. Chris and Lloyd freeze in place. There are 2 dragon eggs. One of them begins to crack, and the marshal gives the order to take up arms. The knights raise their swords and prepare for battle. The attendant orders Chris to keep the prince away from the eggs. The girl obeys. The boy says that he knows everything. The second egg begins to crack. Instead of a shell, a small horn appears from the egg. 2 very small, cute dragons hatch from their eggs. They make a loud squeak. The marshal, the attendant, and the prince stand still in amazement. The baby dragons finally emerge from their eggs. They flounder and squeak. The prince asks if they are really going to be killed. The marshal answers in the affirmative, and the attendant takes out his sword. The dragon squeaks in his direction. The little ones tremble as Lloyd approaches. The prince disagrees. He leans toward the dragons and smiles at them. The attendant warns him to be careful. They are dragons after all. But the little ones seem happy to see him. The dragons hug the boy. He realized that since he had absorbed the magic stone, the dragons had mistaken him for their dad. The guards, Chris and Lloyd, gaped. The prince asks the attendant if he can kill the dragons. He answers affirmatively. Having made sure that both Dill and even the castle guards can handle the little ones, the prince asks for time. He wants to keep the dragons for himself. The prince and Klein smile as they play with the baby dragons. Ain tries to feed the baby dragons. Klein stands nearby and laughs. The boys are sitting between the bushes in the castle courtyard. The little dragons are happily devouring the offered pieces of meat. The prince is delighted that they have such a good appetite. The boy had to argue with his grandfather for a long time to get permission to keep them. The king agrees, and the prince comes up with names for them, calling his sister El and her brother Al. Klein is touched by the little dragons. Cloyne holds the dragons with one hand and holds out a piece of meat to them with the other. The boy looks at the girl, and when she notices, she becomes embarrassed and says that nothing happened. The girl hands the prince a magic stone, thinking that he is simply hungry from watching the dragons eat. The prince takes it and is pleased with the delicious sweet and sour stone. At night, Ain sits in the hall with his mother and grandfather. The woman combs his hair, asking about the condition of his hand. The boy assures her that everything is fine. He has already had fencing training and can comb his hair himself. The mother refuses. The woman wants to comb her son's hair herself. The king laughs because no one can argue with Olivia. His Majesty announces that the boy's arrest will soon be over and he will be assigned an official task. The king is going to send the prince to Euro to make a deal about sea crystals which are needed to operate the technology. The king's visit will be big news, so he asks the crown prince. Grandfather is going to send a guard with the prince, led by Chris, Deal, and Warren as a trade representative. He is afraid that the boy will act rashly, but the prince tries to dissuade him. The woman giggles. The boy can't wait to see Euro. Kadima is sitting in the office, reading a book, and nearby, Marshal Chris is fast asleep. Katima holds a page in his hands. He reads about a girl named Arshi. She is considered the mistress of demons and the nightmare of envy. Kadima doesn't think the girl is like a heartless demon. He reads about a powerful girl and how in the end she, Doulahan, and his wife were defeated. But then 2 of his confidants become suspicious. Doulahan and his wife did everything to protect the people, tried to delay the battle. They were ready to face death. It is worth mentioning another close associate of the Demon Lord. It was the Red Fox. Before her appearance, the Demon Lord was not so warlike. This mysterious woman liked to transform into humans and have fun. She is believed to have provoked the Demon Lord's wrath. Ketsi remembers that someone with that name is revered in Euro. Chris suddenly wakes up and scares Kadima. She apologizes, and Kadima suggests that she rest at home. Ketsi asks the marshal where they are going on a business trip. The girl replies that she and Ain are going to Euro. Kadima wants everything to go well. In an arena in the neutral trading city of Bardiand, loud cheers are heard as spectators cheer for their favorites. The mustachioed man strikes his opponent. He raises his arms with the sword, makes a swing, but the opponent skillfully dodges. The man with the long ponytail notes that his opponent has become stronger. He notes that these words sound like mockery. Edward says that his decrepit body will have a hard time winning. Edward begins to spin his spear rapidly. It moves quickly, appearing in several places at once. The man jumps sharply and delivers a strong blow to his opponent. The mustached man starts coughing. Edward of Euro is declared the winner. He extends his hand to his opponent, and his opponent says that he always wonders how to beat him. The son of the defeated knight screams in anger as he watches the fight from the balcony. He promises his mother that he will one day avenge his father. The woman says she will wait for this. The woman tells her enraged son that he is chosen and has the power of a holy knight. His bride Shannon will help him. At night, a man runs into the castle, punches the door, and says that he has not found the girl. The man in the tailcoat asks the prince to calm down because the report should arrive soon. The prince does not calm down. He is agitated because he knows nothing about Crone. He asks why his interlocutor is calm, because it is about his father and daughter. The minister kneels and says that he must hold on and show strength. He remembers a conversation with his father about how it would be better for Crone to stay in Ishtalik. He is surprised that the girl became attached to the prince after one meeting. The minister remembers how Crone asked him and his father to let her go to Ain. He mentally apologizes to Prince Tiger's feelings. A guard bursts into the room and announces that they have tracked down a carriage that may contain the minister's father and daughter. The prince urges him to rejoice because the man will soon meet his loved ones. The minister kneels again and promises to make the father and daughter thank Prince Tiger when they return. Prince Tiger laughs and says he wants to marry Crone. The minister says he will. A pleased Prince Tiger demands to see Grint, saying that he will become his personal guard. He thinks dreamily about how beautiful Crone is, and how much he wants to talk to her again. Prince Ain sits on the sofa and smiles enthusiastically. The son of the knight who lost in the arena frowns. Prince Tiger sits on the throne and smiles. A giant destroyer called the White King, which was created for the personal needs of King Ishtaliki, arrives in the Duchy of Euro. The king is worried about his appearance, but the advisor reassures him. Guards line up around the gangway to the ship. The king and advisor are confused by who is leaving the ship. Ain introduces himself as the representative of the king of Ishtalika and greets King Euro. They become acquainted, and the king invites the boy and his companions to follow him to the palace. Advisor Ed looks at the prince warily. To the king's question, he answers that the prince is not holding back his powers, which is why a huge monster resembling a defeated sea dragon can be seen behind him. Ed notes that although Chris is strong, the boy is clearly superior to her in fighting monsters. He wonders what the prince's true strength is. The Duke urges them to go to the castle. Prince Tiger appears in the room. He asks if the Duke has started negotiations without waiting for the prince himself. The Duke says that he had no agreements with him. The prince says that he is on an official visit. Grint and Ain lock eyes. They weren't expecting to meet here. Grint holds a package in his hand. He raises an eyebrow. Grint shouts that Ain is his real older brother who ran away from the Roundheart family. The boy points at Ain, getting the prince's attention. Everyone present is surprised. Ain turns to his brother and asks Chris and Dill to lower their swords. Wallen reproaches the prince for his rudeness, but Ain replies that preemptive attacks are unacceptable, according to the law of the first king. Ain wants to hear Prince Tiger out and tells the Duke that the time is not right for negotiations. Grint urges him to be polite to the third prince, but Ain counters that he is the crown prince, which is higher in status. He demands Grint to shut up. The Duke asks what urgent mission brought the third prince to Euro. He replies that it could only be one thing. The third prince shouts that he has come for his promised wife, Crone, August. Ain is confused. Chris and Dill are surprised. The third prince wants to conduct an investigation to find Crone and her grandfather. The third prince accuses the Duchy of Euro of betraying Crone and her grandfather in order to gain Ishtalika's trust and begin diplomatic relations. The Duke and his advisor gape in surprise. Warren tells Ain that Euro has been accused of human trafficking, and as allies they cannot remain silent. He reiterates to the third prince that they are not involved in human trafficking, and when asked by Tiger, he introduces himself as the minister of Ishtaliki. The third prince demands an explanation from the minister about the fate of Crone and her grandfather. The minister replies that they have no need to spend money on an investigation and have no diplomatic relations with Heim. He calls it a deal. The minister reports that Heim has unilaterally severed ties with Ishtalika. He offers the third prince information about Krona in exchange for several heads. The minister demands the heads of the third prince's confidants, but the young man refuses. The minister declares that in that case the negotiations are over. Grint calls his brother pathetic. Grint asks if the future king is ashamed to dump his responsibilities on his subordinates. Dill interrupts, calling Ain a hero who defeated a monster, and Grint cannot speak to the prince in such a tone. Dill says Grint lacks firmness. The situation becomes tense. The minister realizes that he does not want to waste time and makes a proposal. The minister suggests that Dill and Grint fight to test their strength. Prince Ain screams, but the minister whispers that this way they can advance the negotiations and make their position clear. In the courtyard of the castle, there are 3 people: Prince Ain, Marshal Chris, and Minister Warren. Duke Euro is standing next to them. They are looking ahead. They did not expect such an outcome. Dill easily defeated Grint, who was hunched over and trying to catch his breath. Chris says that Dill is the best swordsman in Ishtalika, and his skills have only gotten better. Ain is calm because his swordsman took into account the age difference with his opponent. The third prince calls Grint to ask the swordsman. Dill agrees to a second duel. Grint straightens up and activates his Holy Knight skill. He rushes towards Dill, promising to show what he can do. The audience is surprised. Grint throws himself on top of Dill. The swordsman looks up. The blow occurs. Everyone waits to see how the battle will end. Grint is defeated, and Dill concludes that the fight is over. He approaches Ain, kneels, and dedicates this battle to his prince. Ain thanks the swordsman. The swordsman notes that despite his age, Grint is very gifted. He has the power of a holy knight. He hopes that he regretted his words. The minister says that he was very worried. Warren suggests that Dukemore return to negotiations and tells the third prince that he will soon provide written information about Krona, which he possesses. Ayan asks the minister what exactly he wants to tell. The minister reveals that he indicated in the letter that An is one of the most important people in Ishtalik, and that he and Kroni have a relationship. This infuriates the third prince. Negotiations resume. The parties come to an agreement. A giant stone is pulled out of the water with a net. Ain and Chris walk through the city. Chris asks why they went for a walk. Prince Ain replies that he wants to understand what is missing in Euro so that he can start trading with them. For example, there is no wheat in Euro because of the sea winds. The kingdom of Heim sells wheat at a very high price since they produce the most of it. Ain thinks it would be good to sell the wheat to Euro at a reasonable price and dump so much that Euro sells the surplus and bankrupts Euro. Chris points out that the prince's proposal would put all of Heim's farmers out of work. The prince agrees, but says it would be great if there was wheat in Euro. Ed accompanies the group to the ship. He reports that the Duke was pleased with the negotiations and asked to accept the gift. When asked what is in there, the man replies that it is a statue of the guardian god. The statue turns out to be a scarlet fox. Chris says that this creature protects the inhabitants and brings good luck. The minister expresses his concerns. The prince interrupts the minister and says that this is one of the forms of the red fox. Warren agrees, confirming that this is what he meant. Chris says that the fox's minion has drawn the wrath of the demon king. Ain laughs. He realized that he made a mistake in taking the girl in, thinking that she was just lonely. Ain is acting strange. Marshall tries to help, but he can't move because of the restraining magic. The girl feels trembling. Prince Ain holds his head. A bright light comes from him. Prince Ain's dagger begins to sparkle. The light is very bright. The prince swings his sword. He thinks that a certain woman has been trying to break their bonds from the beginning. He throws the statuette into the air. The boy makes a decisive wave of his hand. The minister and the marshal look at him, their mouths wide open. The statuette falls apart. There is a loud explosion. The minister and the marshal cover their faces. They do not understand what is happening. The explosion spreads to the ship. The armor of the destroyer White King cracked at the wave of Ain's hand. The boy falls down without strength, losing consciousness. Blood flows from his mouth. Behind Prince Ain there are 2 people, a man with light hair and a woman with dark hair. The boy stands with his eyes closed and his fist clenched. Ain lies on the lap of a woman with dark hair. Someone is singing. The prince cannot move. He does not understand where he is and who is singing. The woman apologizes for the trouble, gets up and leaves. The boy tries to stop her, asking questions. The prince comes to in his room. He remembers going on a mission to Euro, recalls the events that happened, but he does not remember what happened next. The bandages surrounding his right arm have a restraining spell written on them. The boy is surprised by this and is about to call someone first. The prince's mother and the marshal burst into the room. The boy is glad to see them. He says that he has no memory of how exactly he got into this room. The dark-haired woman hugs the boy. The women begin to cry. The marshal repeats the boy's name many times. The prince cannot understand anything. The boy's grandmother puts her hand to her mouth. The grandfather is happy to hear his grandson's voice. The boy tries to figure out what is going on and is told that he has not come to his senses for 6 months. The grandmother says that the boy will soon go to 4th grade, wiping away tears. The king takes the women away, suggesting that they postpone the conversation for later. Ain remembers that the last thing he saw was the statue of the scarlet fox. Ain holds his hand. He tries to understand what happened. Chris pushes the prince's carriage. They are met by Katima, the king, Lloyd, and the minister. His Majesty realizes that everyone is there and finally gathered. He invites everyone into the throne room. When the prince asks what they will do, Katima replies that he will see everything for himself now. Suddenly, the marshal realizes that he cannot move. Katima asks her to try again. He wants to make sure. The prince looks at the frozen Chris, who is trying to move and cannot with confusion. A strange multi-layered ball appears in the air, which demands that no one approach. The minister and the king frown. The others look at the strange phenomenon in surprise. The ball begins to glow strangely and brightly. A glow emanates from it and moves towards Chris. Katima screams for the girl and the prince to get out of there quickly. The ball shoots, but the girl manages to grab the prince in time and jump away with him in her arms. The king says that Katima is right in her research. The prince asks what is going on, and Katima replies that it is the stone of the demon queen Arshe that is alienating the prince. The stone is in the throne room. According to the text of the book that Katima and Chris translated together, Arshe was a very shy queen. She only had 2 family members, the elder lich and Durakan. They traveled together, explored the lands, and built small villages which eventually grew into cities. The girl became a queen. Ain understands that she did not become a queen right away. When Durahan saw the fox, he lost his power. The queen began to reject the prince after absorbing the cursed stone. The attack on the demon queen was due to the red fox. The voice heard earlier also repulsed the prince. Katima also checked the young prince's status card without asking and noticed that some letters were distorted. Prince Ain asks if he could have been cursed in Euro. The minister replies that in that case the duchy would have damaged relations with Ishtalika. Katima says that the signs indicate that the prince is turning into a monster. Katima needs to do some research, which requires her to examine the prince. The king says they will ask the guild, the Kaiser, and the adventurers for help. Everyone is worried about the boy. The marshal congratulates the prince on passing the exam, but he will have to make up for half a year. She is glad that the Kaiser helped them, even though he was nervous about the crown prince turning into a monster. The boy asks if they are going to the Majolika shop, to which the man answers affirmatively. They need to buy tools. The shop is empty. There is not a single customer. Majolika suddenly appears, saying that there are few customers in the evenings. The prince is frightened and Chris condemns the woman for her strange pose. The man wants to close the store and continue the conversation. The man notes that they haven't seen each other for a long time. She assumes that he has been resting all this time and wonders who he really is, a man or a monster. Chris is outraged by the seller's words. He replies that he understands sealing techniques and sees that the prince's aura is not that of a monster, but of a man who swallowed magic stones. The prince offers to tell Majolika everything. The seller compares the prince to the world tree from which the dryads originated and which absorbs monsters. The seller suggests going to the city of East, which is sacred to lovers of magical devices, or Bart, where a huge monster was defeated in search of answers. Chris does not want the prince to go to Bart. She was there before and felt the presence of the monster. It is decided to go to East. The seller promises to help and write a letter of recommendation. Chris asks to sell her special concealment devices. The prince says there will be 3 of them, and the seller demands a high price, which the marshal agrees to. The prince is surprised. He realizes that Chris and Majolica have known each other for a long time. Chris explains that her older sister, Kaiser, and Majolica were in the same group. They note that her sister was troubled, but very strong, stronger than Lloyd. The boy asks to tell Chris about her sister, but she apologizes because it is impossible for now. The boy strokes her head, and Majolica compares her to an animal. The prince is expecting a trip to East. Crone is sitting next to him. She is unhappy. Because all the time the prince was unconscious, she and 2 others took turns at his bedside. And now he's leaving again, and they did not have the opportunity to meet. Crone assures the prince that she is joking. She says that their dragons have grown so much that they no longer fit in the palace canals. The prince asks the girl to take care of them. Crone gives the boy a communication stone that allows him to send voice messages. The girl's grandfather improved it, and there are now more options for sending. The prince asks his girlfriend what would happen if the boy suddenly became a monster. He wonders if the girl's attitude towards him would change. The girl says no. The prince is surprised by her answer. The girl asks the boy to promise her if he is so worried, even if he becomes a monster. The girl asks him to promise that when he becomes a monster, Ain will give her a star crystal. Her dress flutters in the wind. The girl smiles. The boy blushes. He takes Crony's hand and says that he will do so if something like that happens. Having made his promise, the boy goes to East. People are walking around the station. They greet each other and look for the right trains. They try to wake Kadama up, but she doesn't want to get up. The prince asks what she is doing here. The cat replies that she is going to use the knowledge she has gained in practice, and Dill explains that the girl snuck in through the luggage. Katima takes out her glasses, which she plans to use for disguise. She is very much looking forward to the arrival. But the prince asks her not to rejoice too soon. Katima demands that she not be treated like a child. A group of 4 people get off the train. They are dressed in camouflage robes. As they get off the train, they look at the city. Ist is the heart of magical research, with the most modern magical developments in all of Ishtilik, even though it is not the capital. The Tower of Wisdom is where cutting-edge research in magic is conducted. It costs a lot of money and is difficult to get into, and even the government cannot interfere with the scientists' activities. They use sea crystals. The prince thinks that his mother had to marry Haim for the sake of the crystals. He is annoyed that they are being wasted like this. Dill understands the prince's mood and suggests going to the inn. The prince decides to send a message to Crony. Ain explains that the city is cold and the tower is huge. Dill warns that their stealth regime will be broken once the robes are removed. The boys come to the place indicated by Majolica. It is a school at the Great Academy of Magic where the main laboratory is located. The guard at the gate asks why they have come. He asks to see the letter, saying that adventurers often bring counterfeits. The man reads it carefully. The guard demands to call the chief professor. It seems that Majolica is very influential. The guard apologizes and asks to wait a little longer. The prince is surprised. The guests are greeted by the head professor, Oz. The prince apologizes for the visit, but Oz is grateful for it. He is always glad to see the honorary professor, Majolica. The prince is surprised to learn this information. The man in glasses asks the guests to follow him. There are many books in the large study. Stones stand under the glass. The professor sits down on the sofa. The professor apologizes for addressing them as ordinary guests when they met, since there were strangers on the street and he could not reveal the contents of the letter. The crown prince introduces his companions. Chris introduces himself as the marshal, Dill as the prince's escort, and Ketsi curtsies and says it is an honor to meet Professor Oz. The prince is surprised that Katima acts like a princess. The marshal says that the Ketsi is the first princess. The professor and Katima are happy to meet. They want to exchange knowledge. Professor Oz apologizes. He got too carried away. He wants to get back to the subject of their visit. The crown prince says it's about his body and the scarlet fox. Professor Oz is an expert in magical stones. He realizes that the prince has absorbed the Elder Lich's stone and the Dullahan. He is about to show something interesting. Oz shows the chest. He asks the children not to worry because the room is under a strong spell cast by Machalisa. The professor says that the chest contains what the Crown Prince needs. Marshal Chris takes Prince Ain by the hand. Professor Oz opens the chest. He lifts the lid and the prince sees 2 stones. These are the magical stones of the Scarlet Fox. Prince Ain and the first princess with a knight named Chris were shocked by the Red Fox's magic stone. Chris indulged in unpleasant memories from past battles, but the prince noticed her change in mood and placed his hand on hers, which surprised the knight a little. Ain smiled softly and told Cry that everything was fine. Chris replied confusedly that everything should be as the prince said. Continuing to smile, the prince thought that he wouldn't mind having such a stone on hand, because as the elder leech said, it would hold back the Doulahan. Ain turned to Mr. Oz, saying that this exhibit was certainly valuable because Majolica said that Professor Oz knew a lot about red foxes. The professor answered the prince that he had noticed correctly, and that this was the only stone he could get for his research. Ain asked the professor to help him with his research to learn more about his body, and he wanted to know the results of the professor's research. Professor Oz happily accepted the prince's request. Professor Oz said it would take him a couple of days to prepare the paperwork for him. The prince replied that it would not be a problem. The prince began to talk about the reward for helping the professor, which Professor Oz noticed. The professor said that he did not need a reward, because what could be more valuable than a meaningful conversation with His Highness? Here, Knight Chris intervened in the conversation, saying that those around him might mistakenly think that Prince Ain had taken advantage of his position and asked to accept his gratitude. Professor Oz put his hand to his chin and replied thoughtfully that only if they insisted. The professor asked anxiously if he could ask for something other than money in payment. The prince asked what he meant. The professor, with sadness on his face, began to say that there had been several cases of abduction of small children in Esteta. The professor continued his explanation and said that the victims were orphans from the slums, so the case was not taken seriously. Clasping his hands together, the professor said that his heart ached for them regardless of the children's status. Here the professor turned to His Majesty once again. Professor Oz bowed and began shouting a request for the prince to give the order to send more knights to find the killer. Everyone was shocked by the man's request. Prince Ain said the professor's name in confusion. The prince looked at the bowing man with confusion and reasoned about him that such a man would rather help orphans from the slums than accept a well-deserved reward, which makes him a truly worthy person. After thinking, Ain answered the professor that he agreed and he would personally ensure that the knights passed on the decree. The professor happily thanked His Highness. Prince Ain also said that he himself would help with the search, which greatly surprised the others. Chris, getting up from the sofa, began to shout that no matter how many guards were next to the prince, this was impossible. But Anin, closing his eyes and crossing his arms, said that he did not want to just give orders. The prince, opening one eye, answered Chris that they still had free time while the professor was collecting material and asked her opinion. Chris looked at the prince silently. Unable to withstand the prince's pressure, Chris agreed with him, said that it was better to be with him than to try to hold him back, and exhaled restlessly. The prince replied that he already understood how she was thinking about him now. The worried professor turned to the knight and asked her in a distressed tone whether she really agreed with this. To which Chris replied that this was a common thing, and that it was not worth paying attention to. The professor got up from the sofa, shook His Highness's hand, and said that he would contact him as soon as he had collected all the information. The prince responded to the handshake, saying that he would wait and make every effort to catch the criminal. The prince's group had already approached the door by the time the professor rang the bell. Oz specified that he would ask the guard to escort them and asked him to put the hood on the group. The professor walked up to the desk and began rummaging through a drawer, saying that he had almost forgotten to give the prince something. The prince noticed Oz's action. The professor handed the sealed envelope to the prince. The prince asked what was in the envelope. With a serious face, the professor replied that there were old materials from secret research conducted in Ista, which were worth taking to the grave. He also added that the prince might find some clue there. The prince thanked the professor again for everything. At the door, the guard asked the professor why they wanted to see him. The professor told the guard to escort the distinguished guests. The guard obeyed the professor. Finally, the guard handed the letter to Oz, to which the professor thanked him. The guard asked the group with the prince to follow him. Professor Oz bowed once more to his guests as he said goodbye. When the professor was alone, he opened the letter. With an anxious face, he began to read the letter. Turning to face the window, the professor merely said that the time had come. A group of 3 people and the prince were leaving Professor Oz's estate. Chris suggested that the guys return to the hotel and take a break from the long journey, to which Aang agreed with her. The first princess said she would go shopping instead. The other knight addressed her by name, confused. The knight ran after his mistress, asking her to wait for him. The rest of the group discussed them. The prince asked if they would be okay. Chris, reasoning, answered that they probably would be, since Princess Kadama was not as reckless as the prince. Aang and Chris returned to the hotel. There was a noise at the counter. A man was shouting why his room, where he usually stays, was occupied. Aang noticed the noise. The man was breathing loudly with anger. The girl standing behind the counter apologized, explaining that another guest had moved into the room from today. The man was swearing at the girl more and more. The man offered to pay extra but asked that the other guests be evicted and he be moved in. The confused girl said that they could not kick him out. Aang asked Chris if the man was talking about their room. Chris replied that even if he hadn't reserved it, there was nothing to worry about. The man slammed his fist on the table in anger. Unable to bear it any longer, the man shouted that he had had enough and would never set foot there again. The girl asked the Viscount to stop. But the man only shouted to his men to follow him as he was leaving. Chris, covering Aina with herself, said that he was coming towards them and asked the prince to stand behind him. The Viscount puffed as he passed the prince. The Viscount also muttered that they would regret losing a client like him. After all, the patron of wyverns and krakens. The prince turned his gaze to him. Chris suddenly gasped. Chris remembered this man. She began to tell the prince that his name was Sage, and he was from a family of viscounts. The prince wondered if they had anything famous to say. Chris said they were the most famous family with a long history. She went on to say that his predecessor had been an outstanding man and that his highness would have liked him. Aang clarified what the man had said about patronage. He asked how to understand that. Chris began to explain that there was a trading company that traded monsters, and some nobles kept monsters they had captured for adventurers as pets. Chris continued to say that the monster would be severely punished if it caused severe harm to a human. The prince accepted all the information. Chris began to reason. She said that it was strange that since he became the head, the Viscount's finances had gone downhill. She did not think that he could afford such a hotel. The prince remained silent. Already at night in the room, the first princess did not understand one thing. The prince, sitting on the sofa and reading the document, made a guess and asked his relative if she was talking about him not sleeping late at night. But the cat answered that no, she was not talking about that, adding her Nia at the end. The princess spoke of Chris, who was sprawled on the prince's lap, adding her Nia again. Aang replied with a smile that Chris was also tired. But the princess objected that where had it ever been seen that a marshal would fall asleep on the lap of the crown prince without forgetting his particle Nia? At that time, Chris, with a satisfied smile, slept sweetly on the lap of her master. The princess changed the subject and asked the prince about the documents, to which the prince invited her to look at them. The first princess was surprised. The prince began to talk about experiments on interracial demonization, about the purpose of the research to create an artificial demon, and said that, in other words, this is a record of experiments on people, clarifying whether he was right. The first princess replied that she had heard rumors about it. The prince added that it was now clear why Professor Oz had said that the research should be kept secret. The prince will continue to say that the experiment is very simple. You just need to dissolve the energy of the stone in the body of another race and artificially make it grow. The princess replied that there were times when other races were considered demons. Adding her Nia to the answer, she said that people believed that if demons could become stronger by eating a magic stone, then other races could do the same too. Suddenly, the prince addressed the princess by name. The princess shuddered. The prince, upset, said that he was doing exactly that, absorbing the energy of the stones in the same way and becoming stronger. He continued to talk about the research, that 99.9% of the subjects were dead, and if there were survivors, gaining strength, they went out of control and were disposed of. The prince said that if demonization continues to progress, one day he will kill people dear to him with his own hands. The prince was upset and dropped his head while the princess watched him silently. But Cat told him not to let that happen, so they set about this research. The princess asked Aang what he thought were the disadvantages of becoming a monster. The prince asked her for clarification. Aang imagined a cat monster in his head and was confused that it wouldn't be able to speak. The cat said that he had guessed wrong. She explained that if he suddenly evolved, he would not be able to turn into a brainless fish that did not even know the language. The princess reminded about Dullahim and the elder leech. She said that it was impossible to tell whether they were demons or not when they were wearing normal clothes. The prince thought about it and said that she was right. The cat sneered that if it came to that, they would simply register the prince as a new race when he evolved. The prince was stunned by the suggestion. Aang cursed his relative while shaking. Aang started to cry from laughing and said that she was going too far. The relative consoled him and said that it wouldn't hurt to have a backup plan, but he shouldn't dwell on it. The prince replied that he was feeling much better now. Aang stood up and put a pillow under Chris, warning her that he would go to the restroom. Katima calmly sipped her tea. Suddenly the cat began to tell Chris not to say a word to anyone about what she had just heard, and added that she herself wanted to tell her father about it if necessary. Chris slowly rose from the pillow. Chris was confused by the princess's notice that she had woken up. Suddenly Chris grabbed her red face with her hands and began to say that she felt ashamed when she realized that she was lying on the lap of the crown prince. She did not know how to get out of this awkward situation. Returning to her normal state, Chris said that she was not in the right position and would not be able to keep silent about the secret if His Majesty asked her. The princess started waving her paw and said that she was sure that this would be the case, so she would make it easier for her. Chris didn't understand what she was talking about, but she kept quiet. The first princess stood up from the sofa and turned to Christina Wernstein, mentioning that she, Princess Kadama von Ishtarika, was issuing a new royal decree. The princess continued to order. She forbade the disclosure of any information obtained during their stay in Estée concerning the demonization of Ain. In the end, Katima added that no one should find out, not even members of the royal family. At that very moment, Chris dropped to one knee and obediently accepted the order. Katima looked at Chris with a serious look for a while. As Chris raised her head, Katim assumed her usual expression. The princess added that it was tiring to be serious. Chris said she had not expected to use the royal decree. Katima replied, with a partial nia at the end, that all this was for the sake of her impudent nephew. At this time, the prince was in the restroom, amazed by the magic tap with water. The prince, returning to the girls' room, noticed Chris, who had woken up. The knight, confused, asked for forgiveness for her behavior, and Katima was sipping her tea on the sofa. The second day of the search began. The prince stood in front of the mirror and was almost ready to go out. He went out into the dining room, wished good morning, and apologized for being late. Chris, carrying breakfast, wished Ain a good morning in return. The girl began to justify the prince, that he sat until the morning with the documents and recommended not to exhaust himself like that. But the prince objected. He needed to try harder to catch the criminal. The prince looked around the room and asked Chris where Dilla and Katima were. The knight replied that they had gone to the store for groceries, to which the prince expressed his sympathy for Dill. Ain warned Chris that he would then get straight to business, and the girl said that she would cook something. Suddenly, the prince was distracted by a message he received. The magical message came from the girl, in which she said that she was glad for his well-being. The girl was glad that the prince was doing well. She wished him health and not to catch a cold. The girl reminded that it seemed her grandfather was there too, to which the prince spoke out loud about him. The girl suggested talking to her grandfather if he met him. Finally, the girl said to call her as soon as he heard this message. She would be waiting. Ain smiled and squeezed the magic item that the letter came from and thanked her for the message, promising that he would try his best. Chris and the prince, wearing hoods, went out into the city on investigation matters. Ain noted that there were a lot of people around, to which Chris replied that East had a lot of tourists. The prince thought about it and said that it would be difficult to find information because many people were kidnapped there. Chris agreed with him. Chris began to lecture the prince that even this would not stop him and therefore asked him to be more careful. The prince, resigned, agreed with her. When they reached the alley, the couple realized that they were lost. Ain specified that there were many alleys. Chris, in desperation, suggested going straight ahead in case they would get out. The prince assumed that somewhere nearby there must have been a Tower of Wisdom. In the distance, shouts were heard. A man shouted at the thief to stop. The prince looked in the direction of the sounds and saw a crowd of men running after a little girl in a tattered dress. The men shouted at the girl to stop and threatened that she would no longer be able to escape from them. The girl shouted at them that she was not guilty of anything. Suddenly, one of them grabbed her by the hair. The frightened girl asked to be let go, but the man was happy about his capture and threatened that she would answer for what she had done. Another guy came up and said that they needed the girl alive. The guy who grabbed her agreed with the other one. The guy with the girl in his arms said that they should go back. Suddenly, the guys running after the girl froze from the attack. Chris walked past them with a sword in her hand. The girl was crying in fright. The prince asked what was going on here. Ain approached the girl and asked about her condition. She answered that everything was fine. Ain supplemented his words with a request not to be afraid of him. Suddenly, the girl lost consciousness, and the prince managed to catch her. Chris assumed that the girl was very tired and fainted. The prince added that it was good that he had made it in time. Ain confusedly told Chris about the girl's clothes and asked if she was an orphan, to which Chris was not exactly sure. They were still in the alley, so the prince offered to take her with him to their room. Chris agreed. It was already evening. The girl was lying in bed. Gradually, the girl began to open her eyes. The prince was nearby and asked if she was awake. The girl tried to ask him something, but the prince interrupted her and called out to his group about the girl's awakening. Chris brought the food while the girl and the boy sat around. The prince asked the little stranger about her hunger and suggested that she eat and then rest. There were 2 sandwiches, an egg and a salad on the table. The girl hesitated and said that she didn't have money to pay them for the food. Ain just laughed and told the girl that all the food was prepared especially for her. The little stranger burst into tears. The girl trembled in tears and sincerely thanked them. First, the girl took a small bite of the sandwich. The girl thanked the prince again and chewed her sandwich. The stranger sat down on the floor and bowed her head, saying that they had given her such food that now she was indebted to them. Ain jumped up from his chair and began to reassure the little girl that the food was free, asking her to sit back down on the table. The girl sat back down. The prince asked why those guys were chasing her. She didn't know the reason, because when she came home, those guys were already there. The girl continued her story, saying that they apparently captured her sister and she ran away. The stranger began to shake and cry again. The prince was saddened by this story. Under the table, he clenched his fist in anger. The girl turned to the prince, asking the Lord to save her sister. The stranger said that even after receiving so much mercy from him, she understood that her request was impudence. The prince gently grabbed her hands. Ain told her to calm down because he was ready to save her sister. Chris smiled at the young prince's responsiveness. The stranger thanked the prince again. Aang continued to say that this room would belong to the girl for now and asked her to use it as she pleased and to rest. Chris and Aang walked out of the little stranger's room. Chris thought it was strange that such children ended up in the slums. The prince replied that she was a pretty strong child and could handle anything. Suddenly a knock was heard from the entrance room and Aang turned to look. Dill entered, announcing his return to the boys. The prince greeted his comrade and asked if there were any results. The knight began his report. He said that those guys who were chasing the little girl were hired bandits. Dill said that a witness saw those guys heading down a back street to the Tower of Wisdom and their specialty was catching people in the alley. Finn and Chris were shocked by such words. The prince thought about it, and Chris suggested that the Tower of Wisdom could be their refuge. Aang looked out the window in confusion. He looked at the tower and said that something was clearly wrong there. The next day came. People sat at outdoor tables and chatted quietly. The couple of the prince and Chris were sitting there and Aang was wondering if there had been any progress in today's interrogation. He thought that they would not be able to find any new information. Chris suggested leaving the matter to Warren-sama. Aang agreed with her, since he had promised that child to handle it. Chris looked silently at the desperate prince. The knight still hoped that they would be able to find out something else, and tried to cheer up the prince at the end by suggesting that they return to the room. Aang thought about Chris's offer. The girl said that this establishment prepared new dishes for all the townspeople. She thought that they went hunting at night, but you can meet them during the day too. Chris also said that she had not been able to see the city and its sights. Aang suggested seeing them now. The guys saw a stadium on the horizon. There were various monsters inside it. Chris was pleased with the spectacle, and Prince Aang was delighted with the spectacle. The prince turned to the girl and said that he had never seen such a monster, pointing to a huge horned beast. Chris saw another monster and said it looked like a dragon. The prince noted that this stone monster was definitely not weak. Chris said that it was terrible and scary. Ain added that he was quite small and asked if he could have been a cub. The girl replied that it depended on the environment. Suddenly, the heroes noticed a monster larger than the previous one and were surprised by its size. The prince and the knight compared them. The prince said that he already looked more dangerous than that monster. To which Chris agreed and replied that it was the first time they had seen such a wyvern. The girl suggested going down and taking a closer look at them and said that there shouldn't be any problems. They went down, and the prince noticed that it was really huge. The monster himself noticed them and was horrified. The wyvern showed its magic, and the prince was surprised by such power. The monster looked at the prince and fussed and growled at him. Suddenly, the wyvern began to tremble, and Ain fell into a stupor. Other people also noticed the monster's behavior, to which the prince suggested leaving, and Chris replied that he could feel their strength. Suddenly, the unfaithful owner came up and asked how his wyvern could be frightened. The prince remembered the man's face that was in the hotel. The people walking behind said that it was Viscount Sage himself and thanked him for visiting the show. Vicon asked one of the servants for his whip. In a fit of anger, he swung it at the monster and ordered him not to stand there like a pillar. He kept ordering him to fight. The Viscount shouted at the monster that he had given so much money to him and ordered him to act without stopping beating. The wyvern shrank and tried to cover its muzzle with its wings. The master only sighed tiredly from his own movements. The Viscount asked, confused, who had given him the medicine. The man behind him remarked that he shouldn't be so afraid. He was very suspicious. Suddenly, the Viscount turned his attention to the prince and his companion. The Viscount began to approach the boys and say that he saw them looking at his wyvern. The prince said that the Viscount was right and added that they had just arrived. The Viscount ordered his knight to open the boy's hood. The prince looked with displeasure at the hand coming towards him. Chris waved the Viscount's knight's hand away and said, "Don't raise your hands." The girl glanced at the Viscount. Chris covered her head with the hood and turned away. The Viscount licked his lips disgustingly. Viscount Sage said that there was no point in using brute force and asked them to leave with him. Extending his hand to the girl, he did the girl a favor, that if they obediently left with him, then they would not be in any danger. Chris was surrounded by the Viscount's men. She cast her gaze at them, and suddenly the prince ordered them to stand. Ain said that she was his close person, and that is why she was with him. Chris was pleasantly surprised by her master's words. Ain, already in a fit of anger, threatened his enemies that if they repeated this with her, he would not be able to forgive them. The Viscount said in confusion, "How dare he speak to him like that?" The villain is ready to turn a blind eye to this and ordered his wyvern to be put in a cage. The couple stood and watched the Viscount. Suddenly, the prince grabbed Chris's hand. Ain suggested that they go home because there were some strange people there. Chris mumbled and followed him. Without letting go of the girl's hand, they walked. The girl, out of breath, spoke about the hand. The prince, not listening to her, continued walking silently with some anger on his face. Chris looked at the prince with her mouth slightly open in surprise. The girl was embarrassed and smiling because of the prince's behavior. She lowered her gaze. The couple continued walking down the street. Suddenly, the prince stopped. The prince turned and looked at Chris, and he let go of her hand. Chris looked sadly at the hand that Ain was holding. The prince turned to the girl. The prince asked Chris about Viscount Sage's finances. She said they had deteriorated. And continuing to ask, he suggested that this could have contributed to the poor condition of the wyverns. Chris began to reason that if you count food and care for them, it will come out to about 5 million. And if you count for performances, it will come out to a little more. Here, An thoughtfully asked where he got the money for this. The prince had an idea. Ain looked at the high tower while talking about her. Chris took out an umbrella and talked about this place. The girl said that this place automatically creates the aurora borealis and colors the whole sky when its time comes. The prince remarked how unusual it was. Ain clarified whether this building is a tower of wisdom. The prince thought again. The girl turned to Ainu. Ain asked if it was possible that the Viscount was involved with this tower. Chris replied that the creator of such a place must be a very intelligent and educated person, and that the Viscount and this tower could not be connected. The prince continued his theory. Ain said that all these kidnappings could be done, and the girl, interrupting the guy, finished his thought for him that this was for the purpose of trading people and making money on them. The girl came to her senses and exclaimed. Continuing to speak, he combined all the evidence that the carriage always went to the tower. and that the one who could go there was involved in the kidnappings, and therefore the nobleman who could afford it was precisely the Viscount. The couple looked at the tower again, but this time with a serious look. Meanwhile, children were sitting in the tower under the castle. Little girls sat in a cage in tattered clothes. One of the girls sat with her knees pulled up to her chest and her lips pursed. The girl cried as she remembered her little sister. Meanwhile, the first princess was returning from shopping with her friend Dill. Katima cooled her tea and repeated Ain's idea, saying that he wanted to check the Tower of Wisdom because it looked suspicious. The prince sat opposite the princess and asked for royal permission to enter. Katima replied that it was not a good idea, adding Nia at the end because he might be considered unfit to issue the decree. The princess suggested to Ainu that if he wanted to get inside, he could simply slip in unnoticed. Ainu was surprised by Katima's words. The prince thought for a moment and said that the Tower of Wisdom was very secretive, asking if he was right in his assumption. He also added that the tower was most likely guarded and it would not be so easy to get around them. Then the princess showed him the layout of the tower in a notebook and excitedly told him that it was necessary to neutralize its security system. Katima continued to explain that the energy is used to activate all the functions of the tower, including defense, and it is all generated by a giant seal of magic stones underground. Ain happily replied that everything was clear to him now, repeating about the seal of the magic stones. The princess repeated after him, approving of his idea. The prince continued speaking, but about the destruction of this seal, and immediately Ainu was hit on the head with a paw by a relative. She corrected his words to the fact that he would simply turn it off for a while, because if he destroyed it, the number of victims would exceed an astronomical number. Katima called her nephew a fool. The beaten prince sat on the floor and asked the princess what he should do then. Katima walked up to him and began to whisper her plan in his ear. Katima, Ain, and the little stranger gathered at the table. The girl asked the prince about her sister, having learned that she might be in the tower. Ain answered her question positively, but added that this was only an assumption for now, but nevertheless it was a chance for the girl. The little stranger burst into tears, saying that if there was even the slightest hint as to where exactly her sister was, then she would be better. Katima asked the girl her sister's name because it should greatly help the search. The girl calmed down, introducing herself as Verla and her missing sister May, clarifying that she was only 6 years old. Verla also decided to ask who her saviors were. She understood that they were nobles, but she didn't know who they really were. The prince introduced himself as Ain and introduced his relative as the cat Katima-san. Katima got furious and said that she was not a cat but a kite Sith. The prince continued to say that they were not really nobles, but that would be difficult for him to explain to her. Ain got up from the table and headed for the exit, saying that it was time for him to leave, and Katima personally said that he would hand over the princess's protection to Dill. The cat responded positively. The girls were left alone. Unable to bear it, Verla decided to ask her question again about who they are, because they are her saviors and she needs to know. Katima answered the girl, agreeing that such things should not be hidden. Katima named her status and the status of the prince. The girl was stunned. After a while, she came to her senses and shook with surprise and put the puzzle together. Verla asked again if the man here could be the crown prince of their country. Katima burst into Dill's room. The knight stood up from the sofa, greeting the princess. Katima shouted that now was a good time to work. The knight asked what kind of work they were talking about. Katima noted that Ain, as always, was absent-minded and he should think ahead before rescuing the kidnapping victims. The cat began to explain that, firstly, they were going to contact the police station to check if there had been any missing persons reports. Secondly, they should call a healer just in case there was someone injured in the tower. And thirdly, they would need to prepare a whole bunch of clothes. Katima wanted to continue, but the knight interrupted her, turning to her. Dill got down on one knee and asked his mistress to help him and take him with her. The prince silently waited for the princess's answer. Katima sighed with relief as she looked at her knight. The cat approved his request and asked him to write some letters as a member of the Galazier family, since no one should know that Ain and she were currently in Ishta. Dill accepted the order and said that he could be trusted. A carriage was being prepared in the city. The bald man turned to the count, assuring him that he had finished his work. The count replied that they should then leave. The count asked the prince if he was really going to go there, to which the prince, taking off his hood, answered the count yes. Chris said she would prefer that they return to the inn immediately. The prince reassured her that it would not be like when they fought the sea dragon. Ain thanked the Count for his help. He was glad that he was there. The Count laughed and replied that he did not expect that the expansion of the August sales channel would help them so much. The Count continued to say that wooden boxes filled with magic stones should be delivered directly to the basement. Ain answered the Count that this was good. Chris thought about the current situation. The girl continued to say that if she thought about it, it would be better for her to go there alone instead of the prince, since he had no need to expose himself to such danger. Prince Ain smiled tenderly at Chris. Ain responded to Chris's request by saying that he simply could no longer forgive them. In his head, he recalled the events associated with Verla and said that those who steal children, who separate them from their families, and then laugh as if it were a trifle. Ain clenched his fist, with a serious face. The prince said that as the heir to the throne of this country, he needed to know about the existence of such people. Chris said her master's name in confusion while the Count silently watched the prince. Chris dropped to one knee and lowered her head, saying that she understood him and added that she must now protect him with all her might. Ain thanked the girl. The prince looked into the distance and began to speak. Ahead on the way was that very tower, and the prince said that the time for penetration had begun. At this time, Augustus is at the estate. The girl sat on the bed and listened to a message from Ain. The prince said that he had a couple of things to do in Ishta and he promised to contact her later. The girl listened to the message and looked sadly at the magical communication item. The girl, repeating Aina's message, said that she had a couple of things to do, and that meant that his return would be delayed. An image of a conversation between the prince and Chris appeared in the girl's head. She said that she was so jealous of Christison because she also wanted to spend time with Ain. Suddenly, the girl came to her senses and told herself that she shouldn't think like that, because Ane was now in Ishta, to sort out an important matter. The girl regained her good mood and thought of what to do. She thought that she should think of a reply letter and decided to go shopping with Olivia-sama today. But all her thoughts did not give her peace. The girl lay back down in the bed and sighed. She stared at the ceiling in silence. Speaking out loud to herself, she considered herself hopeless and that she could no longer contain her feelings for Ain. The girl clutched the magical object and said that it made her admire her old self for putting up with it for so long. In her memories, she replayed all the moments with Ain. Reaching her hand to the ceiling, she called his name. The heroine admitted to herself how much she missed him, and it turned out that she was getting lonely even easier than she expected. The girl, smiling, said to herself, "How can she say such a thing?" Clutching the stone in his hand, the artifact gave a sign that it was recording all her words. The girl was very surprised by this and realized what she had done. The artifact signaled that the sending was complete. The girl was very embarrassed and jumped out of bed. She paced the room, wondering what she would do when he heard her message, reasoning that everything she had said was true. The girl covered her embarrassed face with her hand. In the end, she blamed the prince for not coming home earlier and called him names. Somewhere underground, guards were passing by the magic tower. One of them turned to his comrade to find out the situation. He replied that everything was clear and he would continue. Before he could finish speaking, the guard shuddered. Ain and Chris knocked out the opponents. Chris started telling the prince that he shouldn't have come out. The prince replied that the guard was right in front of him and couldn't resist. Ain was happy about the successful start of the penetration, although he remembered that the wooden box they were in was a bit cramped. The pair of heroes moved forward. Chris asked if they would act according to Katima's plan. The prince answered positively. Ain began to explain that from the princess's plan, the energy there is created in 2 stages. He explained that, first, there is the stirring of liquefied magic stones in a pool to generate magical energy, and then the conversion of the generated magical energy into ordinary energy using a turbine. Ain said their plan would be to overheat that same turbine above them. The guys stood in the middle of the hall. The prince spread his arms. The liquid beneath them began to swirl. The whirlpool became stronger and stronger. Chris was surprised by Ain's magic and asked about the power of the water dragon. It was the skill Ocean Current. The prince said that if he made enough magical energy to exceed the processing capacity of the turbines, then everything would work out. Suddenly, the lights went out. Cold smoke was pouring out of the work. Chris screamed that it was cold. At that moment, the railings began to freeze. Ain asked if the pool was frozen, to which Chris replied that it was overheated. The boys ran forward. Ain warned that they needed to go upstairs to search for evidence of the abductions before the system started working again. Chris obeyed the prince's order. The heroes found a ladder and ran further. Ain hid around the corner, seeing a crowd of scientists rushing. After that, he and Chris were able to continue their journey. They found the right door. Out of breath from running, the boys stood in front of her. They were sure that this was what they came for. The prince said that the door was a magical object and their plan had become an obstacle for them. But Chris only asked Aina to move away from her. The girl took the sword in her hands. With a lot of forward lunges, the girl broke down the door. The prince was surprised by the strength of his companion. Chris finished and breathed a sigh of relief. A large hole appeared in the door. Chris happily told Anusamana that the way was now clear. Ain was shocked by her strength. Entering the rooms, the hero saw monsters in test tubes. Ain asked if they were monsters. Chris replied that they were unnaturally enhanced, and perhaps they were being experimented on to improve them. The prince told the girl that there was another door there. The heroes entered it carefully. The room had a bed combined with an open sauna. Ain remarked with disgust about the horrible room. Chris looked the other way and called the prince. The heroes noticed a huge cage with girls. The two girls noticed the strangers and trembled with fear. The prince was shocked by the situation. Ain told Chris that he would leave this matter to her. He thought that it would be unpleasant for them to see men nearby. Chris understood what the prince was talking about and agreed. The prince noticed documents on the edge of the table. The hero took them and realized that they were income and expense reports for human trafficking. Now they had confirmation of everything. The prince noticed that halfway through the journey they switched to trading boys. He wondered why the girls were locked in the fly-hole. Ain remembered what clothes the girls were wearing. The prince understood everything. His jaw was twisted with anger and he cursed the criminals. Chris approached Ain from behind and reported that she had asked the girls to put on the lab coat she had found nearby. The prince thanked the girl and suggested that they get out of there. Suddenly, a small hand grabbed the prince's clothes. A little girl came up and asked the prince if she could really see her sister. Chris said that it looked like it was May. The prince came down to the girl and said that it was clear to him, so it was her. Ain told May that everything was fine now, and that she and her sister would see each other very soon. The girl gave the prince her radiant smile. Suddenly, a noise was heard off to the side. The heroes covered the children with themselves and were surprised. Chris shouted that the monsters were freed from the test tubes. The Viscount entered the room and said what he thought might have broken into the laboratory, adding mockingly that it was the impudent boy he had met the other day. The prince replied that he was right in that the Viscount was behind the kidnappings. The Viscount and his guards appeared. The villain did not understand what he was talking about because he did not kidnap but picked up the girls and took them under his protection. The Viscount changed the subject to the fact that the heroes had broken into his laboratory and that was a criminal offense. The Viscount, giving the command, "Attack," to the monsters, shouted that the heroes should atone for their crime with their death. The villain smiled at what was happening. Suddenly he looked at his hand with the liquid. The heroes dealt with the Viscount's monsters. The Viscount realized that the situation had taken a turn for the worse and asked them who they were. The villain turned to his mercenaries and ordered them to do the job, mentioning that he had paid them a lot of money. The guys said that it was impossible. The frightened men said that the heroes even cut their swords. The Viscount was furious. The sword was at a short distance from the main villain's face. Chris began to tell him that he had pointed his sword at the wrong people and that he should be executed. Already looking from under the hood, the girl added that they had too many questions for him, which he would have to answer. The Viscount raised his hands and agreed with the girl, speaking about negotiations and suggested discussing it elsewhere. The villain stepped towards her and said, "Not today." A strange gas was coming out of the Viscount's leg and the girl managed to cover her face. The girl moved away from the smoke. The Viscount's soldiers were slowly suffocating and asking for help. Chris was shocked and cursed the Viscount for killing even his comrades. Ain tried to stop Chris by notifying her that it was miasma. The prince shouted that he would disperse the toxin now. Suddenly a crack appeared. Yesterday's huge wyvern emerged from the wall. The monster growled, and the prince asked Chris about her. The Viscount was glad of his precautions as he climbed onto the wyvern. Ain ordered Sage to stop. A huge monster flew out of the hole. Ain cursed and looked after the fugitive. The princess, who had already boarded the train, shouted to the children from the window that the train to the capital would soon be leaving and asked them to hurry. The Eli boys managed to get on the train. The prince tried to catch his breath while Chris handed him a handkerchief with words of support. The boys entered the carriage to see the princess. Kadima reproached them for being late. The prince sat down on the sofa and said that there was something he needed to ask the Knights of Ishta. Ain continued to tell them to prosthetically search for sage. Katima understood and thoughtfully said that since it was a direct order from the air, they would be able to understand the importance of the order. The prince answered upset that he would like to deal with this matter himself. The prince asked where Verla and May were. Dil replied that he had booked another room for the girls on the train and that they were eating together. Ain was glad that thanks to the efforts of Katima and Dil, the kidnapped children would now be cared for in a capital orphanage. The prince had already decided in his head to hire Verla and May as servants in the palace. The hero remembered and turned to his relative. He said that Professor Oz gave him documents that told about the places of the Red Fox's appearance and monstrification. The prince added that he also handed over one red fox stone. Katima was shocked by such a find and asked Ain if it was sealed correctly. Chris answered that the professor gave the stone along with the sealing box. The girl reassured the princess that she was going to keep the artifact in her room. The prince returned to his room and began working on the documents. Ain remembered the message from Clown and justified himself with the busyness that had fallen upon him. He chuckled and thought that the girl would be angry if she found out that he had entered the Tower of Wisdom and started listening to the letter from Clown. In the letter, the girl said how much she missed him, and how lonely she was, becoming even more than she expected. The prince was stunned. The guy was very surprised by her words. The prince jumped up and thought that the girl was teasing him, but he thought that she still sounded serious. He did not understand how he should answer her. Ain covered his mouth with his hand. He began to speak. Suddenly the windows in his room broke, but the guy managed to protect himself from the shards. Train D stopped. Chris and Dil ran into the prince's room and called out to him. The prince said he was fine and asked what it was. Through the broken window, he saw a wyvern approaching. The wyvern flew in the night sky. The prince asked if she was the Viscount's wyvern, and Chris asked in return if she had come for them. The prince heard other people. People asked the train manager to continue moving. The man in uniform replied that it was impossible because the monster was flying around. People panicked. The prince became angry, gritting his teeth. Chris took Ain by the shoulder and asked for permission to deal with the monster, asking the prince to stay inside the train. Ain replied that they were the wyvern's target and the monster could destroy the entire train if one of them remained inside. Chris wanted to object, but she couldn't. Ain extended his hand and replied that he was sure that everything would be fine with both of them. The prince took Chris's hand and pulled her forward, telling her to go. Chris called out the prince's name. A man in uniform noticed how the boys tried to climb out into the street through a broken window. The train leader shouted at the guy to stop because it was dangerous there. The man was surprised. The prince, with a face full of determination, did not even look in the direction of the guide. The man stood there in a stupor and realized that the person in front of him was the crown prince. The people nearby also realized who he was and wondered why the prince was here. The prince ordered Dil to bring Verla and May to Katama and protect the three of them. Dil accepted the order. Ain and Chris climbed onto the roof of the train. The wyvern saw the boys and growled. The pair prepared to attack. The prince remarked that it would be good if the monster was afraid of him like in the Colosseum. Chris added that the wyvern's body had become even larger. Chris looked around and noticed something. Far away on the island, there was a cart. Viscount Sage was sitting on the cart. The wyvern began to attack. Chris readied her sword and shouted that she would not let the monster attack. The girl ran forward and tried to cut the monster's paw. Chris looked back. Chris jumped back to the prince. Ain praised the girl for the blow. Chris said that she tried to cut off the wyvern's leg. Steam was coming out of the monster's leg. The prince noticed that the wound was slowly regenerating. Chris replied that she hadn't expected that. The wyvern's skin was not only tough for a girl, but it was also able to radiate, which was difficult. The wyvern flew into the sky. Chris said that if they couldn't land one precise blow on the vital point, it would be a battle of attrition. Ain replied that the vital point was her magic stone. The prince made up his mind and began to use his magic. The guy used the skill Thick Fog, shouting that he would find the location of the wyvern stone. The monster growled and tried to get a better look. And from the steam club, the prince's magical bonds arose. The prince grabbed the wyvern. The monster tried to free itself. The wyvern tried to fly away from the guy, to which Ain replied that she was so strong. Ain shouted to the wyvern that he had already fought an opponent stronger than her. The wyvern opened its mouth and still tried to resist the boy's magic. The prince noticed that the stone was inside the monster's forehead. Ain shouted to Chris that the stone was in the wyvern's forehead. The girl took aim, jumping into the sky. While attacking, the girl shouted that she understood the prince. Chris punched the monster's forehead. The girl regretted that they couldn't save the monster in another way. Ain rejoiced at the victory. Suddenly, a huge kraken appeared behind the guy. The kraken grabbed the train with its tentacles. The prince and Chris were shocked by the appearance of a new monster. Ain remembered the Viscount's words about his monsters. He said that he had wyvern and kraken monsters. The prince shouted that the monster was going to destroy the bridge along with the train. Suddenly, 2 sea dragons attacked the Krenin. The boys were surprised by this outcome and the kraken went underwater. The heroes looked down and guessed who it was. The sea dragons were their old friends El and Al. The prince was glad that his friends came to his aid. The dragons began to eat the kraken. Chris reminded that the sea dragon's favorite food was the kraken. The prince was shocked and said that they probably just came to eat. Ain laughed. The boy lay down on the roof of the train and laughed heartily, saying that despite this, the dragons saved them. The prince looked at the sky with satisfaction. Ain recalled Clown's words that they would help him. The boy took the artifact. The prince recorded a message to the girl that he also missed her very much. The Viscount's carriage lay overturned on the ground. Sage ran away, out of breath. He didn't understand how this could happen to him. The Viscount tripped over a stone and fell. The man looked back and was horrified. The heroes were walking behind. The prince said that he would take the Viscount to the capital and send him to prison. Chris explained to the man that he had nowhere to run. The Viscount asked the prince again. The man shouted that they were just dubious individuals in robes and that they had no authority to judge him. The prince stepped forward and showed his face. The Viscount was surprised. Ain looked down at the criminal and asked the man again if he still did not have enough power to judge the Viscount. The Viscount has already addressed His Highness. The prince clarified that if he was a nobleman, then he should have known him too. The man sat on his knees and clenched his fist. He agreed with the prince. Ain addressed him once more, reminding him of his crimes and told him to confess to it in person in the capital. The prince continued that before that he had one last question. The prince asked why he kidnapped people and whether it was for money. The Viscount began to speak with his gaze downcast. Sage's face twisted and he said that it was all at the whim of that man. The prince asked him again about that man. The Viscount, stuttering from suffering, began to say that he became that man's hand in exchange for a reward. The Viscount suffered from pain, he repeated to himself. Chris covered Anine with her body while the man writhed and begged for help. The Viscount fell silent and collapsed to the ground. Ain asked if the Viscount was dead and what had just happened. The prince let go of his head. Chris called out to Aina. Ain looked at the moon and screamed. The train stood on a broken bridge. The prince, clutching the documents, collapsed onto the bed. He closed his eyes and remembered Dill's words about how the repairs on the railway line would take a little time, and advised Ain to rest in the train room. The prince left the room with the thought of getting something to drink. Ain was surprised. Chris was sitting at the bar in a dress with her hair down. Ain called out to the girl. The guy asked the girl why she was dressed like that. The girl started to fuss and quickly explained that it wasn't what he thought. It was just her last clean clothes. The girl stood in front of the prince, embarrassed. The prince smiled and sighed. He told her that she shouldn't be so embarrassed about it and remarked that she looked very good in that look. The girl thanked the guy fussily. Ain sat at the bar and said that such a bad ending haunted him and he could not sleep. Chris said that she felt the same. The prince began to discuss the Viscount's last words and made a verdict that there was a leader behind this matter. Chris agreed, noting that the Viscount had simply been used and removed, like a lizard's tail. Ain thought that the leader might be the Red Fox. The prince continued to say that from what Katima had said, Red Fox could strengthen and control monsters, and that this happened despite the Demon Lord's rampage. He added that the monsters controlled by Sedge had a similar aura. Ain said that once he solved the problem with his body, he would be able to focus on the matter with the Red Fox. The prince remembered Professor Oz's documents and said that there was useful information there. Ain continued to say that according to the documents, the evolution of monsters does not cause them to lose their consciousness, which they had in the pre-evolutionary stage. Chris was surprised by this news. The girl jumped up and said that this meant that if the prince were to undergo monstrification, he would be able to remain himself. Ain added that this would only happen if monstrification and evolution were treated equally. Chris was delighted and replied that even if that were the case, it was still like a weight off her shoulders and she would have to thank the professor for such news. The prince replied that the professor was the kind of person who cared more about orphans than about his own interests. He was really glad that he had visited Isht. The girl was pleasantly surprised by Ain's words. The guy noticed the change in Chris's face and called out to her, to which she apologized. The girl twirled the glass in her hands. Chris began to talk about the prince, saying that he had grown so strong, which was confirmed by his behavior during their trip. The girl had a feeling that Ain was becoming the same as the first king. Ain was embarrassed by Chris's words. The girl justified herself by saying that her words were true. Chris called out to the prince. She held out her glass and made a toast to them going somewhere together again. The prince looked at the girl in surprise. The guy clinked his glass with hers and agreed with her toast. Ain repeated that they would do it again. The man, holding a stone in his hands, addressed his father that today was a great day. He spread his arms and said that the man had borrowed his power, thereby acting impudently, and that he should be punished. The man added that he had managed to part with the magic stone of that dirty fox, repeating what day it was. The man pressed the stone to his face, saying that the crown prince was so dignified and gallant, thus similar to his father. Licking the stone, the man said it turned him on. Grimacing and breathing heavily, the man continued to say that this excitement was the same as when he killed the fox that was on his father's side, and all his blood remained on him. Reaching out his hand towards the window, he spoke of the crown prince, saying that he would not be able to suppress such a thirst for knowledge, and wished to see the twisted expression on the heir to the throne. The madman, denying his words, said that he should not direct such a distorted attraction towards him, because such people like his father should be cherished. There was a knock at the door. A man in uniform came in, apologized, and asked if the knights could talk to him about a matter related to the Tower of Wisdom. The madman asked me to tell them that he wants to visit their office tomorrow. The man in uniform bowed and accepted the order, asking to deviate. The crazy man smiled, and the man, finishing his sentence, turned to the owner. It was Professor Oz. Chris turned to Ain and informed him that the bridge was within sight. The prince added that she was right. The couple rode in a carriage towards the bridge. 6 months have passed since the incident with the water train. Ainu turned 11 years old and the beginning of spring had arrived. Today the boys are there to attend the opening ceremony of the bridge that was destroyed due to the attack of Viscount Sage's monsters. Chris remarked that everything had gone surprisingly smoothly. The prince responded that the transport had been efficient when they were moving from door to door. Ain winked and said that it was all thanks to his talented assistant, hinting at Clown. Clown winked and asked jokingly if he was talking about her. Clown has already graduated from Lijik College for Girls. In winter, Clown took the civil service test and was the only one to pass it perfectly. She became the youngest person in history to become an assistant to the Crown Prince. The prince asked if the carriage they were riding in was borrowed from Augustus's company since it was so comfortable. Clown replied that he was right, adding that the carriage was their new model. The prince's assistant said that she had bargained for her after having a good word with Ojima. So the prince had nothing to worry about because if they were to squander taxes too much, Aina's reputation would be diminished. The prince agreed with her. Chris warned that they would arrive soon and that he should get ready. The guy obeyed, but Clown called out to him asking him to wait. Clown buttoned the button on Ain's cape. The girl said that the button was undone and grinned. The guy laughed in confusion and said that she didn't have to do that. Ain climbed onto the bridge and turned to face the people, swinging his sword. The people rejoiced, and the prince's companions smiled at the celebration. The prince sighed and exhaled wearily. 3 boys stood with him. The first of them, Butts, asked what was wrong with Ain's face. The second, half-human and half-cat named Roland, answered that the excursion had just begun and asked why the prince was sighing so much. The third asked about the prince's well-being. This was Leonardo. Ain replied that this was the first school event in 5 years, and he didn't understand why the excursion location was the royal castle, sarcastically asking what kind of group visit to his house was this. The boys replied that it was a nice place. Leonard explained that for them this place was the most interesting of all possible. Ain understood them, but it was too much. A knight approached the boys and thanked them for waiting. Dill stood in front of the boys. Ain asked if he would be their escort. The knight bowed and answered positively, adding that it was Warren's order. The man began to explain the rules, where the boys were forbidden to go anywhere except the places he would lead. The man also added that inside the castle the boys should address On as Your Highness. Your Highness, Leonardo replied that he would make sure that Butts followed these rules. Butts angrily screamed at his comrade. The escort smiled, and the others laughed. The man led the boys through the palace. They reached the training hall. The boys watched the knights training. Having reached the dining room, the guys sat down to have a snack. Ain said that he would step away for a second and left. Butts said that even though he knew, the tour proved once again that he and On lived in different worlds. He went on to say that there was a moment that struck him the most during the night training. The boy said that he felt the majesty of the knights, that their every movement stunned him. Butts continued to say that it had no effect on Ain. Leonard replied that such behavior was normal for His Majesty. Roland said that the prince was very strong. Butts rocked back in his chair and said that the four of them had been a band since first grade, and he had always been confident in his own strength. But in reality, he had never excelled at anything. Leonard called out to Butts, confused, but the boy just grinned. Butts cried out that he couldn't lose to him. He raised his fist and said that he wouldn't let Anne get any better than he already was and that he would work harder on himself. Butts said that as friends of the prince, they must be strong enough not to become a burden to him. Roland and Leonardo agreed with their friend. Ain returned and asked his friends what they were talking about. Butts replied that it was just a small talk. The prince brought more food to the boys, which surprised him. A servant approached the boys. She apologized for disturbing their meal and reminded the prince that it was time for an afternoon meeting. The boy was upset because he had not had time to eat. The girl said that she would bring food to his room later. Leonardo asked His Highness if he was going to leave now. The prince had already gotten up from the table and agreed with the guy and said that he was sorry. Roland said goodbye to the prince. The servant informed the prince that Warren and Clown were already waiting for him in the meeting room. The guy understood the girl. On the way, they met May with a basket. The girl greeted the prince and wished him a good day. The boy greeted her and asked what she was doing. The girl hesitated. The servant replied that she was now under her supervision and that she had assigned her to the cafeteria. The prince understood and remarked on the special training for the gifted. The girl did not understand, and the girl said that he was flattering her. May said that it was time for her to run and bowed. The boy told her to take care of herself and waved his hand. The prince added that she had become more mature than when she was in Ishta. The girl agreed with him. Ain asked where Verla was then. The girl replied that she was now working at the infirmary near the training camp, and added that she had a good reputation among the knights for her selfless work. The prince said that it was clear to him and added that they were working hard now. The boy raised his hands and said that he needed to try harder too. The boys were sitting around a round table. Warren thanked Ain for his visit and said to start moving on to today's questions. The old man started with a question about the case of the adventurer's city of Baltica. The boy began to talk about the official inspection and investigation of the Red Fox and the monstrosity, asking if he was right. Warren agreed with him. The old man added that according to the finds among the assets of Viscount Sage when he was alive, he often visited the Baltic during the past year. Clown said that Red Fox was the leader behind the kidnappings. The old man replied that he most likely was, and that Kadama thought so too. Warren told the prince that, as Professor Oz had said, he should rely on the adventurers in Baltic, adding that they would simultaneously conduct an investigation into the Demon Lord's old territory. The prince specified whose territory to investigate. The old man replied that in the previous investigation they had discovered several unknown technologies in the form of books, and if they could find more information regarding the Red Fox, monstrosity, or any knowledge that could help them, then this investigation would be successful. Vero said that the old territory was a dangerous place as they said about it, and their investigation would be carried out by knights led by Lloyd, and the prince should focus on performing official duties. The prince was happy with this outcome, because Lloyd would be in the same company with him, and this was encouraging. The guy also asked Clown if she would go with him, to which she agreed. The girl put her hand on his arm and began to speak. She said that she was now his assistant. The boy was embarrassed. The old man asked to take care of the prince, to which the girl said to rely on her. Ain began to list who would go with him, including Lloyd, Dila, Clowan. The prince thought for a moment and asked about Chris. Chris almost cried at being left at home. The girl sat in the corner and complained that everyone had abandoned her. The prince apologized and said that she was the country's marshal and the people of the capital could not live without her. She felt hurt. She knew she had to stay because Lloyd was going with them. The prince wasn't happy either that she wasn't going with him. The girl grabbed the guy's hand. The girl looked at the prince with eyes filled with tears. Chris continued to look at the guy with sadness. Ain called out to the girl. Chris didn't understand why her heart hurt so much. The girl looked down and began to say that she understood and would stay this time. She promised the prince, with eyes full of determination, to protect the capital during his absence. Ain smiled and stroked the girl's head, saying that he was glad to hear it and promised to buy a lot of souvenirs in return. The girl realized that she had fallen in love with the smile of her prince. Somewhere in the mountains there was a castle and it was snowing. A knight in armor walked and said that in a few days someone armed would come. The knight looked into the distance. He said there was no need to hurry because he had been waiting for this for several hundred years, and the knight said that time was flying by so quickly. The monster roared and began to attack the knight. The man summoned the sword and said that when the time came, the beast would no longer be needed. The monster jumped on the knight. The man cut the monster in half, and the huge carcass collapsed. The knight said that he had no right to set foot on the castle's threshold. The knight said that he would fulfill his mission, but he would wait for his return no matter how long it would take. Prince Ain waved to the crowd from the station railing. Ain got on the train and complained about the heat while Clowen wiped the sweat from his face with a handkerchief, saying that summer had finally arrived. The prince said that in such heat he was so thirsty, waving his hand. Klaus offered the prince iced tea. Ain thanked his assistant, saying that she was spoiling him. The guy asked where Lloyd and Dill were now. The girl answered that they were in the front car and the knights were divided between the guards in the front and back cars. The guy thought about it and answered what he meant by in this car. Clown leaned towards the guy and finished his sentence that they were left alone and clarified that they did not need anyone else. The prince answered sheepishly that she was right, and the girl quietly laughed. Ain looked out the window and saw a bird with 4 wings pointing at it. The guy excitedly asked about the bird, asking if it was a monster, to which Clown agreed with him. The girl said that fun was good, but asked not to do anything reckless when they arrived in Baltic. The guy, remembering his past antics, said confusedly that he knew about it. Clown resigned herself and sat down next to him. She began to say that she understood that he was excited and remembered that ever since the first king blew up the demon lord's old territory, he admired him. The prince agreed with her, specifying that the first king was his idol. The girl thought about it. She was interested in the old territory of the demon lord. It was a shame that this land had secrets about the time of the founding of Ishtalika. The guy asked when Ishtalika was founded. The girl answered that either it was founded after the attack of the demon lord, or after the conquest of those lands. Clown said that the historians' opinions were divided. The boy agreed with his assistant, but he was interested in one thing. Clown spoke about children born in the royal family of Istaliki, and since then they consisted of different races, clarifying Aina's question. The guy agreed, giving an example from his world, to which the girl did not quite understand what he was talking about. The girl suggested that his family had mixed with other races in the demon lord's territory. The prince replied that it was quite possible. The guy continued to say that, firstly, other races and monsters have a magic stone in their body, but more importantly, they do not harm the human carrier. The prince remembered that the first royal family was not recorded in history and asked what race the queen was. Clown suggested that she was an elf. The prince replied that if you think about it, the royal family mixed with many races. The prince wondered what race his children would be. Ain looked at Clown and blushed. The girl asked the boy what was wrong with him. The prince replied that he was just thinking about the future and said that Clown was still beautiful, adding that she knew more about Ishtaliki than he did, since she was the one who organized everything from schedules to inventory management in this important matter. The girl replied that the work was hard, but that was why she came there. Clown smiled and said that if she was here and doing these things, it didn't bother her. Suddenly the train stopped. Ain grabbed Clown and asked if he was okay, to which she replied that everything was fine. Ain heard a knock at the door. Dill apologized and asked for the prince. The man entered the room and warned that the train had stopped due to a sudden earthquake, and before continuing on their way, they would find out the cause of the earthquake. The prince replied that everything was fine. Clown was worried about why they stopped so close to the Baltic and said that she had a bad feeling, to which the prince agreed and wished that nothing would happen. Ain stepped out of the train shivering from the cold, saying that the weather was cold. The boys followed him out. The guy asked if they were on the same continent since it had been warm on the train half a day ago. Dill replied that although there had been a problem, they had made it to the Baltic, turning to Lloyd. Lloyd pointed to his previous status and his current one, showing how to address him. The prince said that everyone here was his own, to which Lloyd told Lil to thank his highness. Ain turned and looked around. The satellites entered the city. The guys were walking down the street saying that they had arrived in the city of adventurers, Baltic. Clown asked Lloyd if Ainu would be welcome here. The man did not understand the meaning of the princess's words. The girl said that she had sent a message about the prince's arrival today, but no one had come out to greet them. Lloyd replied that Ain's reputation was high here and everyone knew him because of his victory over the sea dragon. The girl asked again why that was so. Lloyd replied that people here never read messages. The man pointed to a mountain with a skull and a horn on its forehead and asked Aina to look there. Lloyd began to explain that the ogre was from another monster and attacked the village and was destroyed by the first king, and apparently the power of that ogre could pierce mountains, which is proven by this very place. There was a chip on the top of the skull, and Lloyd said that the first king did this and destroyed the magic stone, and was surprised to tell. Dill recalled a situation that was similar to the ogre's story about the prince who destroyed the sea dragon. Everyone laughed, and the prince began to fuss. Clown noticed that the situation pleased Dinah, but the prince thought that he was simply being praised. Night fell. The guys settled in and were surprised by the view of the sky. The northern lights twinkled in the sky. The prince didn't expect the view from the Demon King's castle to be so beautiful, saying it was wonderful. Clown suggested that it might be the other way around, as the Demon Lord might have built the castle here precisely because of the view. The boy found this theory plausible. The prince suggested that if the girl in the portrait really was a demon lord, Ain agreed that she would look good here. The prince asked if they would be meeting the feudal lord tomorrow, to which the girl answered positively, and added that Count Baltic would arrive. And considering that the prince's group would be tired from the road, she suggested that they visit the count at noon, and thanked his assistant and wished her a good rest. The girl suddenly grabbed her shoulders to protect herself from the wind. The prince threw his cape over her and invited her to come inside. The girl thanked him and agreed. The next day came and the count arrived and greeted the prince. The count was glad to meet him and introduced himself as Count Razul Baltic. The man said that the king had entrusted him with the management of this territory. Ain replied that it was a pleasure to meet him and that it was an honor for him. The prince complimented the city and asked about the rumor that Baltic was a city of blacksmiths and was thinking of visiting one of the forges before returning home. The count said that he would prepare a letter of recommendation to the forge. The man also expressed his gratitude for the prince's care of his brother. The prince asked who he was talking about, to which the count replied that his brother's name was Kaysel. The prince remembered the night and was surprised at his comrade. Ain looked at Lloyd in surprise, who nodded silently. The prince began to apologize, making excuses for not knowing about it. The count said that his brother had left home and become an adventurer, so everything was fine. The prince reminisced about how he had received a letter from Kaysel a year ago. The count asked if his brother had really done this, to which the prince asked what had happened and how strange it was. The count replied that his brother was quite eccentric and that it was indeed surprising. The man said that with the introductory letter, the guild would not regret cooperating with His Highness in the investigation. The prince replied that it would be useful. The count looked away and, already turning to Lloyd, said that he had heard that he would be investigating the old lands of the Demon Lord today. Count Baltic handed over the documents saying that it should help him. Lloyd looked at them and thought. In the document he noted that this was probably the last route to the lands of the Demon King, and also the recent weather. The prince and Lloyd thanked the count. The man was very happy and wanted to deliver a letter from Professor Oz. The count said that the professor had come there for research a couple of days ago and regretted that he had not been able to meet with His Highness. Clown took the letter from the count. She said that the professor wrote that if possible, the prince should personally go to the Demon Lord's old lands, and there was a chance that a discovery could be made. The prince thought about the reason for such a letter and thought that there would be some kind of reaction with the Dullahan and the old lich inside him. Clown asked Lloyd if it was possible. The man replied that it would not be easy because the research showed signs of a powerful monster. The prince asked the count about the monster again. The count guessed that the monster had been living there since the foundation. The count continued that this monster was as strong as the sea dragon. It was said that the monster had fought the first king but survived and was hiding in the demon lord's old territory to this day. The Count continued that, in fact, the surrounding monsters were agitated because of yesterday's earthquake, and according to rumors, the adventurers saw it. Suddenly, there was a noise from the street. The heroes shuddered. Lloyd ran out onto the balcony in alarm. The prince called out to the man asking what was the matter. Ain looked at the city. Clown stood behind the prince and was surprised. The boys saw the fortress hit and a puff of smoke rise. The chips flew in all directions. The Count began to speak in fear. The head of a monster was visible behind the wall. The monster looked straight at them from afar. The guards prepared for battle. The prince sat on the bench and watched. He remembered the Count's words. Clown informed the prince that they had acquired 10 magic cannons by order of His Majesty. Ain stood in the hall over the table with the map and said that this should be enough. The Count asked the prince about his actions, asking if he really wanted to kill the monster alone. The man asked Lloyd if this was normal. Lloyd replied that of course it was not normal, but the prince had already decided everything for himself and forbade them to contact the capital. The prince explained his actions by saying that they had no time to wait and said that they needed to deal with it quickly. Ain asked the Count to contact the adventurers, and together they defended the place. The prince was called by Clown, which brought him back to reality. The girl sat down next to him and said that the prince would soon have to leave. Clown asked a question. She said that Waps Kamui was a monster that had survived a battle with the king and reminded the prince that if the king could win, then the boy should not take risks. The prince turned to Clown. Ain asked what she thought the monster's magic stone tasted like. Ain asked the prince again, embarrassed by the question. She said that he shouldn't worry about that. The guy said he would win and come back, so she had nothing to worry about. Clown smiled and guessed that the monster tasted like chicken. She explained her argument by saying that when she first saw the monster, she thought it was a huge chicken. The guy laughed. After her words, the guy saw only a chicken in the monster. Dill came up to the couple and informed them that the guns were ready. The guy was happy with the news. Clown told Ain that she believed in him and would wait for him. The prince went into battle and ordered to go forward. The prince and his team of knights walked through the snow, sinking. The prince noted that it was a difficult task. Lloyd suggested that they include it as a practice during training at home. Suddenly, the man asked Ain if he would keep his promise. The prince replied that he would restrain him, adding that if the monster ignored him, it would return to the city. But Ain was sure that he was the monster's target because there were too many coincidences. Ain began to tell them because as soon as he arrived, an earthquake happened and then the mysterious return of the ancient monster. The prince also added about the destroyed roads, as if they were not allowed to escape. Lloyd hoped that the prince was wrong. The prince noticed a large rabbit. He asked if it was strong, to which he was told that 2 court knights would overcome it. Lloyd also added that rabbit meat was very tasty, but because of the monster's speed, it was difficult to get, and the prince became interested in the furry monster. Lloyd assured the prince that upon returning home, he would tell Martha to stock up on meat. The prince agreed with him. Suddenly, the rabbit ran into the forest. The prince noticed his speed. The group noticed an earthquake. The boys looked around. One of the knights asked if it was an earthquake, and the other agreed with him. Lloyd sighed with relief. Suddenly, Lloyd shouted at everyone to run. The monster began to attack them. He growled loudly at them, opening his mouth. The boys covered their ears. A noticed that the monster had red eyes and looked like Seiji's wyvern. The prince told Lloyd that the monster's eyes and wing were crushed. Lloyd assumed that this was the aftermath of the battle with the first king. The prince shouted that the monster was wounded and he would not lose to him. Dill's leg got stuck in the snow. Ain shouted to his comrade. Dill shouted at the prince not to worry about him and to leave quickly while he tried to buy them some time. Looking back, the knight fell into a stupor. The monster pointed its large clawed paw at Dill. The knight watched silently as the events unfolded until the prince called out to him. Lloyd quickly attacked the monster, thus covering Dill with himself. He held the monster back with his sword. Gathering all his strength, he pushed the giant away. The prince happily noted that he had been able to repel the attack and praised Lloyd. The trapped knight called out to his father, to which Lloyd began telling Dill to run no matter what. Lloyd shouted at his son again to run away, and he ran away. The man addressed the monster, asking if it was true that his target was Ain. Lloyd told Upis Kamui that he would not give up so easily. The monster looked at the man. The brute growled at Lloyd. The monster began to attack the man, but he easily dodged. Swinging, the man began his attack. Having attacked the monster, the sword cracked. The sword was completely shattered. Lloyd managed to wound the monster, and the brute screamed in pain. The man looked at the rest of his sword. Lloyd said that he had only been able to cut a few cups and did not know what to do next. Suddenly, out of nowhere, a large boulder flies into the monster's face. The monster looked back in the direction of the attack. Ain stood at the edge of the cliff, using his binding magic and shouting that he was here. The monster reacted to the prince. The monster quickly headed towards Ain. The monster ran closer and closer until it was at the right distance. The prince ordered to shoot. The cannons were activated and volleys of cannonballs were fired. The cannonballs flew not at the target but under it, thereby destroying the monster's support structure. The monster began to fall, and the prince thrust his sword into the ground. The prince thanked everyone for luring him and used the ability Sea Current, which wrapped around the monster in destruction. The monster, screaming, drowned in Ain's magic. The prince gave a new order to continue. The knights readied their cannons again, and Lloyd raised his hand. Lloyd began to tell the monster that they might not be as strong as the first king, but he suggested that he get over it. The man continued to say that this was the result of the hard training they had acquired over the past hundreds of years. More sparks from the cannons came from the knight's side. The monster screamed as the cannonballs hit him straight. Lloyd continued to give the order to continue, as the monster survived the battle with the first king and the cannons continued to roar. The monster began to smoke motionlessly. Dill informed the knights that Upis Kamui was not moving, and everyone rejoiced. The prince fell to the ground in relief. Lloyd approached the prince and said that they had done it perfectly, worked together, to which Ain agreed. Lloyd, rejoicing in the victory, said that it was all Ain's idea to prepare the battle cannons and lure the monster to the frozen lake. Dill still offered to check if the monster was dead. His father agreed, but he said that it was underwater and they would not be able to check without boats. Lloyd suggested going back. Lloyd asked what the sound was, and the prince turned around. The lake began to freeze. Dill noticed this and suggested that it was all due to the change in temperature, but the prince could not agree so easily and remained silent. He noticed that the freezing rate was too strong and ice chips appeared in the water. Ain shouted to the knights that it was still too late to return. The knights were preparing to attack. The prince informed everyone that Upis Kamui was still alive. Chris walked through the kingdom's territories. The girl walked around fussily. The second princess was worried about the knight's behavior. She silently watched from afar. The maid turned to Chris, relaying the order to Olivia that she was being too restless and that she needed to feed the twins. Chris was horrified by the order. Chris asked if she had behaved badly, to which the maid Masa replied that the girl often went to places where Ain often went. The girl left to carry out the order, offended. Masa thought that Chris's behavior was evidenced by rumors about her feelings for the prince. The maid thought that she could never have imagined this. The girl came to the sea dragons. Chris tossed the food towards them and wondered why the twins had grown so big. The girl remembered her adventures with the prince and became dejected. The monsters consoled Chris, and the girl thanked them. The knight asked the dragons if they believed in her, and the monsters cheerfully agreed. The girl took a bucket of fish and threw the fish out to the monsters, wishing them a good appetite. The dragons splashed as they caught the food. The girl thought about it and mentally addressed the prince, saying that she missed him and hoped for his well-being. Meanwhile, Ain continued to fight the monsters in the Baltic, giving orders to the knights. The monster tried to get out of the lake. Ice shards flew at the knights. Lloyd asked the prince how he was feeling, to which he replied that everything was fine. He assumed that this was a special attack and asked about the condition of the ionic cannons. The knight replied that he could not load them because of the cold. A monster rose from the frozen lake. Lloyd warned everyone to prepare for an attack and ordered them to protect Ain at all costs. Upis Kamui attacked, and the knights moved forward. Lloyd and Dill attacked the monster with weapons, and the prince used magic to help. Ain summoned black bonds behind his back. The fetters whipped the monster. The prince found it difficult to control them. The knights were defeated. One of them ordered to get ready. The prince began to quickly analyze the situation. He realized that they could not win this way, but he was not ready to give up and ordered himself to think. The prince continued to analyze. They couldn't use cannons and needed a weapon that could pierce the scales. Ain looked at the mountain. The prince saw the ogre's skull and came up with a plan. Dil asked Ain what was wrong with him, and the prince pleased him by coming up with a plan. He asked the knight for help. Ain said he couldn't even take a step and needed Dil to carry him. The knight agreed to help and asked why him. The prince replied that with it he would be able to reveal his power. Dil was pleasantly surprised by these words and said that the prince could rely on him. The prince attracted the monster's attention and ordered him to catch it. Lloyd asked, shouting to the prince what he was up to, and the monster walked forward after Ain. The ice on the lake has melted. The prince ran into the forest, using his magic to cling to tree branches. The prince rushed forward and was surprised. Ain reached the ogre's skull, but the monster did not lag behind. The prince used the technique of thick fog and aimed it at the monster. The monster screamed. The prince of the mist lured the brute to him. The monster noticed the silhouette and began to attack. Ain dodged the attack and jumped back. The boy shouted that he had won because everything had gone according to plan. The prince had hit the skull structure with his magic. The monster's paw ended up inside the mouth of the ogre skeleton. The mouth closed, and the sharp fangs of the skull sank into Uppas Kamui's paw. The monster screamed in pain. The guy whistled. Ain landed on the top of the skull. The monster saw the silhouette of the first king and the prince and growled. Ain broke the horn with magic and pointed it at the monster, shouting that this was the end of it. In a fit of anger, the prince wished death on the monster. Ain pierced Uppas Kamui's head with the ogre's horn. Blood was pouring from the monster's mouth. The monster was defeated. The prince noticed that something was still able to move. Ain saw a magic stone in the monster. The guy jumped on the big guy to the magic stone. The prince used magic to take the stone and eat it. Ain breathed heavily and said that he would have to tell Clown what he tasted like. Exhausted, the prince fell down. He was caught. Dil held Ain in his arms, out of breath. The prince was unconscious. Dil told Ain that it was his time to rest while the others ran to them. Ain began to open his eyes. The prince rose and asked where he was. He supposed that Dil had carried him home. A voice called out to the boy. Clown was sitting next to him reading a book. The guy asked how long he had been sleeping. The girl answered almost the whole day. The prince asked for clarification. Clown sat down on the guy's bed and confirmed. The girl offered to help him wake up and reached out her hand to him. Ain closed his eyes. Cloyne kissed the prince on the cheek. Ain was surprised by the girl's actions. Clown began to say how worried she was and hugged the prince. The guy apologized and said he couldn't do anything differently. The girl understood and was glad he was okay. Clown remembered that while the prince was sleeping, he received a letter from the king and handed the envelope to the guy. Ain did not want to read it. Ain opened the envelope and said that the king considered Ain's act heroic and would not scold him for it. Clown was pleased with the news. The prince added that the king had allowed the boy to participate in reconnaissance of the demon lord's territory and asked why it had come so suddenly. Clown said she and her report were the culprits. The girl explained that she wrote about the professor's letter to the prince, that the threat of Uppas Kamui had disappeared. The guy praised Clown for the work she had done. The girl asked if the guy had eaten the monster's magic stone and if he had gained powers. The guy checked. The guys looked at the guy's stats table, and the stats hadn't changed, but a new ability, Ice Dragon, had appeared. The guy reminded the girl that she was right about the stone. Clown asked what the guy was talking about. The boy happily replied that the stone tasted like chicken. Clown was embarrassed and then laughed, telling the prince that he liked this kind of talk. After 2 days, the group set off for the lands of the Demon Lord. Lloyd asked the prince not to overexert himself on the journey, but Ain said that everything was fine and he was ready for battle. Dil remembered that Count Baltic was surprised that the prince had just woken up and went on a reconnaissance mission. The boy's father said that the count's reaction at that moment was priceless and looked ahead. Lloyd looked at Ain's aura and added that his aura had become even more sophisticated. Dil said that he heard the adventurers' reactions about Ain. Dil said they said Ain could be the first king. Lloyd thought for a while and said that although it was disrespectful, he could not help but agree with them. The prince, fussing, replied that it was impossible. The prince turned around at the rustle and saw a monster rabbit. The prince's dinner has galloped away. Dil replied that it was not food, but Yusuga Yatsumi and the prince became sad, reminding that he had heard how delicious it was and would like to try it. Dil promised to catch him one. Ain perked up. Dill went on to say that he would have to write this in his report to Clowney. The prince, overjoyed, told the soldiers to continue the expedition. Lloyd laughed loudly at the jokers. The prince flinched, and all the soldiers reacted. Lloyd said they were being watched. The prince replied that he would hardly dare attack them. The prince felt something behind them leave and alerted the boys to it, thinking it was a monster. Lloyd reminded them that they were close to the demon lord's territory and advised them to be on guard. The man pointed into the distance and said that there were the territories they were looking for. Ain looked ahead. In front of the boys was a ruined city and a little further away a castle. The prince noticed that their cities had similar buildings, and this seemed unexpected to him. Ain said it felt strange here. Lloyd replied that there were no animals, snow, or wind, and that the area had been like that for hundreds of years. The prince said that time seemed to have stopped there. Ain asked if this was really the demon lord's castle, to which he received a positive answer. The prince asked why then this castle looked exactly like the king's. The prince raised his hand to his heart. Ain didn't understand why he felt this. He came there for the first time. But he didn't understand why he felt happiness and sadness at the same time. The guy remembered his ancestors and understood. The prince started mumbling something about feelings. Dill called out to Ain. The prince lowered his hand and sighed. Ain in front of the city and said that he returned home. The wind picked up. Birds arrived, seedlings blossomed. Everything began to come to life. The knight called out to Lloyd. The gates to the city opened on their own. Lloyd began to say that the gates had not been opened for 100 years. The prince, smiling, looked into the distance. The prince fell onto the pillow. The prince was surprised at the comfort of his home and said that magical objects were amazing things. The guy thought about the reconnaissance that needed to be continued tomorrow and what they should do outside the gate. Something rang out on the street. Einting sat up from his bed. The prince wondered if it could have been patrolling. There was a rumble. The guy went outside asking what was going on. Ain saw 2 killed rabbit monsters. The rabbits lay motionless on the ground. Lloyd noted that the monsters were killed by a master because there was a perfect cut on the neck of the rabbits. Dill asked who could have done it if they had guards. The prince assumed that someone had decided to greet them. Dill reminded them that now was not the time for jokes. Ain agreed and said that he checked and the carcass was not poisoned. The prince asked if Lloyd would mind cooking them for dinner, to which the man hesitantly agreed. Ain offered to share the food with the others. The knights cooked the rabbits. The boys sat down and began to eat. The prince woke up in a good mood because of dinner. Looking around, he jumped up and realized that he was not where he was supposed to be. Ain asked in confusion where he was. Lost in thought, the prince began to recall the previous evening. The door to Ain's room opened, and someone announced their arrival. In front of the prince stood a knight in armor with a tray and a mug of tea. The prince was surprised by the man as he placed the tray on the pedestal. The knight apologized for the intrusion. The knight began to introduce himself as the vice captain of the Black Knight squad that was affiliated with the Demon Lord, and his name was Marco. The man continued to say that he was undead, living armor, or more precisely steel. The prince asked the knight again if he understood the danger of the situation. In his mind, Ain didn't even realize he'd been kidnapped until Marco walked into the room. He assumed none of his crew knew about it. The prince clutched the edge of his blanket in desperation. Ain understood that in front of him was a monster that was stronger than the previous ones. The boy realized that he was near the castle and knew that he could not escape. The knight began to approach the prince, and the boy became worried. Marco quickly set the table. The knight straightened the tablecloth, put the dinner service on the table, and pulled out a chair. Marco stood next to him and invited the prince to sit down, saying that he had prepared tea for him. Ain was surprised and thanked Marco. The boy sat down next to him while the knight undressed the tea. Marco said that for tea he used elder leaves that had been growing for 1,000 years on their territory and added that they were very valuable. Ain noted how polite the knight was. The prince asked Marco by his status, but he interrupted him and asked to call him by his name. The guy continued the question. He was interested in why he brought him here. The knight promised to answer when he tried the tea. The prince resigned himself and drank the tea, warning that poisons did not affect him. The boy noted that the tea was really tasty. Marco was glad that the prince liked the tea. Ain finished his tea and the knight began to answer the prince's question. Marco said that he had brought him to warn him. Marco said that the prince's vessel was not yet stable and he should not use phantom hands. The prince asked why he had to stop. The knight explained that there was a possibility that Ain's core would go out of control just like the demon lords. Marco added that the curse of those beasts had not yet completely disappeared. The prince began to reason about the knight's words, thinking that the demon lord was Ash, and he still didn't fully understand about the beasts. He clarified the question by talking about the red foxes. Marco trembled and said that the prince was right. He apologized for not being able to pronounce their name because of the curse. Marco also said that the tea that the prince drank had the effect of suppressing the curse. Ain thought about it and realized that Marco did not wish him harm and did not consider him an enemy. The knight said that the prince's friends must be worried about him and offered to see him off. The prince noted with interest that it turned out he was not in the castle but on its territory. The knight with the chest in his hands replied that if he wanted to visit him, he should wait until the guy's vessel got stronger. Ain looked at Marco sadly and then looked back. Ain asked the knight if he was lonely here. Marco remarked how kind it was of the prince, but he asked him not to worry about it. The knight replied that he had an important mission to accomplish. Ain replied that he understood and smiled. The knight gave a hint that if the prince wanted to know more about the beasts, he should go south. The prince was surprised by the discovery, and Marco explained that after the Great War, they sailed to the remote ports of the south. Ain asked if the foxes had crossed the sea, to which he received a positive answer. The knight continued that in the middle of the Great War, they had secretly prepared ships. Marco wanted to continue speaking, but he began to shake and stutter. The phantom touched him. A second later, the knight was surrounded by a huge number of phantom hands. The prince became worried, and the knight began to breathe heavily. Ain called out to Marco. The knight looked at the guy and said that it was not the beast, but that woman. Crouching down, he finished saying that the woman was of an amazing species. The prince was surprised. The prince did not understand what Marco was talking about and said that they had deceived the demon lord and brought the house into the world. Marco said not to dare to say that. He kept repeating that they loved them. The knight drew his blade and wounded himself in the leg. The curse began to break and the boy fell to the ground. The prince ran up and called out to Marco. Ain asked what it was, to which the knight replied that it was all about a curse that suppresses their rational thinking and turns them into berserkers. Marco warned the prince to be careful. The knight said that the beasts harbor a grudge against the royal family of Ishtalik, and they are waiting to take over their rule. Ain did not fully understand Marco's words. The knight said that it was inevitable and he was hurt by the curse again. The prince asked not to say anything more. The prince looked at the castle and wondered what had happened between Ishtalika and the red foxes. The knight walked the boy to the gate and told him how to get to the camp, asking him to take the chest. Marco said that Ain could make a sword from the contents of the chest. The prince thanked Marco. The prince decided to ask why the knight was helping him, since he was from the Ishtaliki family. The prince stood up and shouted that it was natural for knights to serve the royal family. Ain thought about it and remembered that the demon lord's army was Ishtalika's enemy and decided that it was just some kind of knightly creed. Ain asked about the people from the reconnaissance squad, why he didn't touch them. Marco replied that he had sworn to protect the people in this territory. Marco remembered the lady who told him to get along with everything. The prince was surprised and wondered if the demon lord had said it, to which he received a positive answer, and the knight added that it was almost her favorite phrase. Ain laughed. The prince said goodbye to Marco. The knight wished Ain to be careful. The prince remembered and thanked for the rabbits, saying that they were very tasty. The knight bowed. Ain returned to his camp, and his friends ran to meet him. Lloyd greeted Ain and asked where he had been. With a smile, the prince replied that he had been kidnapped. The knights were shocked by this news. All the knights bowed and were ready to accept punishment for such a mistake. Ain rejected their words because there was nothing that could be done. Lloyd ordered the knights to check the area. Ain smiled and remembered Marco, thinking that this monster was full of chivalry. The boy looked back at the castle, feeling a connection between himself and the demon lord. Clallan and Ain looked at the helmet-shaped head. The girl asked if it was really a parting gift. The prince noted that for him, it was not primarily a severed head. The prince said that Marco had offered to make a sword out of it. The girl replied that if a blacksmith was needed, the letter was ready. The prince praised the girl for her speed of work. Clown thanked Aina. The girl said something. The plansmith is the best among the best in the Baltic, and his name is Mavden. Clown asked if the prince wanted to visit him now, to which he replied positively. The boys approached that very forge. The guy didn't believe that this was the place they needed. Lloyd said that he would go first and ordered Dill to guard the entrance. Ain refused and said that they had come to ask for a favor and he would go in first. Lloyd wanted to object, but the guy calmed him down. The prince opened the front door and apologized for the intrusion. A curse was heard from inside. There was a sound of iron hammering inside, and the man was telling the girl to hold the hammer with her hands. The girl replied that he had told her to use her feet. The prince apologized again and turned their attention to himself. The blacksmiths looked at the boy. The boys were already standing in the forge. The blacksmith asked the prince for forgiveness for the mess, to which the prince replied that everything was fine. Blacksmith Mouton said that there had been no customers in his forge for 3 years, and his apprentice Emim replied that the last person who came in just wanted to take shelter from the rain. Mouton asked Ain what he wanted to forge for him. The prince replied that he wanted a sword and asked to use his material. The blacksmith replied that he would decide for himself whether to take up his meti or not, and was pleasantly surprised. He saw the helmet of the living armor. The prince was right in guessing that it was Marco's helmet, and he asked the blacksmith if he had seen it before. Mouton replied that he was seeing it for the first time and that this assumption was simply his blacksmith's instinct. The blacksmith knew that the living armor was a monster that only once in its life sheds its armor, which disappears, but the helmet remains. The apprentice confirmed that such material is durable. The blacksmith agreed and emphasized that such material is like a national treasure. The blacksmith agreed to take on the job, but warned that processing such material would be expensive because it would be necessary to use a magic furnace on magic stones. Clown began to write down the price tag of 50 million for processing, and the blacksmith added another 20 for his labor. In the end, it came to 70 million. Ain was horrified by such a price. The guy took the girl away for a talk. But Hunter be money on any order. Clown replied that the prince had never received a reward for the work he had done, and considering this, such a sum was even cheap. The prince was confused. Lloyd suggested using the Mutonu obtained from the sea dragons, to which the blacksmith agreed. Lloyd informed that their materials were now in the capital, and he would send only the best here. The blacksmith replied that he preferred to choose the material himself, and noted that the road from the Baltic to the capital was not easy. Clown suggested that the blacksmith make the sword in the capital itself. The girl said that she was the daughter of the August Trading Company and would be able to prepare all the materials at her own expense. Clown listed the benefits of such a trip, and Ain noticed how good the girl was as an assistant and as a family negotiator. The prince thought his assistant was talented. The blacksmith liked the idea. The man threw the document to the girl and left the rest to her. Mouton told the girl to manage his money and asked her to prepare a plot, a house, and a new furnace. The prince asked if it was really necessary. The blacksmith replied that he was going to open a new shop when he arrived. The assistant was happy with this news. The man said it was time to get ready and promised the prince to make the best sword. The boys came out of the blacksmith's and were surprised. The prince noticed how easily Mouton made decisions. The girl said that he had an assertive character, and Lloyd liked the blacksmith. Ain asked if everything would be okay, to which Clown replied that the idea was hers and the work was hers too. The guys were surprised when they saw the contents of the document. The blacksmith's purse was full. The prince stood at a reception among the nobles. The king made his speech that today's banquet was dedicated to the efforts of the knights and the prince and praised them. People began to come to Ain and praise him for his victories over monsters. The prince replied that all victories were due to the knights and Lloyd. People praised the prince's modesty. Everyone raised their glasses to Ishtalika. The prince thought that it was not worth holding a banquet. His mother approached him. Olivia grabbed Ain's face and said that this banquet could not be a sufficient reward considering the prince's achievements. The woman noted that his father would be upset if they had not deceived him, and the prince agreed with her. The prince asked his mother a question. Chris stood behind the column and looked sadly at the prince. Ain asked what he should do with the elf. Olivia answered that she was too nervous to approach. The prince said that they should talk, and the mother agreed with him. Olivia suggested that they go out onto the terrace with Chris and relax, adding that he should be the first in such matters. The guy called out to Chris and announced that he was going to go out on the track and asked him to accompany him. The couple walked out of the hall. The wind was blowing the girl's hair, and the prince noticed it. Chris, fussing, replied that it was for the sake of the banquet. The prince added that she looked great with her hair down, and he was sorry that he saw it so rarely. Chris blushed at the prince's words. Ain said that it was hot today because it was the middle of summer. The girl could not calm down and agreed. The guy asked how it was in the kingdom during his absence. The girl said that nothing new had happened. Chris became sad and added, for her, the only difference was that Ain was not here. The prince looked at the girl. Chris said that she was very worried about the guy, recalling incidents from their past adventures. The girl said that back then it had been a gift from God to be by his side during the adventures. But this time, when she heard that he was fighting somewhere far away, it was hard for her not to hate herself for not being able to help him. The girl remembered how she was alone. The girl admitted that it was very heartbreaking. The prince looked at Chris. Ain called out to the girl and explained to her that she was a marshal and he could not monopolize her. The girl objected. She said that even so, she wanted to protect the prince. The girl realized that she was crying. Chris quickly wiped away her tears and apologized for her behavior, saying that she shouldn't think that way in her current position. She said that she wanted to get it all out and that she was okay now. Chris justified it by saying it was weird, but she couldn't stop crying and apologized for wanting to move away. The prince grabbed the girl by the hand. Ain looked into the girl's eyes, and Chris stopped. The girl asked what he was doing. The prince analyzed that the girl could not because she was a marshal and remembered the words of his assistant and mother about what he deserved. The prince came up with a solution to this problem and said. The girl asked what he meant by that. The prince looked away and began to speak. Ain looked at the moon and said that he would receive a reward that would make all his efforts worthwhile. The king and queen were sitting on the sofa. Ain stood opposite the monarchs. The prince thanked his grandfather for agreeing to listen to him at such a late hour. The king replied that he had been informed that the prince wanted to receive a reward for his many services. Chris stood awkwardly behind the prince. Ain asked if they would mind Chris's presence at the meeting, to which the king gave his permission. The king asked the young man what he wanted. The prince began to speak. Ain asked that Lloyd Galatius be rewarded first. The prince began to explain that they were all able to return to the Baltic during the battle only thanks to Lloyd. Ain recalled that during the Sea Dragon's rampage, Lloyd allowed the prince to leave the castle, which is why he lost his title of marshal, but his merits were more than enough to hush it up. The prince asked to be reinstated as marshal. The king acknowledged Lloyd's services, but the position was filled by Chris. Ain agreed because if Lloyd was returned, Chris would be demoted. Ain asked that Chris be returned to his position as bodyguard to the prince and Princess Olivia, his mother. Instead, that's all Ain asked for. The king began to retell the prince's request and asked if he really believed that he could give such an important title to whomever the prince pleased. The king frowned and asked him not to talk nonsense. Warren interrupted the conversation between the king and the prince, for which he regretted it. The prince pressed with his aura and said that he was now speaking with the king, telling him to wait until the prince finished. The prince calmed down. Uran fell to his knees, begging for forgiveness. The king thought that only a man of royal blood could create such pressure. Ain said that he understood the unreasonableness of his request, but he still believed that this request would benefit Ishtalika. The king jumped up from these words. The prince continued to say that Lloyd would be able to fully reveal himself only as a marshal, and Chris, on the contrary, was suitable for escort and only in the right positions would they be able to benefit the state. The king agreed with him, but wanted to object, but he was stopped. The queen said that although the prince was harsh, he only said reasonable things. The king resigned himself. The king ordered Warren to prepare the paperwork to reinstate Lloyd's rank and turned to Chris. The monarch gave the order that from that moment on he would relieve her of her position as marshal and appoint the girl as Ain and Olivia's bodyguard. The king ended his words by saying that he would count on Chris. The girl knelt down and accepted the order. Everyone was happy with the changes. The couple left the room and the prince thanked Chris for her company. The girl replied that it was not worth it. Chris sadly asked for forgiveness for the fact that the prince had to spend all his rewards on her. The prince laughed and said that this was exactly what he wanted. The girl remembered all the moments and said that only recently Ain was such a child and now he has grown so much. Ain agreed and approached the girl. Ain raised his hand above himself and said that one day he would be taller than the bodyguard. The girl backed away. The prince apologized for coming so close. Chris was embarrassed and replied that it was not scary, it was just that she did not like it. Chris felt like her request was presumptuous, but she asked anyway. Chris became embarrassed and asked if the prince could call her by just her first name. The prince did not understand. Chris burst into tears. Ain replied that he understood her and asked her not to cry. Ain looked away in thought. The guy said he was looking forward to working with the girl tomorrow. Chris happily reciprocated. The couple laughed, and then Chris left, and the prince watched her go. 3 months passed. It was mid-November. The boys went into the forge to see Mouton. The blacksmith apologized for the wait. The man said that, without a doubt, this sword was his best creation. Ain took the sword in his hands. The prince said that now it was his new companion. The sword trembled in the prince's hands. Ain was surprised by this. Warren replied that it was proof of loyalty. The man assumed that the helmet belonged to a proud suit of armor and was now rightfully the prince's. The prince swung his sword, saying that the sword seemed to obey him as if it were light. Clown and Chris complimented the prince, saying that the sword suited him. The prince thanked them. The blacksmith suggested testing the sword on the spine of a sea dragon. The boy looked at the dragon's huge spine. He asked Chris how strong it was, and the girl answered that it was stronger than the spine on the prince's personal ship. The prince had no doubt about Mouton, but he did not want to break him and tried to press on his spine. The prince broke the bones. The guys around were surprised. The prince asked where so many fragments came from, since he hadn't even made an effort to do so. The blacksmith didn't understand what was happening, but he praised himself, as did his assistant. Lloyd suggested giving the sword a name, and the prince thought about it. He thought it would be best to ask Marco about it. Marco stood on his knees in the castle, suffering from the curse. The knight kept repeating and repeating that she was amazing. He took the tea and poured the contents on himself. Marco began to smoke and breathe heavily. He addressed the beast that it had been trying to take possession of him for several years. The knight clutched the scroll in his hands and said that his mission was not yet over. Marco remembered the prince and said that he had to hold out until Ain returned. He said that he was able to hold out for another day and night. The knight sat on the floor and said what a great guy he was. Marco said it was all because of that amazing woman. Marco's soul was splitting. Ain was sitting at the table and writing. The guy turned to Chris. Ain said that there was no need to be so afraid of him. The girl, in fear, asked if he was telling the truth, and if he would eat her magic stone. That night, Ain took root in his sleep and grabbed Katima, who was passing by, almost swallowing her magic stone. The prince's mother happily said that when triads become adults, they become adults, that is, now the prince has become an adult. The prince told Chris that he still hadn't stroked her stone and asked her to relax. Besides, the prince wasn't interested in other people's stones. Chris sat down and said she didn't know, and was unsure. A man approached the prince. Dill informed that Ainu had received a letter from the king. The letter contained an order to appear on the anniversary of the death of the previous king. The prince mentioned that this was the cemetery that his grandfather visited every year. Dill replied that this was now part of the prince's duties. Ain thought about it. The king and prince walked towards the huge memorial with bouquets of flowers. Ain asked if that meant all the kings of Italy were buried there. The king replied that the prince was right and told him to look ahead. The king replied that this tombstone belonged to the first king, Jarl von Ishtalik. The prince spoke his name. The king asked the prince to repeat after him. The man said to put his sword in front of him and bow. The prince followed the instructions. The sword lit up. The king asked what it was. The prince apologized and said that the sword reacted to human bones. The king had heard something about a sword made from the undead being able to do that. The king said that his father's remains were safely buried there and laughed. Ain asked his grandfather a question. The prince asked what it meant to be a king. The king was surprised and said that now he had reached the age where he was asking himself this question. The prince, confused, agreed with the king. Ain explained that he had recently heard this and was interested. Grandfather replied that to be a king, in his opinion, was to control the life and death of his people. The king continued to say that such is the weight of the king's word, and a man who thinks only of himself is not worthy of being called king. The grandfather told his grandson to think about it because he still had a lot of time. The king suggested going back before the prince caught a cold. Night fell. Ain approached the throne. He looked at the throne and thought. The boy remembered his grandfather's words and began to speak. The prince said that he tried to act like the first king, and he did not want to think that his decisions were wrong. Ain assumed that maybe he acted thinking only of himself then. The girl called out to the guy from behind. Chris said that even though the Demon Lord's stone had been moved to another place, it was still not good to be there. The prince apologized and explained to her that he did not know if he could become a good king. The girl became worried, but then began to approach the prince. She took the prince's hand and placed it on her heart, saying that she entrusted her magic stone to him. The guy was surprised. Ain called out to Chris. The girl asked permission to put her hand on the right side of the prince's chest. The prince allowed it, but did not understand why. Chris touched the prince and began to explain that this was an ancient elven ritual and it had a slightly different meaning. The girl said that the elves had a magic stone in the right side of their chest, and by touching they showed their trust and affection for each other. Chris said that the prince was wonderful and that in illness and suffering she would always be with him. The girl finished by saying that even when the prince becomes king, she will be there. The prince looked at the girl and said that she always helps him out. He thanked the elf and said that he felt better. The king watched from the side. The king told Lloyd that it was an accident, but he overheard them adding that Chris was a reliable girl. Lloyd replied that the king had made the right decision in returning her position. The king began to talk about an old elven ritual. Lloyd agreed and added that Chris had given it a different meaning. The king calmed down and said that the crown prince was growing beyond his years. The training camp was where the knights were being trained. Lloyd watched the knights until he was called out. Ain approached the marshal. Lloyd noticed the prince's good mood and replied that he was simply surrounded by good subjects. Ain asked to join the training and asked to sprang with Lloyd as a pair. The marshal agreed. The prince and the marshal stood opposite each other. Lloyd said that with him he could not hold back. Ain realized his full power and attacked. Ain swung at the marshal in midair. Lloyd was surprised by this aura. The boys' swords crossed. The marshal held back the attack, and the ground beneath his feet cracked. There was an explosion. The knights around began to cover themselves from the fragments of earth. The boys stood in the dust. The prince thanked Lloyd for the sparring. The marshal was glad he could be of service. The prince apologized for destroying the training ground and said it was time for him to run. The prince was in a hurry. Dill stood next to his father. Dill noticed that Lloyd was wounded and called out to his father. Lloyd trembled in horror at the prince's strength. The marshal added that the future king will become even stronger. The sound of footsteps is heard. All the courtiers are surprised. The young man, his head held high, walks through the hall. His attire looks very formal. The courtiers, in turn, bow to the prince. Ain was walking with a bouquet of flowers through a wide hall with carved columns. Suddenly, he noticed his grandfather standing at the exit of the room. The king also noticed his grandson. The protagonist asks in surprise what the king is doing here, to which the man replies that he knew that Anne would go to the cemetery again. He then asks whether his grandson has reflected on what it means to be a king. The prince answers affirmatively, with full confidence that he is on the right path, and he went to the cemetery to tell the first king about it. To which the grandfather nods and notes that the boy admires Yale. Silver continues the story, saying that he also respected and even partly envied the first king, citing the fact that it was impossible to keep up with his achievements. The king says that he is confident in his grandson, for he is capable of keeping up with the achievements of the first king. Ain looks at his grandfather in surprise. Silver leaves, throwing out a last phrase about the prince behaving decently. The young man swallows nervously, but gathers his courage and answers his grandfather affirmatively. A strong gust of wind rises and the protagonist's cloak begins to flutter. Ike continues his way to the cemetery. The protagonist kneels before a decorated, majestic tombstone. He lays flowers at the grave and asks for forgiveness for such an unexpected visit. Then he places his sword in front of his face, expressing respect. The prince rises from his knees and puts his sword back into its sheath. He says that he admired the first king, even did rash things. Ike continues, saying that many people support him. These words bring images of people dear to him into his thoughts. Now he doubts whether it was just admiration. The boy stutters. The wind blows again, carrying leaves with it. The young man looks proudly at the tombstone of the first king. His voice is full of confidence. He says that he will surpass Yale von Ishtalik. Ike apologizes again for his sudden visit, bows and says goodbye. The guy turns to leave, but stops, thinking. The protagonist's face tenses, suspecting that something is wrong. He had already visited this grave once and paid his respects. The young man lists his actions and his thoughts. Ike's eyes widen as he realizes that his sword glowed last time, and he turns to the grave in surprise. The guy turns his whole body towards the tombstone, looking at it carefully. The prince is at the grave in an instant. He kneels again, hastily apologizing to the first king, and draws his sword. Ike puts the sword in front of him again, horrified to realize that it does not glow. For the remains of the king are not under this tombstone. Doubts creep into the guy's head. He raises his head to the monument, voicing his guess. The protagonist is again overcome with doubts. He mutters to himself that if his grandfather had known that the first king was not buried here, he would have definitely told. The prince runs his hand over the inscription, reading it out loud. Yale is buried on his native land. The prince's face is horrified. The puzzle in his head has come together. He remembers the recent visit of the mysterious knight in dark armor, and that he once felt a connection with a demon lord. The phrase that he needs to get along with everyone pops into his head. Ike's sword falls to the ground with a loud metallic clang. The wind howls again, taking the leaves with it. The protagonist quietly voices his guess that this is not the birthplace of the first king. It got dark. The prince is sitting in the library and is already nodding off while reading another tome. Clown quietly approaches Ein, causing him to become a little scared. She asks if he is tired. The prince denies being tired and asks about the business trip. The girl explains that it will be an inspection of the lands of the former Viscount Seji. She also adds that until there is a new lord, these lands are ruled by a king. The young man asks his friend if she will go with him, to which Clown replies that she will accompany Olivia, for which he regrets. The prince mentally figures out who will go with him, and then specifies where these lands are located. Clown reports that the prince's visit is located between Istalica and Baltica, and that he will have to spend the night on the water train. Aina is surprised by this, and he quietly says to himself that this might come in handy, causing the girl to look at him questioningly. Noticing the expression on his girlfriend's face, the main character quickly changes the subject, saying, "Don't pay attention," trying to distract the girl. He twirls a strand of her hair around his finger, which makes her embarrassed, saying that the prince will ruin her hairstyle. Ain's mission has begun, and he is set out for the lands of the former Viscount Seji. The young man walks briskly down the street, followed by his guards, and the locals are happy about his arrival. The protagonist inspects the estate and communicates with the townspeople and farmers. The mission is definitely going well. When night fell, the heroes set off for the water train. Dill reports to the prince that they will spend the night here and leave for the capital in the morning. Ain agrees and thanks the guy. Ain remembers that he had a request for Dill, which causes him to turn all his attention to the prince. The protagonist hands the soldier a letter, saying that it should be given to the engineer. Dill examines the envelope, to which the prince informs him that the letter is very important and must be delivered urgently. The soldier cheerfully says that he has accepted the information and, bowing, says goodbye. The door closes behind Dill. Ain watches him, and after a while the train begins to move with a roar and a creak of wheels, releasing clouds of thick smoke from the chimney. The sounds of quick footsteps are heard in the corridor, and a few moments later, a breathless soldier flies into the room shouting why the train started moving and what was in that letter, to which Ain calmly asks him for forgiveness. The main character, sitting in a chair with a very serious face, declares that they are going to the Baltic. Dill, in the same excited tone, clarifies why they need to leave right now. Ain explains that he, as a prince, wants to conduct his own personal investigation. His friend wants to find out if the king knows about it, to which the prince shakes his head. The soldier sighs, and in a humble voice says that the train will arrive in the Baltic in the morning, and for now they can rest. Ain is surprised by his friend's behavior, which makes him ask why he doesn't try to stop him. Dill looks at the prince with understanding and slight sadness, voicing that he would have done it his way anyway. The protagonist falls into a slight stupor and then begins to giggle, gradually turning into full-throated laughter. The prince's friend looks at him with a bit of incomprehension. Smiling broadly, Ain thanks Dill for being the one to accompany him, and the soldier in turn replies that he will be happy to try to live up to expectations. The train rushes along the rails at full speed. The prince sleeps peacefully, suspecting nothing. Through his sleep, he hears that someone is trying to wake him up. Ain lifts himself up, as it seemed to him, on the bed. But he is surrounded by grass and trees. The guy yawns, asking if they have arrived. But before he could come to his senses, someone insistently poked him in the face with a sword folded in its sheath. The prince stares in shock at the stranger, who commands him to get up and start training. Having recovered from the shock a little, Ain asks where he is and who these people are. Behind the tall blonde man who was pointing his sword at the young man stood a beautiful black-haired sorceress in a spell mania. The prince realizes who stands before him. He shouts out the names of the heroes standing before him. They were Dullahan and the Elder Lich. Ain looks at the heroes in surprise, wondering what they want. At first, he thinks that he was kidnapped, but then he quietly says the name of the tall blonde man. His name is Ramza. A man and a girl introduce themselves. The prince correctly names the man, and the girl behind him, smiling affably, introduces herself as Misty. The sorceress reassures the protagonist, dispelling his fears of being kidnapped. Then she quietly whispers that this is his wish. Ramza, slightly arrogantly, says that they don't have much time and it's time to begin. Then he snaps his fingers and a beautiful suit of dark metal armor materializes on Aina. The prince yelps in surprise as he examines the new outfit, continuing to arrive in sincere surprise. The protagonist breathlessly voices the name of the armor that appeared on him. Dullahan armor. The blonde says that he will lend it for the duration of training, although it is impossible to die in this world. Ain, rising with a sword in his hands, asks Rams why he is without armor, to which the man quickly cuts off his words, saying that he does not need them. The prince will not even touch him with his children's knife. The main character only grumbles discontentedly in response. The young man rises to his full height, saying that he doesn't know how strong the blonde is. He tightens his grip on the hilt of his sword, preparing to attack. Ain shouts that he shouldn't be underestimated and quickly rushes to attack, swinging his sword to strike. At this time, Ramza calmly and even a little lazily pulls his sword out of its sheath. Meanwhile, it is deep night above Ishtali Castle. The moon brightly illuminates the night sky. Kadima approaches the cage with the bee-like monster. She holds out a magic stone through the bars, discussing some theory of hers. The monster immediately snatches the stone offered to him and crushes it in his jaws. The surprised first princess watches the unusual metamorphoses. The bee was engulfed in a glow and its body began to increase in size. The monster has grown to incredible sizes, and the girl looks at her test subject in surprise. Kadima cries out joyfully, pressing her paws to her chest. The creature has evolved into a bee king. The girl considers her experiment a success. But for now, she decides to put it to sleep so she can record the results in peace. In neat handwriting, the first princess writes in her notebook that a monster needs to eat a higher-level magic stone to evolve. Following her theory, Ain evolves in exactly the same way. Kadima continues to reflect that the prince has already absorbed enough stones for evolution, and if he has an incentive, he will be able to evolve again in the future. The girl imagines her nephew, embraced by shining energy. However, only one question remains in her head. No one knows what evolution will happen next. The night castle is pierced by the indignant cry of a girl. She is indignant that at the very moment of the opening, Ain left on a business trip. Meanwhile, during the training between the protagonist and Rams, the latter deflects the prince's blow with serene ease, even closing his eyes. The prince flies away like a rag doll. Ain coughs as he tries to get up. He blames himself for being overconfident. Meanwhile, Misty casts a healing spell on the boy while telling him about Ramza's unimaginable strength. He thanks her and remarks that he has realized something. In a harsh tone, the blonde states that the prince is a lousy swordsman, to which he mumbles, confused and guilty, that he didn't expect that. Ramza continues his monologue, pointing out that the protagonist can do something thanks to his training. This is something to be proud of, but the prince is better at fighting with phantom arms than with a sword. With his head down, the blonde still hopes that one day Ain will be able to overcome problems with a sword, not brute force. The protagonist looks questioningly at the swordsman. Misty was sitting at a table not far from the boys. She was enjoying aromatic tea. The sorceress asked Rams to give some instructions to the inexperienced prince. The swordsman agrees with his partner's words and picks up the main character under his armpit as if he weighs nothing. The prince begins to get indignant, trying to persuade the blonde not to treat him like a child, but Ramza egged him on. The blonde's gaze softens. He looks down at Ain, claiming that the prince is still a child. The protagonist looks back at his teacher with displeasure mixed with incomprehension. Ramza stands behind the boy and puts him in the correct stance, pointing out his mistakes. He gently guides him, showing him how to do it. Ain is nervous, realizing what elementary mistakes he made. You can't defeat everyone with one swing of the sword, especially Ramza. The prince is too weak for that yet. The swordsman puts the protagonist's legs in the correct position, while simultaneously telling a story about combat stances. The young man notices a strange feeling. His concentration shifts, causing him to almost stop hearing the blonde. The protagonist's thoughts paint a picture of how people feel when they spend time with their father. Ramza continues to guide the boy, telling him the rules of combat. Misty is still sitting a little further away from the guys, smiling as she watches the scene unfold before her. The swordsman praises his student as he is on all fours trying to catch his breath. Then, in a more stern tone, Ramza announces the start of the main part of the training, which greatly surprises Ani. The blonde takes the sword in both hands and gets into a fighting stance. He instructs the prince that he first needs to study his technique and come up with a counterattack. The fight begins. In the blink of an eye, Ramza is next to the main character, already swinging his sword towards him. The young man, it seems, did not even have time to blink an eye. He notices the incredible speed of the swordsman's movement. He clenches his teeth, preparing to parry the blow. There is a piercing clang as steel strikes steel. Sparks fly into the air from the impact of the metal. The prince has managed to parry the attack. He looks at the swordsman, watching him carefully. Thanks to his training, he can follow his movements. The protagonist struggles to repel the onslaught of his opponent. He tries to shout over the clanking of steel swords, saying that Ramza's blows seem softer than before. Making another swing towards the prince, the blonde says that this is just the beginning, so stop talking. Ain notes how accurate and fast his opponent's strikes are, admiring that he fights better than the Ishtaliki knights. At this time, Ramza swings his arm for a downward slash. The blade of the sword cuts through the air a few centimeters from the prince's head. He jumps aside, continuing his analysis. It seems to him that each blow of his opponent is equal in strength to all his friends put together. The prince must not let his guard down. Ain attacks Rams, but he blocks the blow. The young man's thoughts literally scream that he must not stop attacking and try to turn the advantage to his advantage. The main character jumps on his opponent to strengthen his blow with inertia. Ain's consciousness tells him that he must control this duel. The swordsmen strike again, their blades whistling through the air as they clash against each other. Ramza's hand is in a disadvantageous position under the pressure of the blow, which the protagonist takes advantage of. He instantly changes his position and point of support and again rushes into the attack, taking advantage of the situation. In a split second, the prince finds himself in front of his opponent, determined to end this battle, the blade of his sword about to pierce Ramza. At that very moment, the training time came to an end. With a bright flash, the armor that Aina was wearing disappeared, and both boys turned towards Misty. Lights and sparks dance around the heroes. The sorceress informs the prince that she has taken care of his sleeping body. The young man thanks the girl in return. He thanks both heroes who are able to give him invaluable battle experience. Ramza says no thanks. Then he adds that he has one request for the hero. The swordsman's face turns sad and his head bows slightly. Ain immediately agrees and clarifies what request is being discussed. The blonde closes his eyes and says that if the prince suddenly meets someone who will fight the same way as Ramza, then he should tell him something. The swordsman says something to the young man, but what it is remains a secret. The protagonist only listens to his words in surprise. Then his new partners disappear as if they were never there. Ain very reluctantly opens his eyes, while at that moment someone tries to call him. Dill reports that the train has reached its destination. The prince sits down on the bed and thanks the soldier, then looks thoughtfully at his palm, remembering past training. Full of determination, the protagonist clenches his fist. Ain and his friend lead the train after a while in full gear, clearly ready for great things. The wind carries snowflakes across the peaks of the icy mountains, howling louder and louder with each gust. The boys are walking through a snowy forest somewhere in the wilderness. Dill asks the prince where they are heading. He is also worried that there may be monsters far from the city, and calms him down, saying that everything is fine. Their guide is waiting for them just outside the city. The prince turns to the forest thicket, starting a dialogue with the guide who is waiting for them behind a tree. A figure, fully clad in dark armor, appears from behind the tree trunks. The protagonist recognizes him as Marco. The knight emerges from the trees completely, appearing before the heroes. No one knows what kind of reception the Ainu will receive in this country. Dill instantly stands up to protect the prince, covering him with his body and holding his sword in front of him. Marco, in turn, raises his hand and tries to calm the guys down, telling them that he was called here. Ain's companion is surprised and turns to his friend in confusion when he places his hand on his shoulder, urging him to lay down his arms. The prince politely apologizes to Marco, then asks him to be their guide. The knight pauses briefly, as if carefully considering what he has heard. In a stern voice, he declares that Ain has finally made up his mind. So the time has come. The man looks at the young man, seeing confidence in him. Marco places his hand to his chest in a respectful salute. He says he will escort them to the castle without any problem. It is an honor for him to accompany the prince. Dill starts screaming, exclaiming that their path really lies in the castle of demons and why they should go there. Ain, with an innocent smile, calms his friend down, saying that he just needs to visit one grave. The prince turns to Marco, asking him if the tomb of the first king is located in the depths of the castle. He receives an affirmative nod. The main characters and their new companion are walking through the forest thicket. Ain asks Dill if it's really good that while Marco is with them, monsters won't attack them at all. The knight agrees, and the prince notices something in the distance. A thick column of purple smoke rises through the treetops a little way from the boys, as if from a fire. The prince asks the guide what it is. Marco explains that there is a poisonous swamp in that place where even Mistress Misty was afraid to go. Ain looks at the smoke with interest while their guide continues that there is something sparkling in the center of the swamp and they need to be careful. The protagonist analyzes the knight's words, still continuing to look at the purple clouds that rise from the swamp. The heroes approach the monumental building, passing the luxurious high arches of the castle. Marco informs the boys that they are there as they look at the majestic columns and other architecture and decoration of the Demon Lord's castle. The Dark Knight leads them to a large wooden door, indicating that it leads to a cemetery. The heroes, in turn, were wary and somewhat surprised by this situation. Marco breaks the silence by saying that behind this door is a small room made by amazing people. He puts a significant emphasis on the last two words. The knight bows and warns the prince to be careful, even though he believes that the young man will win. However, Ain suspected something was wrong with his words and doubts came over him, as if the words he had said before and now did not match. The prince thanks Marco and asks him to wait for him in the Great Hall. Dill was asked to stay where he was. Everyone agreed. The Dark Knight leaves and Dill asks the protagonist to be careful. Ain opens the heavy oak doors and says that he will be back soon. A small, musty room appears before the prince, and through the darkness, shackles hanging on the wall gleam. The clanking of a chain is heard in the corner of the room. The hero covers his face with his hand from the nauseating smell. Turning around at the sound of chains, Ain notices something in the darkness. His eyes adjust to the darkness and he manages to make out a girl chained to the wall. The prince was dumbfounded when he saw what was in front of him. He rushed towards the girl who was pitifully stretching her hands towards him and whispering something inaudibly. She crawled up to Ain, who knelt down in front of her. The girl kept whispering and whispering the quiet word, me. The young man took the girl's hands in his and began to calm her down, saying that everything would be fine and that he would let her go. As soon as the hero blinked, the girl disappeared, as if she had never been there. Only lonely shackles were lying on the floor. The next moment, the girl materialized behind the prince, touching his face with her thin fingers. She whispered in a sepulchral dead voice that she needed to be loved. Ain, overcome with horror, turned around sharply. But there was no one behind him. It was as if fear had knocked all the air out of the boy's lungs, leaving him struggling to catch his breath while covered in cold sweat. He didn't understand what it was. The protagonist thought it was because of the red fox's curse. He found the scene very creepy, but gathering his will into a fist, the prince resolutely walked on. However, without taking even a couple of steps, he swayed and felt sleepy. Ain walked up to the door and grabbed the handle, unlocking the wooden barrier. A ray of sunlight was shining through the crack between the doors. Leaning out from behind the door, the prince felt a pleasant breeze blow into his face, and the sun blinded him a little. Before him appeared majestic tombs decorated with patterns, the same as in the palace of Ishtilik. The main character came closer and smiled at what he saw. Ain thought he would have to perform the same ritual. He already had a bouquet in his hands, which he immediately laid on the tombstone. He began to address the first king out loud. Just like then, the prince got down on one knee and held out his sword in front of him, apologizing for disturbing the grave. The blade immediately began to glow, thanks to which the protagonist realized that the first king was buried right here. The young man ran his eyes over the epitaph, reading it aloud. It was written on the grave that the second son of Ramza and Misty, King Yael von Ishtaluk, was buried here on his native land. The hero realized that the first king was actually someone else. Namely, the first king was the demon lord herself. Aid looks at the memorial and sees the image of a cute girl with pigtails and a fluffy dress. The young man's gaze slides further along the gravestones. He sees the graves of Misty and Rams. The hero continues to voice his reasoning. He noticed that all those buried had the family name of von Ishtalika. Was King Yael forced to kill his family? The protagonist wants to believe this theory. Ain imagines the royal family of that time. He understands that there was no feud between the family members, otherwise Yael would not have been buried here. However, the prince's gaze catches on one of the graves. The prince comes closer and studies the tombstone. It is the tombstone of the queen. In addition to her name, her maiden name was written there. The inscription is almost erased, but the young man manages to read it. Ain looks at the grave in shock and confusion, as if the whole puzzle in his head had come together. He knows this last name. The wind howls menacingly above the demon lord's castle. Dill is guarding the entrance as he was ordered. He hears a creak behind him and turns around. The knight is glad that the prince is okay. Ain informs him that he has learned everything he wanted. He suggests going to the Great Hall. However, before that, he wants to ask his friend for a promise. Dill, in response, looks at the hero a little tensely. In a stern voice, the prince asks him not to interfere under any circumstances. The heroes go out into the hall to Marco, who stands with his back to them. The situation begins to heat up. A heavy atmosphere hangs in the air. The Dark Knight's shoulders shake with a quiet laugh. He asks the prince if he's finished. There's a hint of sarcasm in his tone. Ain informs Marco that they intend to head back to Baltica. The knight bows his head, offering his escort. The prince is seething with rage, but outwardly he maintains a mask of calm. Without answering, he passes by Marco, who, however, speaks up. Without any suspicion, he asks An if he liked it. The prince asks if he is talking about graves, but the knight quickly denies it. The Dark Knight breaks into a scream, yelling that he doesn't care about the grave. He wants to know what the room in front of the cemetery is like. He thinks it's magnificent. The prince becomes even more angry. His fists clench. He says absently that he remembers such a room. Ain turns to the knight, and with feigned sadness on her face says that she is disgusting, and those who built her are disgusting. Marco looks at the prince very carefully. Because of the armor, it is difficult to understand what emotion he is experiencing now. The Dark Knight begins to tremble slightly. He tensely whispers that the answer is wrong and the young man is actually sick. Ain, in turn, gestures to Dill not to interfere. Marco starts shaking more violently. He keeps saying that the heroes need to go to his house, that he has many different medicines and they caused him enough pain so that he would not go crazy. Ain clenches his teeth and throws an angry look at the knight. The Dark Knight is enveloped by some kind of energy. He screams furiously that it is for the good of the protagonist. His scream is like a grinding sound, full of despair. Ain and his friends stand in front of Marco, waiting to see what happens next. The situation has reached its limit. I'm fucking sick of writing this, it's a nightmare. The castle walls begin to shake. Dill is nervous and worried about the prince, citing the fact that the Dark Knight has gone mad. However, the protagonist intends to resolve this issue himself. He still gestures to his friend not to interfere. Yes, yes, and then what? Ain clutches the collar of his cloak and throws it off, revealing his sword. The boy shouts that he will fight Marco, for it is his duty. Aha, give me back the 100 you owe me. The Dark Knight grabs the hilt of the sword and charges, yelling that he wants to show off his home. The prince takes a fighting stance, preparing for battle. The opponents clashed in a duel, swords clanged. Each of the heroes carefully watched his opponent. In an instant, many blows and repelled attacks flew by. The speed of the battle was unimaginable. Dill could not follow their movements. The opponents rushed around the battlefield so quickly that their movements raised huge clouds of dust. The swords crossed again, striking sparks. Gritting his teeth, Ain repelled Marco's attack. He had seen this fighting technique once before, namely in his dream. The prince sees that even in a fit of madness, the Dark Knight remains true to his sword and does not retreat a single step. The protagonist holds back his panic, trying to dictate to himself the same rules that Ramza told him in his dream. Marco's blows almost slammed the prince into the floor. Ain was able to apply enough force to redirect the force of his blow and cut through the Dark Knight's armor. However, this does not bother Marco at all. The situation even seemed to amuse him, causing him to burst into hysterical laughter. The knight stopped laughing and wondered absently why he was inferior to his opponent in strength, noting that the prince's fighting style was similar to that of the captain. Marco touched the armor, concluding that he lacked faith. He howled again like a wounded animal, saying something about faith, that he lacked it. The protagonist was surprised by these words, causing him to frown. What nonsense, what nonsense. The Dark Knight suddenly cuts off his own hand with his own sword. The heroes are shocked by this development. Marco shudders again. For a second, the boys thought that the knight had come to his senses. The knight raises his head, saying how can he believe in someone like her? Ain turns to the man, calling out to him. He does not lose faith until the very end that the obsession can pass. But no, it didn't work. Marco screams again about his home and rushes into the attack. Reflecting a hail of blows, the prince asks the knight to come to his senses, but he does not hear him. Marco bursts into laughter again, his speech sounding like incoherent gibberish. Ain grits his teeth, not attacking, but defending himself. Someone addresses the main character, he freezes. This someone asks him to stop. Ramza approaches the prince, asking him to end Marco's suffering. As a disembodied spirit, he appears behind the hero, placing his hand on his shoulder. The young man finds it hard to accept this information. He clenches his teeth, parrying the blow again. Ain steps back slightly from the laughing knight and lowers his sword. He announces that his final opponent will be the prince himself. The vaults of the castle begin to shake. Dill assumes and shouts about it to his friend. Ain doesn't hear. He's busy with the duel. He says that now Marco will see what he decided for himself. The prince's figure changes. Dill, watching the metamorphosis of the main character, cannot believe his eyes. The prince parries another blow, causing the enemy's armor to begin to crumble, as does the castle itself. Ain makes the same lunge as in the dream when Ramza trained him. But now the blade will reach the target. This is the final blow. The prince pierces his opponent with his sword. His figure has transformed from a youthful one to a man's, and his hair has grown. Now Marco sees the main character, wondering if the captain has defeated him. Ain looks at the knight with sadness, while he, crumpling, also looks at him. The warrior reaches out his hand to the prince, placing it on his shoulder. He wants to say something last. Marco is shaking again, but he praises the prince, saying that he has become stronger. The protagonist is stunned by these words. He thinks that the knight has regained consciousness. However, his mind will not be clear for long. Ain begins to panic, says that he will cure his friend, but he is against it. Marco speaks quietly, his voice breaking every now and then. He says that falling to the captain's technique will be enough. The protagonist is extremely frustrated. He tries to order the knight to refuse death. Marco whispers that he can't take it anymore. His armor begins to crumble. The prince can't believe his words. In turn, the knight continues, saying that the captain is gone. He is tired and wants peace. Ramza's words. He remembers that he wanted to give him a message. The Dark Knight listens attentively to the prince. The protagonist takes his friend by the hand to say goodbye. He thanks the knight for remaining true to his mission all these centuries. It seemed as if Ramza was speaking with him, saying goodbye to Marco in the same way. The armor is crumbling more and more, but Marco is happy. Finally, he asks the prince to state his name, and Ain, with sadness on her face, tells him so. The knight whispers the main character's name, his voice weak, and his armor continues to crumble. It's getting light outside the castle windows. Marco reaches out to the prince, saying that everyone in the world should hear this name. The knight's body turns to dust, and with his last words he glorifies Ishtalika. The hero looks with dismay at the place where his friend lay. Marco leaves behind a magical stone. Aang carefully picks it up. He presses it to his chest, absorbing its energy. The hero's body is filled with energy. He notices a bundle on the floor and picks it up, surprised. Aang looks at the letter Ramza once left for Marco. The prince realizes that all this time his friend was carrying and protecting the royal order. Moments from the knight's life appear in the prince's memory. The protagonist warmly understands that the faithful knight Marco tirelessly carried out his orders until the very end. Dill's voice. He, not believing his eyes, asks An if it is him. The young man reassures his friend, confirming his suspicions. Still confused by the situation, the knight continues to ask questions regarding the prince's physical changes. The protagonist awkwardly notes that he has become taller than his friend. Aang says he has a theory about his sudden maturation, but he will tell it when the heroes return to the capital. Dill agrees. But something else catches the prince's attention. From the castle window, purple smoke could be seen coming from the poisonous swamp. The heroes went to the place, but they were met by an impenetrable veil of poison on the border with the swamp. Dill, concerned about the prince's well-being, asks him to be careful, because they were previously warned about the danger of this place. But Aang is curious, and the poison will not work on him anyway. He asks his friend to stay away. The protagonist says that Dill's body cannot cope with the poison. The prince puts his hand forward and the poisonous fog parts before him. The knight is surprised by the pleasant aroma that he thought was coming from the poison. Aang looks around and concludes that something in the center of the swab is producing the fumes. He steps into the water, but it turns out to be shallow and crystal clear. The prince is also surprised by what he sees. Dill shouts at him to call for help in case of danger, but the boy's attention is drawn to something that looks like a flower. And indeed, in the center of the swamp grew a pink fiery blue rose. Aang had already seen one like this in his childhood. The prince squats down next to the flower, thinking about how the plant was emitting a column of purple smoke. Fragments from the past appear in the boy's memory. He thinks he can do the trick with the flower again. Aang picks the flower and it actually turns into a pink star crystal in his palm. The hero decides to take it with him and return to Dill. Already in the Baltic, the guys arrived on the train. The knight asks the prince to have a good rest before arriving in the capital. Dill leaves the room, closes the door behind him, and wanders down the hallway. He worries that he couldn't do anything. His body tenses, and images of the last battle come to mind. He reproaches himself for his weakness. Tears flow from his eyes. He wipes them with the sleeve of his coat. However, he has decided to make a promise to himself. A promise that he needs to become stronger. Much stronger than his father. Having gathered his strength, Dill continues walking down the hallway, but now full of confidence in his words. At this time in a room, Aang sits in a chair and studies the stat card with puzzlement. Things start to escalate uncontrollably. The prince realizes that his metamorphoses may raise questions in people. He clutches his head in despair. The hero remembers how the first princess told him about something similar. His sudden growth is an evolution. Aang looks at the stat chart again. The card no longer displayed stats, and the skills now featured a new ability, namely Demon Lord, Knight over Ishtalik Castle. The protagonist's mother is worried about her son and that he has not returned yet, so she, Clown and Christina, went to the king. Silverd calms the girls by raising his hands in a peaceful gesture. The king remembers that Aang warned him that he wanted to stop by Bart on the way, but that it needed to be kept a secret. At that moment, a maid runs into the hall with the news that the prince has returned. Everyone turns around. Olivia grabs her by the shoulders and asks where he is and if everything is okay with him. The main character follows him into the hall. Everyone in the room is quite surprised by the guy's new appearance. He scratches his head innocently and smiles, justifying himself by saying that he has grown a little on the way. Different emotions can be seen on the characters' faces. The king and his confidants are shocked. The protagonist's friends are embarrassed, and the mother is delighted. A scream echoed through the castle, seeming to be heard even beyond its borders. Aang decided to talk to his grandfather with the evil eye, while the girls crowded at the door because they were also interested. A conversation starts between the relatives. The protagonist asks if this interferes with the royal plans. Silverd replies that he is in the way, which makes the protagonist feel guilty. The king is serious. He immediately asks to tell about what happened in the Demon Lord's castle and why Aang has changed so much. The prince tells everything in great detail, which horrifies his grandfather. He briefly retells part of his grandson's words for better understanding, saying that the first king was actually a demon lord who, according to legend, was killed by the king. Silverd knew that the grave did not contain the remains of the first king, to which he replies that he does not remember such a thing. Then the king asks if the protagonist has told anyone about this. The answer is negative. The only caveat is that Dill saw the battle between the prince and Marco. Silverd replies that he will take measures in this case. The next thing he is interested in is what happened to his grandson's body. Ain is confused, not knowing what to say. He hands the grandfather a card of characteristics, indicating that the cause is here. With a bad feeling, the king takes the card in his hands and is horrified by its contents. Silverd leans back in his chair, clutching his head. Ain jumps up to him, but the king reads the map again, not believing his eyes. Confused, the protagonist's grandfather asks about the truth of what he saw. The prince stands at a loss, not knowing what to say. The old man jumps out of his chair and bombards his grandson with questions. But he only says that he doesn't feel any changes in his body, except for one. In a panic, the king asks what it is. The main character is a moron who only wants to change his clothes. With an innocent expression on his face, Ain says that the only change is that his clothes don't fit his growing body. After these words, Silverd experiences very mixed emotions. On the one hand, he is happy, but on the other hand, he is incredibly angry at his grandson, which is why he slaps him on the back of the head. The king is furious. Ain doesn't understand why he got hit on the head. Gritting his teeth, the monarch replies that it's time to come down to earth. Having cooled down a bit, Silverd says that his grandson will be able to pick out new clothes for himself tomorrow. Can we have more dialogues for the god of dialogues? What a nightmare. The protagonist consults with his grandfather about what to tell the others about his changes. The king suggests not spreading the word that Ain is a demon lord. Let everyone think that it is because of the absorption of the magic stone. And an additional justification for this will be the presence of dryad blood in the body of the main character. Moreover, the coming-of-age ceremony was held recently. The prince has not yet had time to figure out how to acquire new skills, so he asks to talk to Katama about it. The king agrees and leaves the room. After a while, the maid brought Ain some clothes. Even though it was just a robe, the main character liked the way it fit. Marsa leaves, finally leaving the prince alone. He sits down on the sofa and finally exhales after a long time. He then raises his head and calls out to Clown and Chris, who had been waiting outside the door all this time. The girls look out warily from behind the half-open door. Then they slowly, on tiptoe, approach the prince. To Ain's surprise, they ask strange questions, addressing him too formally. The protagonist responds positively to permission to approach, and the girlfriends sit down next to him. Their further actions caused the prince great confusion. Clown and Chris approached and began to sniff him. There was no answer to the reasonable question of what they were doing. Then the girls turned to each other with incredible joy on their faces. The protagonist's friends begin to exclaim in surprise that this is indeed their prince. Ain, in turn, does not understand how they were able to verify this. All three of them are sitting on the couch. The girls are looking at the guy's hair with interest, comparing its beauty to his mother's hair. An argument begins after the words that the main character wants to cut them off. Beauty is not a worthy argument, so the friends began to think of what to do with them. Clown suggested one idea. The girls begin painstaking work on the main character's hair, while he sits and endures in slight bewilderment. It was already late at night when Olivia decided to visit her son and, after knocking on the door, looked into his chambers. She is touched by the picture she sees of the boys falling asleep in each other's arms. The prince has a simple construction of hairpins and elastic bands on his head. The mother notices the emotional closeness between the three. There was a lonely child sitting in the cave. Coming to his senses, he looked around, not understanding what he was doing there. The kid looked at his hands. His body was a skeleton. He didn't know who he was or where he was. Footsteps echoed through the cave. A woman approached the child. In her hand was a staff that illuminated everything around. She sat down next to the slave's child and assumed that he was covered in miasma, which is why he turned into a monster. The woman took off her hood, revealing her face. She greeted the young skeleton. He wanted to say something, but only sounds came out. The child could not speak. Misty assured him that everything would be fine now. The sorceress pulled stones from her pocket and handed them to the skeleton. He took the gift and looked at it carefully before eating it. As the baby crunched the stones, Misty watched him with a smile. A strange sound was heard. She looked up and saw cracks spreading across the ceiling. The woman warned that the cave could collapse at any moment. Misty extended her hand, which the little monster accepted. She told him to follow her, although she had not yet decided where exactly, but with her, the child would not be lonely. The woman introduced herself and asked the child's name. The child could not answer because he did not know his name. Misty sighed. She said that in that case, the monster would be called Ramza. Sylvia added that she was glad to meet him. Now their journey together had begun. They began to live together in this world. Years passed and the little skeleton grew. Now he did not look like a monster, but like a healthy young man. The hero stopped near the river. Ramza was washing his face when Misty called him. When he approached his partner, he saw a dirty child who was greedily eating fruits. The guy asked Sylvia what race the child belonged to. The woman assumed that the girl was a succubus. The child herself interrupted them. She denied the assumption and said that she was an uncut gem. The girl added that she would soon be big. Misty apologized to her. Sylvia asked what she was doing in the forest. The girl shrank back and sadly replied that she had neither a tail nor wings, and that her mother had gotten rid of her because of her peculiarity. Sylvia glanced at Ramza. The young man understood and nodded. The boys invited the girl to go with them. The child was surprised. The woman asked his name, to which the gem replied that she had no name. The guy said that Misty could make it up, like in his case. Sylvia thought about it. She suggested the name Ash. The girl immediately beamed. Taking her new guardians by the hands, she said that she liked her new name. The three of them traveled around the world. The guys conquered snowy mountains, fought monsters, helped local residents. Over the years, new people joined them. The heroes stopped in one of the cities. It was winter there. While the townspeople were enjoying the day, Ash lay dissatisfied on the bed in her room. She asked why she had to do this. Sister was the one who matched her appearance and character. The woman stood not far from her. She gave off a creepy aura. She said with a smile that someone would be left without dinner today. Rasma sighed and said that they had no choice, since Ash was the strongest of the three. As a demon, she was the best fit to be the village chief. He assured her that the monsters he had rescued thought the same. Misty added that she and Ramza would do all the necessary work for Ash. She just needed to ascend to the throne. The girl was surprised by this and asked if it was true. She didn't have much confidence in herself because she was a demon succubus. Meanwhile, her partners were the Great Lich and the Dullahan, who was an ordinary skeleton in the past. Ash believed that she would never be able to compare to them. She was afraid that if she did something wrong as a class leader, everyone would start to hate her friends. Ash would not be able to continue living because of guilt. The unfaithful demon clutched the pillow in his hands. Misty said she shouldn't worry. They were family. She winked and suggested they come up with a family name. Rasma noted that the Lich already had one. The woman explained that her last name had no meaning since it was taken by pure chance. She wondered what symbol they should come up with. The guy replied that he was not against the idea. The succubus raised her hand and supported it. Misty asked if they knew the name of this content. Ramza replied that it was Ishtar, and Ash confirmed it. She added that she did not know why she gave it such a strange name. The woman asked if they would combine it with the word Rikwa, which meant family in the language of the gods. The girl said it would be difficult to bring, to which the young man suggested the simpler version, Rika. The heroes looked at each other and smiled. They understood that from that day on they became a real family with their own last name. The prince put on his new clothes and they looked perfect on him. The young man liked the new clothes. They fit like a glove. Olivia clapped her hands. The woman approached her son, saying that it suited him very well. Ain thanked his mother. Olivia giggled, but the boy did not understand the reason for her laughter. She came closer and noticed that her child had become taller than her. The young man was embarrassed and asked for forgiveness. The woman said that there was nothing wrong with that. On the contrary, she was glad to see him so handsome. Olivia said they had to visit Magna on official business. She winked and said she would find the best escort. The hero smiled and bowed to his mother. He said that he would accompany her with all responsibility. After some time, in the courtyard of the mansion, Ein was concentrating on showing his skills to Kadama, who was recording the data. The youth sighed and said that there was no reaction. The beast man thought about it and wrote it down. The girl thought that the new skill model would be like summoning. Ein thought with a sad smile that he would be able to summon Mistine Ramza, but he was out of luck. The young man said that since he couldn't concentrate on one ability, he would use another for now. A powerful suit of armor formed on his arm, from which magic emanated. The scientist jumped up and asked in amazement if it was the hand of the Dark Knight Dullahan. The hero said that he could probably create a whole suit of armor and told him that in his dream, Ramza had dressed him in the equipment and the boy could still feel it. Kadima patted the boy on the back. Now she understood why the prince had suddenly grown up and matured. The girl asked about the power of the ice dragon Upas Kamui. If it weren't for her, An wouldn't have remembered that he hadn't even tried this power yet. He closed his eyes and stretched out his arms, concentrating. Ice shards began to form out of the air, and a dragon with 2 heads emerged from them. Kadima didn't expect to see a 2-headed sea dragon. She couldn't believe that the prince was able to create such an ice sculpture. It was hard for the boy to control his powers for so long. He frowned, trying to control himself. But the statue jerked and it fell to the ground, shattering into pieces. Ein fell and said tiredly that it was quite difficult to keep the dragon sculpture in the air. Kadima immediately went to the fragments. She wanted to take a sample, but her instrument, which she wanted to dissolve the ice, broke. The beastman said that the powerful frosty air was not comparable to normal ice magic. However, this was to be expected from a calamity-type monster equal to a sea dragon. All this made her researcher's guts burn. She quickly began to write down the data in her notebook about the Dark Knight and the Ice Dragon. The young man apologized and said that he had to go because his grandfather had called him. When Ein reached his relative's office, he noticed that there was a heavy atmosphere around the door. The youth asked why such an oppressive aura was coming from the throne room, to which the guards replied that they did not know. The young man entered the room and saw his grandfather sitting on the throne, thinking very hard about something. He turned to him with concern, and the grandfather, seeing his grandson, immediately beamed. Silvered immediately noticed that the new outfit suited the boy very well. He thanked the king and asked what had happened. The marshal and the prime minister, who stood on either side of his majesty's throne, looked worried. Grandfather frowned and admitted that he had almost launched a preemptive strike against time and started a war. The prince immediately recalled the words of the first king about the prohibition of preemptive strikes. The king of Ishtaliki sighed and said that this was precisely why he scolded himself. The hero asked how this had happened. The king pulled out an envelope and said that this letter was attached to a reply from Euro. They suspected that his people had been bribed and planted on them. Before handing the letter to his grandson to read, the grandfather apologized to him. He was a little nervous, but when he began to read the contents, he sighed heavily. He summed it up. The people of the other kingdom wanted information about the situation of the count and the others in an official manner. In addition, they mentioned that Ishtarika kidnapped them and made complaints about Ain and Olivia. Warren deeply regretted having delivered the letter directly to His Majesty. He said that he too had been stunned by its contents. Lloyd stepped forward and assured his king to be sure. He said that their enemies were so brazen only because they knew that Ishtalika did not want to attack them. However, if it was necessary, the marshal was ready to show a grain of his strength in a way that the first king would not list. Silverd praised Lloyd for his words and added that he was counting on him. The prime minister said that he had not expected the third prince to be so fixated on Lady Klein. The young man immediately remembered Grit, who irritated him with his affection for the girl. Ain suggested trying to settle this without brute force. Warren said they could have a conference and was generally open to the idea. Suddenly, the guy admitted that his patience had run out. He wanted to end the troubles that Haim was causing, recalling the warm moments he spent with Lady Klein and how she always smiled at him. The prince declared that this girl was his. The men were taken aback by such a statement. After a while, the throne room was filled with loud laughter. Through the laughter, the king asked if everyone had heard what his grandson had said. Realizing what everyone was thinking, Aang quickly explained that he had meant my assistant, not the girl. When Silverd calmed down, he said that he would also attend the conference. The Prime Minister and the Marshal were worried about this decision. They asked His Majesty if this would not endanger his safety. He told them not to be foolish. The king was going to go with them on his ship, the White King. He added that if he was in danger with them during the meeting, he would be in just as much danger within the castle walls. Lloyd and Warren fell silent, having nothing to say in response. The grandfather turned to his grandson. He told them to work things out with Haim together. A few days later, in the royal palace of Jaim, Elena was sitting in her office and reading a letter. She did not understand why Sir Tiguru was doing this. A maid knocked on her door and brought the necessary documents. The girl thanked Lily. The maid noticed Elena's depressed state and asked what had happened. The girl said that Mr. Tiguru had slipped the letter to Istarika without permission, and now she was sitting and reading their reply. Lily covered her mouth in surprise. Elena asked if it had been 4 years since Lily had become her personal servant. She asked if the girl knew how much the fish hatching trends in the port city of Roundheart had changed in the last 10 days. The maid thought for a moment, and then Elena handed her the documents. Willie asked what they were. The girl explained that they were details of the city's fishing trends. People had done their best to investigate this. Elena began to get nervous, which caused her to bite her nails. The researchers even pointed out tax fraud that they hadn't noticed. She was irritated by the tone in which the auditor spoke to them. The girl stood up from the table abruptly. She said that all their information, public or not, was with them. Elena could already predict the outcome in advance if they negotiated in the current state of affairs. Lily noted that the country had a rather capable chancellor. Annoyed, Elena went to the window and agreed. Suddenly, the girl noticed something. She turned to her maid and asked how she knew that the letter was written by the Chancellor of Ishtarika. The maid froze, realizing that she had been found out. She smiled and said that she had expected this outcome. Elena had not yet managed to send a guard when Lily appeared behind her with a knife at her throat. She asked the lady not to make noise. The maid explained that in this letter for her, between the lines, Varentubamna wrote about returning in the form of a code that was incomprehensible to people who did not know about it. Lily decided to reveal herself completely because she thought that this was the right time. The maid let the girl go. She asked if Lily was sure of her actions, since she could call the guards at any moment. The spy said that she only wanted to scare her. She was not allowed to kill. Besides, Lily looked down on the Knights of Haim. She didn't think they could harm her in any way. The girl winked at Elena, who was unhappy with what was happening. She sighed and stood up, resigned to the fact that she had no choice but to obey. Lily was glad to hear such an answer. Elena was angry that she had a continuous bad streak, the letter to Tiguru, Lily's betrayal. The maid laughed and noted that the girl was behaving like Lady Klein. She replied that most likely it was Klein who was like her, because she was her daughter. Suddenly, the maid extended her hand and invited Elena to go with her, since Lady Klein was on their side. The girl asked for forgiveness and said that she had to refuse because she still loved Haim, the country in which she had lived her entire life. The spy sighed. She took off her cap and threw it away. The girl opened the window and stood on the windowsill. She said that she wanted to warn her mistress one last time. Lily said that if Elena did not want to fight against her daughter, she had to stop the nobles. After that, the maid jumped out of the window. The girl was in shock. Clara ran to the window and looked out, but saw no one. Even though Lily turned out to be a spy, Elena still liked her. The girl left her office. The Stratus followed Elena, asking where she was going. She said she was going to meet Prince Tiguru. In this situation, she had no time to grieve. She had to act. Clara was determined to do everything in her power until she began the day of negotiations with Istarika. The heroes arrived at the port where the royal ships were created. Ain was amazed and delighted by such a huge place. Clowny said that this place was the same size as the Tower of Wisdom in the game. The port also had its own centuries-old history. The prince did not know that there was such a place near the capital of the kingdom. The girl suddenly coughed. The young man asked if she was okay. Clowny replied that sometimes she got something stuck in her throat and apologized. Dill asked the girl to take care of herself because there was an epidemic in the capital. She thanked him for his concern. They continued their exploration of the port, and after a while the boys saw their destination. The prince's ship, Leviathan, the sea dragon. Ain was surprised by its size. The girl said that the ship was not finished yet, but its size was already much larger than that of Princess Olivia. She added that its power would exceed the power of the ship of His Majesty the White King. Dill said he'd heard a few rumors, but he didn't expect the ship to be this cool. Clowney explained that with the Sea Dragon's materials, they could fit as many weapons on board as they wanted. While Aim was looking at the construction of the ship, he saw some familiar faces. Dill noticed that the prince was looking at something and asked where he was looking. The boy asked if one of the engineers was Roland. Dill explained that he was a school friend of the prince, and to his left stood a first-class teacher, Professor Rook. Ain asked what they were doing there. The girl said that the professor was the most famous researcher on the entire continent and that Roland was engaged in magical engineering. In his circles, he was talented and famous. The hero was surprised by this. Ain told him to move on. Clowney was surprised and asked if the prince did not want to greet his acquaintances. The young man said that he would wait until they finished the ship as he did not want to disturb them. When spring comes, it will be their 6th and final year at school. His friends, Roland Butts and Leonard, have all set out on their own paths after graduation. The hero must try too. The heroes were riding a train through the fields. Clowney brought warm tea to the prince, who could finally warm up after the chilly walk outside. The girls said that the meeting with the Kingdom of Heim would take place in the summer. The young man asked where it would be held. The assistant replied that it would be on a desert island, right in the middle between Ishtalika and Heim, and added that His Majesty and Mr. Warren would specially re-establish connections for the meetings. Remembering how the two old men had not been particularly friendly to each other, he noticed that they were acting enthusiastically. Clowney thought about it. She didn't understand what had happened, since they were still ignoring Heim. The young man remembered how he had declared Clowney his and blushed. The girl added that His Majesty would be attending the meeting as well as King Kaima. This meant that both countries would come with a huge army behind them. The prince noted that if everything was going to be exactly like this, then Logum would also be at the meeting. Clowney said that the boy's younger brother, who is the 3rd prince of the Kingdom of Heims, will also be there. Aim said that they will have a good lineup at the meeting. The girl looked at him with excitement. He replied that everything was fine. He was determined. The guy said he would not run away or hide. He was going to end his unwanted ties with Heim. There was a meeting between Mr. Tiger and Elena. The man handed over an envelope and asked Grint what he thought of the letter from Ishtalika. It was obvious that the Crown Prince's assistant had written it. Tiger asked if the young man did not think that such letters were rather provocative. Grint agreed with the gentleman. He suggested that the prince's assistant could be a very uncontrollable person. Elena, meanwhile, listened attentively. She turned to Grint because she wanted to ask a question. The girl said that Crown Prince Ishtaliki's guards, to whom Grint lost in the Euros, said that An dealt with the sea dragon single-handedly. She asked what he thought about that. The boy laughed tensely and said that it was a rather rude question. But he decided to answer it anyway. He considered the guard's words to be an exaggeration. The sea dragon is a huge monster, the ruler of the sea, so it is impossible for an incompetent person like the Crown Prince to deal with it alone. The girl apologized for the question. The young man bowed and said that it was no big deal. Although it seemed that he didn't care, his fist was clenched. Mr. Tiger asked Elena what happened to the spy Lily after the fight. The girl sighed and replied that she could not find him anywhere. She assumed that he had fled to Ishtalika. The man said that they couldn't let the enemy do everything any longer. He suggested sending his spies there. Elena thought that such behavior would be nothing more than an obscene joke. Tiger didn't agree with that. The girl added that even if they wanted to send spies to Ishtalika, they didn't have the right people. Initially, she was going to help as a civilian officer, but Lily knew about it. Mr. Tiger thought for a moment and said that he would need to provide Elena with a list of civilian officers. At that moment, they were interrupted. The guest asked why they had such sour faces. It was Mr. Leifon. The man walked in, greeting his brother with a wide smile. Everyone stood up from the table, and Grint's expression darkened. The young man and Elena knelt down. Mr. Tiger noticed his relative's good mood and asked where he had been. The man replied that he had picked up some women from the fortress city again and had been having fun all day. Seeing that Tiger was not particularly pleased with his brother spending every day like this, Leifon asked if he had any objections or grievances. The man sighed and denied everything. He sat down at the table and asked what they had talked about with Elena. Moldavans looked at each other, nodded to each other, and told. After listening to them, Mr. Leifon laughed at the boy's worries as he thought that Ishtali could easily be outwitted. Tiger, however, did not understand how exactly. Rather suggested simply buying bird lands from the Merchant Guild and sending it from Rogdan, since Istalika accepts ships from there. Tiger objected. He didn't think that would be enough to fool them. Leifon understood that his brother needed them to avoid being noticed by the spies from Heim. With a sly smile, he said that he had people for this task. In the infirmary, a nurse was helping a wounded soldier. When she finished bandaging his hand, she said that everything was ready. The young man thanked her for her help. The guy, unsure, began to invite the girl to go on a date. But he was interrupted. Someone knocked on the door and Mrs. Barra went to open it. The soldier was confused. When the girl opened the door, she was surprised to see His Highness. He had come to talk to her about the epidemic. The young man was told that Crone and Chris had fallen ill with an unknown illness. The nurse confirmed this and said that the girls were resting in the private rooms of the hospital. They needed peace, at least for a few days. Ain assumed that with a situation like this, they would have to put off official business in Magna. He asked if he could see the sick girls. Mrs. Barra immediately ordered with her hands. She replied that she could not allow the crown prince to be brought down by illness. The guy said that everything was fine because his skill would not allow this to happen. He hoped that his abilities would help Chris and Crone and would be able to heal them. However, despite this, the girl still did not advise this. She believed that Ain's treatment would only be a temporary measure. There was a possibility that many people would catch the infection during the epidemic. But if a person developed immunity, the infection would no longer bother him in the future. Dill approached the prince and asked him to work for the girls during their stay in Magna. The young man agreed. The hero stood up and said that in that case he would visit them another day. The nurse promised to pass on his words to the patients. He stretched tiredly, which the lady noticed. He replied that the situation with Heim did not allow him to rest. Ain expressed regret that his father had failed to restrain his younger brother and the prince. Barra did not understand who he was talking about. The young man explained that he was talking about Logan. The girl noticed that she wasn't the only one who had trouble communicating with the commander. The guy asked in surprise if she had any problems too. The nurse nodded and added that both May and her mother had the same problems. Ms. Barra said that when she was little, Logan left, saying he had lost interest in them. Ain noted with regret that her problem was much more serious than his. At least he didn't have to worry about food and shelter. The nurse added with a smile that, despite the past, it was Kronrince Istoliki rescued them and brought them to safety. This already brought him and May a lot of happiness. The young man was pleased to hear such words. He said that the girl had given him the gift of understanding that the work done in Ista had not been in vain. Meanwhile, in the port city of the Kingdom of Heim, Roundheart, Elena examined the ship from Bardland. She learned that things in the city had been going badly lately and had been growing for a long time. The girl noticed that Leifon really knew a lot about this. The boy believed that he was willing to do anything for his own benefit. Elena asked if their target was really so beautiful that Leifon was interested in her. The guy replied that he didn't know exactly what the man wanted to achieve, but at least aristocrats from all over the world were chasing her. The girl didn't like the exchange of her daughter for help. She noticed a crowd walking across the bridge towards the ship. These were the convenient people Leifon had spoken of. The assistant provided similar information about each of them. The girl took the documents and began to leaf through them, studying them. They were vagabonds who had lost their citizenship and were being pursued by usurers. As far as was known, the first prince had taken their wives and daughters away from them for debts. They were promised their release for completing the current work. Elena was not sure that His Highness would keep his word. A hooded girl approached the gentleman. She leaned toward Elena and whispered that the target had been captured. The girl quickly threw to her assistant that she was returning to the residence and was counting on him. She ordered to tell the owner of the ship to come to her. The young man said that he would do everything, but asked why the Lord needed him. She answered that she had a business proposition for him. The girl was met at August's residence. She immediately went to the basement with her people. When they came down, they pointed out the prisoner to her. He was bound and locked behind bars. Hearing Helen addressed as mistress, the soldier assumed that it was Lady Crone's mother standing before him. Elena was told that several fighters had been seriously injured in their attempts to capture the Ishtaliki knight. The girl noted that they had had a hard time. She said she wanted to talk to the prisoner alone. Her people were worried about this because they thought it dangerous to leave the lady alone with a soldier of the enemy country. However, Elena assured him that everything was fine. She came closer to the cage and immediately offered a deal. The warrior did not expect such an offer. He laughed and then looked at her seriously. The young man, with a gloomy and determined look, asked to refrain from trying to bribe him. Elena felt a terrifying aura from the tied-up soldier. She was afraid to find out how many such brave knights Ishtilik still had. The girl pulled out the document and showed it to the soldier, who didn't even want to look at it. She asked if he still refused the deal. The guy said she just wanted to get his attention, but he didn't care. Elena advised him to take a look anyway if he really considered himself a loyal subject. The soldier took a look, and what he read shocked him. He asked what the lady had in mind. Meanwhile, the royal carriage was driving through the streets of the port city of Magna with Dill, Olivia, and Ein in it. Their task today was to plant trees in the city's central square. The locals were happy to see the royal family. They considered Ein a hero who saved Magna, and Olivia, the mother of God. For the prince, the title of hero sounded too flattering. The mother, seeing the reaction of the townspeople, said that her son tried hard. She was very happy for him. When they arrived at the square, Dill handed them a sapling and asked them to plant it. The royals accepted it. Together they carefully planted the young tree. Ein sat down next to it, patted the soil and wished it to grow big. Then he stood up and said that their mission was over. However, he did not have time to finish speaking, as a strange sound attracted his attention. The prince asked Dill if he had drunk anything. The young man replied that he had done nothing. Olivia also heard strange sounds and asked what it was then. They turned to the sapling. It began to tremble and the sounds grew louder. Suddenly, the tree trunk began to grow. The son pushed his mother away and covered her with his body. In an instant, a large tree with mighty branches grew in front of them. Ein and Olivia did not understand why the small sapling suddenly became so huge. Then he remembered his wishes and thought that this could have happened because of him. The inhabitants were amazed. They shouted that their hero was even able to bestow upon them gifts of nature. For them, Ein was like the reincarnation of the first emperor. The young man felt awkward. He thought that people were exaggerating. Olivia didn't mind. She said that the tree really did grow like that thanks to him. The woman helped her son stand up and advised him to say something to the people. While Ina was being raised up in Magna Square, Helen was arriving by ship in the port city of Ishtaliki. When Helen's ship arrived, she was amazed by the beauty of the port city of Magna, which was the door to Ishtalika. The city was of incredible size. She couldn't imagine what the capital looked like if the port was so huge. The girl thought that Roundheart was nothing compared to it. An assistant approached her. He reported that several breaches had been discovered in the portal which would take some time to repair. The girl asked how long exactly. He replied that they needed several days. Elena nodded and said that they would wait. A soldier came out onto the bridge. She said with a smile that the main thing was that they got there safe and sound. But he himself got the ship. The man looked at her without a trace of a smile. He opened his bag and handed over a letter of recommendation concerning a good craftsman. The girl thanked him. The warrior wished her well without enthusiasm and added that they needed to act immediately. The girl apologized to the assistant. He asked who it was, to which Elena explained that it was her friend who brought the necessary letter. She asked if they were already in the city, to which she received a positive answer. The young man fell silent. It was obvious that he was unsure of something. He asked if they should stick to the plan proposed by His Highness Leifon. He believed that using a terrible weapon like miasma against ordinary civilians was too cruel. Elena agreed with him and then added that she believed in the soldier she had let go. The young man did not understand her. Although their surveillance mission was over, they would still have to linger in the enemy port. The guy said that was why he was against Elena's participation, since her appearance could arouse suspicion. The girl explained with a smile that Mr. Leifon wanted to get even with her in this way. She took away his excuse to steal his daughter from yet another merchant with whom she personally entered into negotiations. The attendant said that His Majesty was convinced that these negotiations were of great interest to Haim. Elena replied that with the king's approval, The prince had no choice but to agree. The girl said she was going to find a place to spend the night. The young man wanted to stop her, saying it would be dangerous. However, Elena had a plan. She put a magical disguise device on her ears, which changed the color of her hair and eyes. Seeing how amazed the guy was, the girl said that the purchase had not been cheap. Having assured the assistant that she would return after the repair was completed, Elena went to the city. She was delighted by the wide and beautiful streets of the port. The seller noticed her and began to invite her to try the shellfish. Elena said that she did not mind, but first she needed to find a place to spend the night. The man agreed that she needed to hurry. He said that special people were coming from the capital today, so the city was overcrowded. Elena said goodbye to the seller, who asked her to come as soon as she had resolved the issue. The girl did not understand who they were talking about and who had arrived at the port. They began to go around the hotels, but there were no vacancies anywhere. Tired, Elena sat down on a bench and wondered how many times she had been turned away. She could accept that ordinary hotels might be full, but not the ones for aristocrats. The girl sighed. In any case, she did not want to sleep in the open air. The man sitting next to her suddenly addressed her. She couldn't see her face because it was covered by a hood. The young man apologized for interrupting and asked if she was looking for a place to spend the night. Elena answered positively. She was ashamed to admit that she had not expected to see so many people. The guy agreed with this. The girl asked if her interlocutor was a wanderer. The guy answered that he lived in the capital and then admitted that he was an aristocrat who generally does all sorts of burdensome work. Elena said that in such a case, she would not ask unnecessary questions. The guy stood up and said that in gratitude for her understanding, he would show her a place where she could spend the night. The young man smiled and added that he knew where to find a free room even at such a time. His aunt told him about such a place. The heroes reached a beautiful hotel. They approached the administration. The worker said that they did have a free room, but he was not sure that they could provide it to them. Elena's new acquaintance mentally assumed that they were being held back especially for special guests. The girl had no hope that ordinary adventurers would be able to afford such numbers, but she was already glad that she had not been shown the door. The young man told the management that the price was not important. Elena felt awkward. She told him that he should not bother himself. At that moment, one of the workers was finishing his shift. He was carrying boxes when he accidentally collided with a guest. The hood flew off the young man's face, and the worker saw the crown prince in front of him, which surprised him greatly. Ain managed to hide behind the boxes so that Elena would not see him. The administrator also noticed him. The hero immediately put on his hood and asked not to tell anyone that he was here. The administrator immediately agreed to provide the girl with a room. The man asked his colleague to show the guest to the room. Elena was confused. She did not understand that she would end up paying for the room. The receptionist showed the price and asked if everything was okay. The prince was about to take out his wallet when the girl replied that she would pay in 3 days without any problem. She thanked Ain for his help and asked how she could thank him. The young man replied that she did not have to do anything. When he left the hotel and sighed with relief, Lily suddenly jumped out of the bushes and asked if she had done everything she had to. She answered positively. He noticed that the girl looked pleased. Lily explained with a smile that she had not expected to see her boss hiding under a cheap disguise. The prince asked her if anyone else had sneaked in under disguise besides himself. She nodded affirmatively. Ain said that they would go to the food stalls as planned. Lily's mouth immediately started to water at the mention of food. She said that she would definitely go with him. The girl looked back at the hotel where Mrs. Elena was staying. She was glad that the girl had the chance to repeat with His Highness Ain, with Lady Klein's lover. When Dill and Ain arrived at the first emperor's residence, the prince was surprised by its size. The assistant said that they would stay here during their business trip. The hero noticed something and asked where the door near the stairs led to. Dill replied that there was a basement behind it. He added that at the end of the stairs leading there is another large door, but no one was able to open it, so it remained closed. Ain was surprised and asked if even grandfather had not been able to do it. Dill said that each of his predecessors had tried, but none had succeeded. The prince thoughtfully suggested that the door had been deliberately sealed. He asked if the first emperor had been able to unlock it. Dill said that was probably true. The young man suggested they look at it later. The assistant reported that Warren had already given his permission. They walked a long way to the prince's room. Anne said that he wanted to rest now. He had eaten too much food from the stalls, so he felt like sleeping. Night fell. The hero lay on the bed with his eyes closed, but as it turned out, he was not sleeping. He couldn't fall asleep because of his afternoon nap. He thought that he shouldn't go for a walk along the beach at such a late hour because of his insomnia, so he decided to go down. Although it was late, the prince thought he could still wander around the residence. The young man went out into the corridor and began to descend the stairs, having first taken a lamp with him. He reached the end and saw a large door. Finally, the young man could see what it really looked like. It reminded him of the door to the castle's treasury. Coming closer, the guy noticed that the keyhole was missing. He concluded that the lock was magical. The prince stretched out his hand, remembering how Silvered unlocked the treasury. Touching the lock, the center of the door lit up. The door opened automatically. Clouds of dust flew towards the hero. Aang didn't understand why it opened now. Inside was a study lined with bookcases. In the middle, the hero saw a table with an open book on it. As soon as the young man entered, the doors slammed behind him. The prince came closer to the table and began leafing through the book. He noticed that it was unfinished. The first lines he saw told him that many races had once again submitted to some force. They had stopped listening and were making every effort to satisfy his sister's desires. The author wondered what his father and mother were doing. Were they trying to stop their daughter? Aang realized that he was looking at the diary of the first emperor. He started to leaf through it further. The king wrote of how countless comrades had fallen in battle. He asked his sister why she was doing this to them. The man did not want to accept the fact that he would eventually have no choice but to destroy her. Aang quickly flipped through the remaining pages, checking if they were truly blank. However, at the end, he saw how sorry the emperor was. He took the life of his own sister. He had to raise his hand against his own family. The emperor asked for forgiveness. Once upon a time, a witch had cursed his sister with loneliness and manipulated her, thus forcing her to run away. The king tried to kill the witch, but many monsters blocked his path, thus giving her a chance to escape. However, before fleeing, she managed to tell him something. The witch, out of hatred for the emperor, promised that he would never know happiness. Her trail disappeared somewhere in the vicinity. The man assumed that she had fled overseas, but where the witch had gone next, he no longer knew. The emperor intended to rebuild Ishtalika. After a year had passed since the reconstruction of the country, the king stopped the investigation into the Red Fox. The author wrote that when he left the throne, he would return to this room. But for now, he intended to seal it along with his diary. This was the last entry. Prince Aang thoughtfully ran his fingers over the written lines. He was intrigued by the meaning of the Red Fox's power and the curse of loneliness. Morning came. Elena woke up in her hotel room. Although her body was heavy, she could not miss the opportunity to explore this huge country with her own eyes. But first the girl wanted to drink some tea. When she opened the door to the kitchen, she saw Lily in front of her, who was already pouring the hot drink into cups. The maid greeted her mistress. Elena opened the door and closed it in front of Lily. She did not understand what the spy forgot in her room and how she recognized her, because the girl did not change her appearance even during sleep. Outside the door, Lily sighed and asked if the lady really thought she could fool someone with such a cheap trick in Ishtalik. After all, they had magical objects that allowed them to see through objects. Although Elena was nervous, she understood that she had no choice but to go to her. The girl first hearts and returned to her real appearance. She asked Lily if she came to grab her. The maid laughed and said that in that case the gentleman would already be in the capital's prison. The girl asked what she needed then. The maid said the answer was pretty obvious. She would be Elena's personal guide for today. After a while, when the girls went outside, Elena asked where Lily was taking her. The maid said that although she could not arrange a meeting with Krona, she had something else. When they got off the train, Elena simply followed the girl. They went up the stairs and found themselves in a military port. The lady asked why the spy had brought her here. Lily thought that the girl would be interested in seeing him. Elena replied that this was no reason to show such a place to the enemy. The maid told her not to worry because His Excellency himself had given permission. The mistress asked who exactly. Lily replied that it was Warren Lark, the Prime Minister of Ishtalika. Elena was hurt. She had a feeling that she was not being taken seriously. Lily thought that the lady said something. The girl simply waved it off and said that in that case she would consider everything. Looking at the lady, Lily remembered a recent conversation with Warren. He gave the girl permission to show Elena several ships, but she was not sure if it was a good idea. Ishtalika would only benefit from their enemies learning the difference in military power. Moreover, Elena held a position that would not allow her to hide the information she received. Looking at the enemy guns, the girl was horrified. The Prime Minister had hoped that Elena would insist on settling the matter peacefully, but that was not what the third prince wanted. Warren assumed that doing so would make him angry at Elena, which would certainly work to their advantage. After all, the only reason they were bothering with Jamie was because of Elena. After a walk around the military port, the mistress returned to Lily, who noticed that the girl's face had turned pale. Elena said that the maid already understood everything without explanation. Lily said that they actually even did calculations on how long it would take them to capture the port city of Roundheart. The girl said that the two battleships that Elena saw today would have done it in a certain amount of time. And Lily showed 2 fingers. The mistress thought she meant 2 days and exclaimed how that was possible. The maid laughed and said their ships would do it in 2 minutes. Elena jumped up and couldn't believe what she heard. She said their Roundheart was the pride of their country and asked to stop talking such nonsense. Lily reminded that this was only a cold analysis without bragging and exaggeration. The girl said that the lady had a choice, to stay and live in Istalik, or to return not on the cattle boat, but on their ship going to Iulo. Elena didn't understand what Lily meant by a cattle ship. She shrugged her shoulders and replied that someone was clearly out of their minds to cross the sea on it. The lady calmed down and sat back down at the table. She smiled and noted that her objection home would be more graceful. Lily slammed the table and asked how much longer the lady would be stubborn. The girl apologized and replied that Heim remained her homeland no matter what. Elena asked the maid if she herself had not thought about returning and added that, compared to her, the new maids were like heaven and earth. Lily was pleased to know that her mistress thought of her. She asked if Elena missed her. She answered that after all, the spy was the best, and now she was having a bit of a hard time. The maid laughed. When it was time to return, the girls approached a huge ship. Elena noted that the adventure would be really comfortable. Willie turned to the lady. She warned that when Elena arrived in Iulo, she would immediately become an enemy of Ishtaliki. If Lily was ordered, she would have to come and carry out the order. The girl went up to the bridge and thanked him for his care and for the choice he had given her. The former maid felt sorry for him. She bowed and thanked her for visiting their country. As a representative of Prime Minister Warren, she wished her a pleasant journey on his behalf. The ship set off with Elena. Billy stood and watched the ship go. She muttered that the lady was really too stubborn. Elena sat in her room on the ship. Everything was going as she had expected. The difference in military power was incomparable, but that meant she would lose. The lady did not consider herself a weak woman.